Prof. Vivek Daryanto, we can start with the first session. You are the moderator of the session. Floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Karim Karadal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, good evening, participants throughout the world. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Wiwi M. Daryanto. I'm a faculty member of IPMI Institute. I will moderate for the first session in this CEO 12. And the rule for the presentation, the participants will be given maximum of 10 minutes to present. Therefore, please manage your time wisely. The first paper will be presented with a title of Global Supply Chains Disruption and Financial Resilience, a Decade of Evidence from Walmart Incorporation, 2015 and 2025. This paper is written by T. Muhammad Reda Pahlavi, Wiwi M. Daryanto, and Aulia Rahmadiani Putri. Okay, the time is given to you, the presenter, Muhammad Reda Pahlavi.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Vivek. Maybe Mbak Putri can share the PowerPoint. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Vivek and other participants. Now we are going to present our research that aims to examine the relationship or the impact of the global supply chain disruptions and the financial resilience of the Walmart in a decade from 2015 until 2025. So for the next, Mbak Putri. Maybe next slide, Mbak.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, Mbak Putri. Please. Halo, Mbak. No, the previous one, not this. Not this slide.
Slide number 2.
The slide first.
Slide number 2, Mbak Putri.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
This is slide number 4.
Oh, wait, I have.
Yeah, I see.
Putting the slideshow,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Putri. So we have five, I think 5 chapters in this presentation. The first one is about the introduction that provides a background on global supply chain disruptions and explain why financial resilience is critical for large retailers like Walmart. And the second one is the theoretical background. We will explain the key concepts like supply chain pressure, financial resilience, and other relevant theories. And the third one is research and methodology. this is about the research design, data source, and the analytical methods that we choose to use for this research. And the fourth is the result and discussion, and the last one is the summary. Maybe next slide number 4.
Move to slide number 4.
Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Putri. First thing first, the global supply chains are the critical international networks of suppliers, manufacturers, and distributions for delivering products worldwide. Disruptions such as COVID-19 pandemic, global conflicts, and logistical challenge cause the delays, cost increases, and the impact for the corporate financial performance. Walmart, as a leading global retailer, is studied to understand how supply chains volatility affects the financial resilience. Maybe next for the theoretical background, slide number 6.
Yeah, put in the slideshow, yeah.
Yes. For the theoretical background, global supply chains are interconnected networks that facilitating supply, production, and the delivery across the borders. Supply chain disruption supply chain disruptions rise operational costs and create inefficiency that negatively impact the profitability, liquidity, and asset utilization. So, existing studies often focus on the operational effect or the short-term financial impact. Only few of the paper that examine macro-level supply chain volatility via indices like GSCPI against the firm-level financial ratios over the multiple years. This research highlights the importance of large firms' supply chain management capabilities in buffering shocks, especially the supply chain shocks. Next is slide number 8. So we have the study used secondary quantitative data from the 2015 to 2025. Which is examining Walmart's financial ratios and the global supply chain pressure index, or GSCPE, that we get the data from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. GSCPE is used to capture logistic stress, including the delays, shipping costs, international freight volumes that use as the independent variables. The dependent variables are the ratios from the Walmart's annual reports that we get from the company annual reports and the 10 key fillings that include the ROA, net profit margin, ITO or ITO index that which is the inventory held before the sale that indicates the supply chain efficiency. And the next one is the TATO, or total asset turnover, which is the efficiency measure in using the asset to generate revenue. And the last one is current ratio, which is the short term, which indicates the short term liquidity indicator. So we use the simple linear regression models to analyze its financial ratio sensitivity to GSCPI fluctuations. Maybe next one. So this is the result. So our result finds that regression results show no significant statistically significant influence of GSCP on Walmart financial ratio. So it means that Walmart scale, diversified sourcing, vertical integration, and advanced logistic infrastructure provide resilience against global supply chain disruptions. So in this table, that we can see that none of the variables that have p-value below 0.5. So this means that there is no significant influence from the supply chain to the financial performance of the Walmarts. Maybe next, Mbak Putri. So in summary, it seems that Walmart demonstrates strong financial resilience to the global supply chains over decades, and the second one is sophisticated supply chain and cost management enable stable profitability, liquidity, and efficiency despite any external shocks. And the last one, retailers with advanced supply chain can maintain financial stability to amid global supply chain volatility. So it means that this study shows that there is no significant impact from the global supply chain to the financial performance uh, from the big retailers like Walmart, since it has a good supply chain management and effective cost management to enable to stable its profitability and other financial performance measures. Maybe this is the last. I think it is the last slide. Thank you for the attention. Maybe Prof. Vivek, I think can. I think I will go back to Prof. Vivek. Thank you, Prof. Vivek.
Yeah, thank you, Muhammad Reda Pahlavi. And now the time for Q&A. Any question from the participants? Okay, so I think there is no question from the floor. And now please give applause to the Muhammad Reda Pahlavi.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone.
And the second one, now move to the second paper with the title of Characterization of polyacrylamide and xanthan gum polymer solution with red seaweed additive for enhanced oil recovery application. The paper is written by Ridho Abdillah, Muhammad Taufik, Fataddin, and Andon Insani. Please, the time is given to you. Ridho Abdillah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunities, Professor Wiwik, and thank you for having me to give me opportunity to present my work in about a year. First of all, I'm sorry for the changing of the title.
Oh,
The changing has been informed by Mr. Karadal by the time we're doing this, so the content is the same. Is because the administration. So the title is Insights into Capabilities Alpha-Resi for Improving Polymer Flooding Enhanced Oil Recovery.
okay.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna enlarge the slides. Can you see the slides?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna continue to present. I'll try to make it concise into 10 minutes duration. So what are capabilities Alpha-Resi? As we can hear before this presentation, Dr. Rini Setiati already explained to us what is enhanced oil recovery oil. There is a tertiary recovery oil, when natural pressure cannot push out or sweep out the oil which it traps in the reservoir. So we need another method that is enhanced oil recovery. So I'm going to proceed first, and I will explain to you what is Capabis Alvarezi is. So the big picture of this presentation is gonna consist of introduction, literature review, research methodology, and lastly findings and discussion. So first of all, what happened in Indonesia right now? So the energy targeting in 2023 is actually lower target from prior year in 2020 because we cannot provide the energy as Indonesian citizen wants. So there is some extrapolation modeling, there is some planning that is in 2038, there is 0.652 BPD. What's the meaning of that? The meaning is when the citizens needs 1,000 barrel per day oil to fill up their motorcycle, to fill up their cars, to fill up the energy to their transportation, the country can provide only 652. So it's gonna be a deficient energy provided by the country. So we need to do something about it. We need to do for our current technology to recover more oil, to recover more gas by using enhanced oil recovery. It's stated here that it replaces the primary and secondary production, meaning that by the time we drill the oil in some wells, the natural pressure will sweep out the oil up to the surface by itself. But as time goes down, when the wells is getting old, the energy will deplete, the pressure will deplete, and we're gonna need some push from other sides or from with using technology to push that trapped oil in the reservoir. One of the methods is enhanced oil recovery. And one of our methods is polymer injection. I will explain it in the next slide, what is polymer injection. And the polymer used in polymer injection is xanthan gum. It's widely used. It's been 40 years now. It's been famous for these methods. So I'm gonna explain why this Capabis alvarezi is actually a red seaweed, one of a red seaweed that I want to use to enhance to xanthan gum. As we already know, xanthan gum is famous for polymer injection, but I really want to enhance, I want to power up those existing polymer using a biopolymer as known as Capabis alvarezi. Maybe maybe some of you know the name Euchymocotone is actually the same name, same thing, but different name. So the problem, intention, and objectives this research is I want to know the characterization of those Capabicus alvarezi by using 3 testing, that is wettability, NMR, SAM, and lastly, after we characterize this Capabicus alvarezi or red seaweed, I want to know the effect when it combined with xanthan gum in AOR application. So what is actually polymer injection? Well, as you can see in this picture, there's production well. At first, we have natural pressure that push out the oil, but as I mentioned before, when it gets matured, the oil will not come by itself. So we have to push it in another well or in another direction. As you can see, there is a water, there is a polymer solution. At first, in the secondary stage, we have water. Water can push out oil, but not all of them. At the stage, to the final stage where the oil cannot be pushed anymore. So we have to add some liquid or some material to make the water much stronger. One of them is polymer. Polymer is for chemical injection. So those xanthan gum is widely in the last 40 years we've been using xanthan gum. So we want to enhance it because xanthan gum has many flaws and it also expensive. So Capepix alvarezi, as I mentioned before, is from Rhodophyta. Rhodophyta is rumput laut merah or red seaweed is one of red seaweed, but especially that this species of Capepix alvarezi. So the Capepix alvarezi is containing what we call as Kappa carrageenan. So this Kappa carrageenan experiments has been studied by Aprianti, as you can see on the table up right on the screen. They can perform gel forming. They can give a thickening effect. There is gel transparency and so on. As we can see if you ever like me consuming a jelly, it should be consist of red seaweed because it has the ability to gel forming, right? So xanthan gum, as I've mentioned before, is already been going through a lot of years and it's been consumed by another sector besides oil and gas. It's on herbicides, maybe in your toothpaste and so on. But this polymer on AR application has this advantage, such as little resistive from high temperature, as we all know, in bottom of in below the land is contains a high temperature and it has limited availability. It's so rare and it also very expensive. So we cannot leisurely use it for your application just like that. Okay. So this is a state of art. So the additives of adding something to existing polymer has been undergoes a lot of experiments, not just me. I'm just using the same method but different with different material. Okay, and then what is actual wettability? Wettability is actually the degree of wetness. So the polymer, we're gonna put it on the base, such as glass, and we give it a sisal drop of water, and what angle it form. So in this case, we really need a water wet. So because the water wet is what help us to push out this oil. If the polymer is oil wet, it's not gonna help us to push out those trapped oil. It's gonna make it much more trapped in that reservoir. So we have to find polymer that contains that have a wettability status of water wet, whether it's strong, moderate, or neutral. NMR is a tool to know that your polymer contains the chemical compounds that you need. So this Capepix alvarezi is new in air, so I need to know that material that I use is correct, is compatible when combined to xanthan gum.
Rito, sorry for interrupting you, but
Okay.
we already used 10 minutes. Maybe we should be fast.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna pass through. The SAM is for detecting the morphology. The cord flooding is used to testing to simulate real 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 production into a lab grade. So these are the findings. Both of them are water wet, so we have find the correct correct wettability for this case, and the Capepix alvarezi shows that it contains the desired compound chemical. It compare with another research, and the same it depicts of a similar pattern, whether it's Santan gum or Caucasus albergis. It's irregular, randomly distributed structure, and allows them to blend well. So it's gonna be compatible if we combine both of them. The finding is when we go core flooding Santan gum is gonna give circle effect of 7.5%. When you combine with red seaweed, it's gonna give 40%. So the improvement is 6.5%. So the conclusion is these are so compatible and it gave a strong effect for recovering oil recovery. Thank you for, I'm gonna give back to Professor Wiwik. Thank you.
Very much, Rido, for a very interesting presentation. Yeah, I would like to announce, is there any question from the audience? Okay, so this is about oil and gas industry, how to improve the production of oil and gas industry by
Yes.
using AOR. Yes, there is no questions. Thank you so much, Rido and friends who wrote this paper. Applause
Thank you,
for
Professor.
yeah. Thank you so much. Now we are moving to the third paper. Wait a minute. With the third paper. Please come to the third paper. Wait a minute.
Can help you, dear Vivek.
Yeah, the third paper is wait. Title is The Influence of Intrinsic and Extrinsic Motivation on Employee Performance in the Water Management Technology Industry. This paper is written by Abdul Rohani, Hesti Anggreni, Encep Mauliansyah, and Dr. Firdaus Basbeb. Okay, so the floor is given to you, please.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Moderator Professor Wiwik and colleagues participating in this Congress. It is an honor to be here, especially meaningful for us as it is our first time attending an international Congress and also our first opportunity to speak. We are grateful for this opportunity and look forward to sharing our insight with you. Thank you, and let us begin. Next. Our agenda for sharing today consists of introduction, literature review, consists of self-determination theory, intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation, employee performance, relationship between intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation, methodology, findings and discussion, and conclusion and recommendation. Next. Introduction. To stay competitive, company must develop employees who are not only technically skilled, but also highly motivated, as motivation drives dedication, creativity, and commitment. In Indonesia, the water management industry has changed a lot between 2022 to 2025. Both PDAMs and private companies now pay more attention to employee motivation to improve performance. Company situation, PT Hydro Technology International, a leading company with more than 200 employees, unsatisfactory performance increased from 4.5% in 2021 to 9.4% in 2023. Across the sector, only 11.6% of PDAMs are highly productive, and 35% are in low or unhealthy condition. Next. Research novelty. Most motivation performance studies focus on manufacturing, education, retail, or general corporate setting. Very few studies examine the water management technology industry. Little research, especially investigate motivation and performance in water technology companies such as PDAMs or private water tech firms. Next. Our literature review consists of self-determination theory, intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation, employee performance, and relationship between motivation and performance. Next. Self-determination theory. Self-determination theory introduced by Deci and Ryan. It explains that the quality of motivation is more important than amount of motivation. There are three basic psychological needs are fulfilled in self-determination theory. It consists of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Next. Intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is an internal drive that makes people engage in activity without depending on rewards from others. Deci and Ryan explained that intrinsic motivation is important for long-term work engagement and job satisfaction. There are several elements in intrinsic motivation. There are personal responsibility, sense of ownership toward work, meaning of work, value and purpose of work, personal satisfaction from achievement. Next. Extrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation is the type of motivation that comes from external factors, such as money, reward, recognition, promotion, or social approval. Luton states that an extrinsic motivation can be a strong short-term driver. Relying too much on extrinsic motivation can reduce employees' natural interest in their work. There are several elements in extrinsic motivation: compensation, salary, bonuses, allowance, supervisor relationship, support and communication, and work environment, satisfaction for achievement. Next. Employee performance. Employee performance refers to the result that individuals achieve when completing the task given by the organization. Armstrong notes that successful organizations are those that can balance individual factors such as competence and motivation with organizational factors such as reward system, culture, and leadership. There are several elements about employee performance: work quality, output meets standard, teamwork, collaboration ability, initiative and responsibility, proactiveness, and commitment. Next. Relationship between motivation and employee performance. Employees can achieve the best performance when both intrinsic and extrinsic motivation are present. In this bagian, we can see that autonomy, competences, and relatedness leads to higher performance, stronger engagement, and greater satisfaction. Excessive motivation, such as bonus, financial rewards, and performance, can increase performance in the short term. Next. Methodology. This study used quantitative explanatory research design to examine the causal relationship between intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation and employee performance in the water management technology industry. Sample size was calculated and require a minimum of 107 respondents. A random sampling technique was used to ensure that each employee had an equal chance of being selected. The researcher population include permanent employees working in water treatment company in Jabodetabek area. Next. Hypothesis development. As a result, the following of hypothesis formulation can be developed. H1, intrinsic motivation has a positive and significant effect on employee performance. H2, extrinsic motivation has a positive but insignificant effect on employee performance. And H3, a combination of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation has a positive and significant effect on employee performance. Next. Findings and discussion. Intrinsic motivation, X1, has a positive and significant effect on employee performance. Extrinsic motivation, X2, show a positive but insignificant effect. And a combination of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation has a strong and significant effect on performance. Conclusion and recommendation. Intrinsic motivation is the most important factor for improving employee performance. Extrinsic motivation helps performance only in the short term. The best performance occurs when intrinsic and extrinsic motivation are balanced. Supporting autonomy, competence, and relatedness strengthen sustainably performance. And the last but not least, organization must create systems that encourage both internal drive and external support. Thank you for your kind and attention.
Thank you very much, Abdul Rohani. Now the time for the audience to raise questions, please. If not, then I want to ask you, Abdul Rohani, for the conclusion number 5, can you give an example? Oh, mute, yeah, I cannot hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Number 5, organization must create system that encourage both internal drive and external support. For the example, maybe the corporate or organization can have like development program that's not only for achieve the goals for company benefit, but also how individual can be improved in the company system. Something like that, Professor Wiwi.
Yeah, for example, training development for the employees.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. How about for the other participants? Any questions? If not, then thank you very much, Abdul Rohani. Give applause to him and the friends.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wiwi.
Yeah. Okay, now I would like to please the number 4 paper with a title of Unlocking Infill Opportunities in Mature Steam Flood Fields, HPT and Decline Rate Economic Sensitivity, a case study in D field, written by Efrando Siregar, Suryo Prakoso, Benjamin, and Widya Yanti. The time is given to you, please. Please put in the slideshow, yeah, to make it clear. Thank you.
Excuse me,
Yep.
Prof. My voice is
I cannot. You are mute, Rando.
mute.
Yeah.
Check. Check. Clear, Prof. Clear.
Yeah, it is not clear, Pak Efrando. Is there any technical problem?
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Greeting for all of us. My name is Efrando Siregar. I am a master's student in petroleum engineering at Universitas Trisakti. Today, I will be presenting my study title, Unlocking Infill Opportunities in Mature Steam Flood Fields, HPT and Decline Rate Economic Sensitivity, case study in the field. Okay. In this study, I'm not alone. I together with Mr. Suryo Prakoso, Mr. Benjamin, and then Ms. Widya Yanti. Before we begin, allow me to walk you through today again. And we will start with induction, establishing the background and context of this study. Next, we will move to static, dynamic, and business issues. And then in the third section, methodology. And this will be followed by finding and discussion, presenting the key insights obtained from the analysis. Finally, we will conclude with conclusion and recommendation. Let me begin with a brief introduction about the field. The field is one of the giant fields located in the Central Sumatra Basin, Indonesia, since the transfer of operation to National Oil Company. The field has maintained a high level of annual drilling activity, average 120 wells per year. The field was first discovered in 1941, followed by production optimization effort through cyclic steam stimulation in 1967. A major milestone occurred in 1975 when a successful steam flood pilot was conducted. This was later expanded into the full steam flood EOR development in 1985, marking the beginning of large-scale thermal recovery in the area. Challenges in the maturing field. In some mature pattern, oil potential has declined. The number of wells per pattern is already dense on all sides. The presence of surface facility for limit infill opportunity. This study applies sensitivity-based economic assessment to determine the minimum hydrocarbon pore thickness and the acceptable range of production decline rates required for a well to remain economically viable. We go to chapter 2, static, dynamic, and business issues. The field now faces several economic challenges. Well, costs continue to escalate up to 15% annually, which significantly impact project economy. As a result, the operator has adopted a stricter discounted profitability index threshold of 1.15 per well, ensuring that only the most economically viable opportunities can move forward. And next, we to 2.1 field development package. Field development package. Infill drilling project consists of vertical, directional, of horizontal well. Need 1 year from candidate maturation to final investment decision approval. The cost component used in calculating the economics are capex, opex, and then funding for abandonment and site restoration. Total estimate cost reach $1.1 million per well. And then we get challenges, ensure the calculation of oil reserve production forecasts are carried out with greater precision. Several service and material procurement contract expired before the drilling. And 2.0 hydrocarbon pore thickness. HPT in the D field is fundamental parameter for understanding the distribution of oil within the reservoir pore system. HPT influences steam injection strategies, production optimization, and identification of remaining oil. Dynamic HPT derived from time-lapse and production logging tools. is used to identify remaining oil zones, mine, workover candidate, and design steam rate distribution. Decline production. The rate at which oil production from an area of well decreases over the specific period of time, declared as a key parameter to identify zone or area that are losing productive production contribution, evaluate the effectiveness of thermal sweep, and the last determine the need of additional production well. In 2.4, decline rate and HPT relationship. If HPT is high and the decline rate is steep or high, this indicates a strong potential new infill wells. If an area has a high significant HPT, but production declines steeply, the interpretation is that the area still contains oil. It cannot be optimal produced by existing well. And second, if HPT is low and the decline rate is high, pursuing the new infill well is less appropriate. And 2.5, economic assessment. The purpose of the evaluation is to ensure that drilling new well is not only technically feasible, but also financial beneficial for company. Main parameter are net present value. As we know, positive NPV indicate that a well candidate generates a profit after accounting for time and capital cost. The larger NPV and higher the priority of the candidate. And number 2, internal rate of return, IRR. How quickly and effectively the capital in infill well generates return. And number 3, payout time or POT. A shorter POT indicates that the investment can be recovered more quick. This is particularly important in steam flood project. Steam generation operating costs tend to increase over time. And the last, discounted profitability index, DPI, is the ratio between the present value of future revenues and the present value of investment cost. DPI more than one indicate that the project is profitable. Candidate with a higher DPI are considered more efficient in generating investment rate. We go to chapter 3, methodology. This study aim to analyze and evaluate the infill drilling FDP in a major oil and gas.
The time is 3 minutes more, please.
Okay, thank you. HPT calculation. HPT integrates 3 main parameters, net sand and the porosity, hydrocarbon saturation. HPT is the result of multiplying of the effective sand thickness, porosity, and oil saturation. Oil saturation which find from 1 minus water saturation. Economic assessment. Run the economic evaluation using the same per well cost assumption, including CapEx, OpEx, ISR costs. This economic assessment will generate the value NPV, IRR, POT, and DPI. Chapter 4, finding and discussion. The field is a major asset, yet HPT value still vary from 1 to 8 feet. HPT values are too low, less than 3 are considered uneconomic for vertical or directional infill well candidate. The field consists of 13 area with dominant decline rates. Case HPT 3 well with an HPT of 3 feet fail to meet the economic threshold in all scenarios. And HPT 4 at an HPT of 4 only the production forecast with a single decline rate of 30% exceed the economic threshold. And then HPT 5 fit well with an HPT of 5 feet consistently economic visibility across all decline rate scenarios. And the last HPT 6 mid economic visibility across all decline rate scenarios. Selected proposal for the new infill, well, with an HPT of 4 feet also visible if supported by favorable decline trends. Reservoir management focus on strategies to replicate such advantageous production decline behavior. And the last conclusion and recommendation at the point 1, at the HPT of 4 feet, only the forecast using a single decline rate of 13% exceed the economic threshold. And number 2, well, an HPT of 5 until 6 feet consistently satisfy economic visibility across all decline scenarios. And number 3, selective proposal for new infill well with an HPT of 4 are also visible if supported by favorable decline trend. And the last recommendation, this approach provide a cost-sensitive rapid screening method for infill well in steam flood operation by integrating reservoir performance pattern with economic constraint. Thank you. I return to Prof.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elfrando Siregar. Very interesting topic about the economic of oil and gas industry. So I would like to invite the floor to raise question, please. If not, then I will ask you, Elfrando, to measure the economic assessment, isn't it? You are using NPV, IRR, payout time, and also DPI. My question is, how long is the time horizon to calculate those formula?
Yeah, I calculate this formula to economic limit for the well. Each well economic limit itu. And then in the national company economic limit end of contract in 2041, but also many well is economic limit before the 2041.
Yeah, I mean, it's how long? Yeah, because this is for contractor to make a decision whether to operate the well or not. Yeah, so we need to have the time limit, right? Time horizon, how many years? Because we have to calculate the cash flow each years, right? So how long? How many years, Pak Efrando?
Ranging from 10 to 2000 to 10 to 20 years.
10 to 20, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
because for the PSC, the time is 30 years ya, Pak Efrando ya. So in our calculation here is 10 to 20 years. Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. Give applause to the group, yeah. And I would like to invite the number 5 paper with a title of Literature Review, Plant-Based Cellulose for Carbosic methyl cellulase conversion and application in drilling mud formulation. This paper is written by Rika Maharani Waropen, Dr. Rini Setiati, Suryo Prakoso, Rambun Pamenan Kaifi, and Widya Yanti. Please, the time is given to you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Dr. Wiwik, for the opportunities. Thank you all. Let me start. My name is Rika Maharani Waropen, and I'm from Trisakti University, Indonesia. For this presentation, I would like to present about my literature review, plant-based cellulose for carboxymethyl cellulose conversion, and application in drilling mud formulation. Okay, for the agenda outlined for this presentation, the first one is introduction. The second is literature review, consists of conversion of cellulose into carboxymethyl cellulose, or we could call it CMC, and the application of CMC in drilling mud formulation. The third is methodology. The fourth is findings and discussion, and the last one is conclusion and recommendation. Okay, for the first introduction, the plant-based CMC is the result of converting plant-based materials that have a high cellulose content potential. For the composition of plants itself, commonly not only have the cellulose, but also another components such as lignin. For the application in drilling mud formulation, it is the function to control viscosity and less circulation in drilling process. For the standard that we use, it is the Indonesian CMC quality. And for the drilling mud, it is the standard trilogy, drilling mud formulation, API spec 13A. As we could see, this is the table of CMC in drilling mud formulation standard. For the variable, the first one is purity of cellulose that we extract. For the quality is minimum in 55%, and for the degree of substitution is around 0.4 until 0.8, and for the fluid loss itself in drilling mud under of 10 milliliter. Next, for the literature review. Okay, for the conversion itself for the carboxymethyl cellulose, or we could call it CMC, the conversion process involves two main stages. The first stage aims to obtain pure cellulose from plant material by removing non-cellulose component. So as this, the product example, sunflower stalk. At first we remove core and then we wash it, we dry and we crush it into a powder, sunflower stalk powder. At the first stage, we remove the another component as not cellulose, another component, and we get the product itself, the cellulose from the sunflower straw. This is the first stage. And then for the second stage, we convert the cellulose into the CMC with specific chemicals. For this picture, we could see that the A picture, it is the raw material of sunflower stalk powder. And for the B and the C, it is the result of the first stage treatment. And for the D picture, it is the final product of CMC. Okay, now I will explain about the application of CMC in drilling mud. There are two types of plant-based materials that show here. This is the sunflower seed samples, and then right here it is the orange peel sample. As can be seen in the two image, with two different types of materials that both have cellulose components, there is a decrease in filtrate or loss because the additives used are able to form a mud cake and prevent the release of mud filtrate or fluid loss. Therefore, it can be concluded that there are several important variables in the use of additives. For the first one is the type of sample size, like fine, medium, and coarse. And the second one is the concentration that we mix into the water-based mud, drilling mud. It shows that the more we use, the more effective and decrease the fluid loss in the formation. Next, for the methodology, this research method in this study is a literature review. In its implementation, the study employs the SPIDER framework, sample, phenomenon of interest, design, evaluation, and research type, as developed by Metley 2014. And then this next chapter, findings and discussion. For the findings, for the first research from El Raya et al. 2020 for the standard drilling fluids, CMC produced using by palm frond. The stages include cellulose extraction. As I said before, there are two main stages. The first one is cellulose extraction, and then the next is carboxymethylation process. And to validate the result product, they use FTIR and XRD spectroscopy. At this research, they use a variable for various temperatures, which are in range 25 degrees Celsius until 90 degrees Celsius. And for the result, the palm fronds demonstrate fairly good in rheological drilling mud properties and fluid loss control. The next one is from Okan et al. 2014, using the rice husk as CMC in water-based drilling mud. For the technique, laboratory experiment using fluid loss test, just the same as before, to see the filter cake thickness or mud cake thickness and evaluation of basic mud properties. This is the various of concentration at this research using the variable it is the concentration various. And then for the result, rice husk was able to reduce fluid loss by up to 64.89%, comparable to CMC commercial in 62.77%. The resulting filter cake was relatively thin and stable. It shows that this innovation is better than the CMC commercial, so has a strong potential as a local, eco-friendly additive with performance nearly equivalent to synthetic polymers. And the last one is from Muhammad and El Raya in 2025. This is the CMC from palm frond, but the difference is this is for the production of high-performance drilling fluid, not the standard drilling fluid. For the laboratory research conducted, as the same cellulose extraction stages from palm frond, from using alkali cooking and bleaching, and CMC synthesis via reaction with this chemical monochloroacetic acid, and the product characterization using to validate it using FTIR and XRD, and for the rheological testing using drilling mud according to API 13A standards. For the result itself, CMC derived from palm fronds had a degree of substitution of 0.77, which are categorized into high. The product demonstrates at least 15% better fluid loss reduction compared to commercial CMC. Okay, for the last conclusion and recommendation, based on the findings of this literature review, it can be concluded that utilization of plant-extracted cellulose as raw material for carboxymethyl cellulose holds highly promising prospects for the development as a primary additive in drilling mud formulation. For the recommendation, the several challenges must be addressed, including optimization of extraction and carboxymethylation process to achieve consistent product quality, further industrial scale and field research to validate performance under real drilling conditions, and comprehensive economic feasibility analysis to enable large-scale implementation. All right, maybe that's all from me. I give back the floor to Prof. Vivek. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rika, for a very good presentation. And now I would like to invite the floor to raise question, please. Okay, I guess there is no question. Okay, thank you so much. Give applause to Rika and friends. Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite the next paper with the title of Effect of Temperature and Participation on Price Stability, Global Evidence, and the Moderating Role of Monetary Policy. This paper is written by Mohamed Sow, Taha Namri, and Idris El Abbasi. Please, the time is given to you. Hello? Hello? There is no? Mohamed Sow, Taha Namri, Idris El Abbasi. Are you here? If not, then I will jump to number 7. Are you ready for number 7? From awareness to empowerment, evaluating emotional intelligence development in students with visual impairment through training. This written by Dr. Saira Salim, Dr. Fauzia Rahman, and Gulam Abbas Baloch. Hello. The paper number 7.
Hello. Good afternoon. I am audible for you.
Yes, you are from number.
I am from number 7.
Okay, yeah. Please,
Okay.
the time is given to you for 10 minutes.
Okay. I am Dr. Sara Salim, and I am assistant professor in the Department of Special Education, University of Karachi. I have two co-authors, Ms. Fauzia Rahman and Mr. Ghulam Abbas. I would like to tell you that I am visually impaired, means blind by birth, and if you faced any type of distortion or destruction from my side, so kindly be excused in advance. Thank you.
Okay, do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes, I have my PowerPoint. I'm currently sharing with you. I'll share with you in few seconds.
Yeah.
I'm using the JAWS. This is talking software. So some delay maybe you have to face.
Put in the slideshow to make it clear.
This is clear?
Yeah, very good.
Thank you so much. From awareness to empowerment, evaluating emotional intelligence development in students with visual impairment through training. This is the agenda of my slide. Adolescence is a period of major emotional, social and emotional and psychological development, and it is very crucial time for the individuals, specifically for the students with visual impairment. And it is very difficult. is very difficult time for the individuals to make their emotions stable and correct their emotions. This and the students are faced in this time with non-verbal communications, social cues. These all are creating barriers to develop natural AI development. AI means emotional intelligence. In this context, AI plays a significant role helping adolescents recognize, regulate, and express their emotions effective and their healthy relationships. Targeted AI programs may strengthen emotional skills, resilience, and overall mental well-being of the individual with visual impairment. And these are very important and critical topic in these days. Those who have visual impairment and those who have not visual impairment. There is limited empirical evidences on the effectiveness of structured trainings specifically designed for the students with visual impairment. The objective of the to evaluate the emotional intelligence of students with visual impairment before and after emotional training. Some literature review, some studies. There was limited studies which was conducted on emotional intelligence, specifically on the individuals with adolescents with visual impairment. In Pakistan, visual impaired students are facing a lot of problems, like less resources, like less support, like specialized individuals. So there is a major need to create and develop this type of training to promote inclusion of students with visual impairment. The next is the scope of the study. Sorry, right now I'm in traveling, so that's why I'm trying to finish my slides early because I have rushed to go to somewhere. This study support to design the accessible emotional training programs by ensuring inclusivity in education and developmental interventions. This study also promotes the emotional well-being and resilience and social competence in adolescents with visual impairment. The study's framework. This idea was taken from the theory of Daniel Goleman mixed model of EI 2001. There was 4 major components. Number 1, self-awareness, recognizing and one's own emotions. Number 2, self-management, regulating and controlling social awareness, perceiving and understanding others' emotions. Number four, relationship management. Maintaining healthy relationships, interactions, and relationships with others. Okay. Next slide is methodology. The methodology of the research. This study was a quasi-experimental study based on a pre and post test single group design within subjects. The population of the study was adolescents with visual impairment between the ages of 12 to 18 years, and this study was and this training was given to the students of government schools. The sampling techniques, the purposive sampling techniques was used to select the participants. 30 participants were selected, 15 male and 15 female. And for the EI training from the 9th and 10th grade. The research instrument of the study was quick emotional intelligence self-assessment KSA scale was used in the study, and the reliability was Cronbach's 7.9. The tool was converted into braille and auditory media and that was accessible for the students of total blind and low vision students.
Okay, please, doctor, make it quick.
Okay. Students were given 10 sessions of about 60 minutes each twice a week. This training was accessible for all the students. The hypothesis of the study was emotional intelligence of students significantly improved emotional intelligence.
फिर सुनूंगी तो मुझे पता चलेगा कि मेरा नंबर कौन सा आता है.
Table 1 reports that the post-training scores were significantly high than pre-training, and this suggests the positive influence on students with visual impairment across all domains. The largest improvement was observed emotional value increased 0.172 to 4.12, and relationship management value 3.13 to 4. Effect size was very large. Students with discussion. Students with visual impairment showed significant improvement in all 4 domains after structured programs, after structured training. Highlight the social emotional skills can be developed with accessible interventions.
Okay, please make it quickly or conclusion. Okay, please.
Conclusion. The study concluded a structured AI program significantly enhances emotional resilience, social function, Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Saira Salim. Any questions from the participants? Okay, there is no question. So I think all paper has been presented. Therefore, thank you very much for all the participation. And once again, I ask apology if there is a mistake. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the time is given to Mr. Karim.
Thank you very much, Prof. Vivek and all presenters. It was a good session. All the presentations have been done. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And for the next session, moderator is Prof. Saila Vasudeva. She is coming in 1 minute. While we are
Yes,
waiting,
I have joined
yes,
Professor Karim.
yes, welcome, Prof.
Thank you.
You can start your session.
Okay. A very
Floor
warm
is yours.
welcome, all of you, in CEO 12th conference. So we will start our first session, first presentation, and I hope Nuru Fifa Amelina and Rihanna Hartani, ma'am, is present. I hope. Yes. Can you please confirm? Rina Hartanti, ma'am, and Nuru Fifa Amelina, both are present. Anyone from their team is present? Maybe they are not present. So we will go for second. Dr. Irwin and Dr. Evie Sophia. Anyone is present?
Yes, ma'am, actually, I'm one of the representative of
Okay,
Erwin.
welcome, ma'am. Welcome. Your topic is marketing and communication strategy in the department of the Halal Food Station and operational approach to local sustainability. Ma'am, please start your presentation. All the very best.
Is it already shown, the presentation, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. It's properly visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished participant, fellow researcher, and respected committee members. It is my honor to introduce the author of this research from the Faculty of Economics and Business, Pertamina University, Dr. Erwin Susanto, Dr. Evi Sofia, Mrs. Fiska Kusumawati, Ashila Faizarana, and the last one is Shalwa Nur Azizah. My name is Ashila Faizarana, and it is a privilege for me to present our study titled Marketing and Communication Strategy in the Development of the Halal Food Station, an Operational Approach to Local Sustainability. Today, I hope to share insight not only about the operational model we developed, but also about how a halal-based distribution system can contribute to local economic resilience and sustainability. Here is a brief outline of my presentation. First, I will introduce the background and the main problem we aim to address. Second, I will walk through the relevant literature and the concept of the Smart Halal Food Distribution Center. Third, I will explain our research methodology. Then we will move on to the findings and the discussion. And finally, I will conclude with several key recommendations. Let me begin with the context. Indonesia has vast agricultural potential, yet many farmers still experience low bargaining power. This is mainly because agricultural supply chain remain fragmented, inconsistent, and heavily influenced by middlemen. Without proper infrastructure, farmers cannot negotiate fair prices. At the same time, consumers face fluctuating food availability and unstable prices. So there is a gap between production and consumption that needs to be bridged. To overcome this, we identify three urgent needs. First, improve agricultural infrastructure that support a fair distribution system. Second, digital technology that can regulate supply and demand more effectively. Third, fair price intervention supported by transparent and controlled distribution channel. However, the challenge is that policy implementation in this sector takes a long time. Because of this, innovative operational solutions become necessary. A quicker system-based intervention is needed, one that is both practical and scalable. That is where the concept of the halal food station become important. It is offered not only logistical support, but also ensure halal integrity throughout the supply chain. For our literature review centers, on the Smart Halal Food Distribution Center or SHFDC, the Rancamaya Halal Food Station is designed to support the agribusiness vision of Bogor City. It is a facility that integrates the flow of goods, cash, and information, all under a halal-compliant framework. The system has three major functions. First, the logistic function, which handles procurement, warehousing, and transportation. Second, the smart function, which uses digital tools to plan, monitors, and manage product flows in real time. Third, the distribution function, which ensures that products are delivered efficiently in terms of time and spatial coverage. This model is relevant for Indonesia, where halal compliance is increasingly demanded by consumers. And at the same time, there is a growing need for modernized food distribution system that can reduce inefficiencies and waste. For the next slide is going to be presented by my friends.
Okay, thank you, Asila. To explore the feasibility of the halal food station, we used a mixed method approach. We started with a literature review to understand global best practice. Then we applied soft system methodology, RSSM, to identify the complexities and map stakeholders' perspective. We conducted surveys and focus group discussion to gather insight from farmers, distribution, government representatives, and industry players. Next, we use the SAST method, which helps validate assumptions and determine the most critical strategic factor. Finally, we employed interpretative structural modeling, or ISM, to establish the relationship structure between the key variables. This combination allowed us to develop a grounded, multidimensional understanding of how the halal food station should operate. Next. Maybe can next slide, please. Okay. Now, let me move to the finding. From a business model perspective, the halal food station presents strong potential. Its value proposition is clear to ensure consistent availability of halal animal-based food. This includes beef, chicken, live or goat, and sorghum-based processed product. Its operational capacity is 100 tons per day, supported by raw materials needs of 105 tons. The target market is broad and promising. It includes the HoReCa sector as hotel, restaurant, and catering service, along with central market, modern outlets, an online platform across the greater Bogor area. What is important here is that the model integrates local farmers, urban consumer, and halal insurance into one coherent system. This creates a more stable, transparent, and trackable supply chains. Next, we also conducted a financial analysis using a Sharia as complaint framework. The total investment needed is 120.6 billion rupiah. Despite this large investment, the project over a payback period of only 2.9 years, which is highly attractive. The investment surplus ratio reached 90.2%, indicating strong profitability over a 10 years projection period. From this perspective, the halal food station is not only operationally feasible, but also financially compelling. This reinforces the idea that halal-based infrastructure can be both ethical and economically fair. Next. Allow me to summarize our key conclusion. The Smart Halal Food Distribution Center is a strategic initiative and that supports the development of the halal agro-tourism area in Bogor. It is financially viable, operationally relevant, and aligned with the growing demand for halal certified food system. However, the success of this initiative depends on several critical factors. First, integrated management is essential. The system must be professionally operated and coordinated. Second, halal compliance must be safely monitored to maintain consumer trust. Number third is a standard operating procedures must be established and constantly implemented. Fourth, sustainable partnership need to be developed between local government, investor, and community stakeholders. We recommend that Bogor City government formalize the master plan for the halal agrotourism area and enhance access to the budget rule. This will strengthen the ecosystem and improve mobility across the supply chains. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I truly appreciate the opportunity to share this speech today. If you have any question, I will be happy to discuss them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irwin and Evie and team. Really highly appreciated the teamwork, and house is open for discussion. If anyone has any query regarding this presentation, then please, you can ask. Anyone? Okay, thank you. So there is no query. So we move to the fourth presentation of the day, and it's the third presentation, sorry. It will be presented by Tawfiq Fatah Din and Mohammad Novel Riziki, Rafiki Ahmad Bakri and team, and their topic is post-failure flow, assurance evolution of an inactive subsea pipeline. Anyone is present?
Yes, Miss.
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
Okay, thank
All the
you.
very best.
There, my screen, can you see smoothly?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, good evening here in Jakarta. So, my name is Muhammad Novariski, and today I will be presenting our research title, Post-Failure Flow Assurance Evaluation of an Inactive Subsea Pipeline. Our leader author, Restikana, is unable to attend this session due to travel constraint. So I will be delivering this presentation on behalf of our entire research team from Trisakti University and Pertamina Hulu Energy OSER. So in this study, we investigate the technical cause behind the permanent plugging of a 20-inch subsea pipeline and discuss the key finding that can help prevent similar failure in offshore operation. Okay, that is my second slide. Can you see clearly, Mr. Vasudeva? Miss Vasudeva?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so in this
Continue.
in this study, we focus on a failure incident. Okay, so in this study, we focus on the failure incident involving of 20-inch subsea pipeline that play an important role in offshore hydrocarbon transport. So in July 2022, the B2P pipeline experienced a leak that recurred shutting down up to 50 wells, resulting in a production loss is around 6,000 barrels per day. Although the leak was repaired with a clamp, but the pipeline didn't return to operation because it has already developed a complete internal blockage, or we can call it a plugging. So this conditional triggered the need for a post-failure assurance evaluation. And to understand the cause behind the permanent plug, we combine several types of analysis, the historical operating data, fleet inspection and integrity assessment, fleet properties and lab analysis, historical simulation, and diagnosis profiling. So the goal of this evaluation to identify the root cause of the plugging and determine what prevention strategy should be applied for similar subsea pipeline system in the future. So this is the pipeline description. This subsea pipeline is a 20-inch, about 30-kilometer line installed in 1081, carrying two phase hydrocarbon at around 105 psg. The crude has a high pour point and wax apparent temperature, or we call it WAT, between 125 and 135 Fahrenheit degrees. Because the pipeline is oversized for the actual flow rate, the velocity is very low, which significantly increase of the risk wax deposition. Okay, so for the literature review, so there's three key points. First, wax deposition happen when temperature drop below WAT, especially in subsea environmental. Second, long shutdown cause the fluid to cool and gelling, making a restart pressure exceeds MOP, or maximum allowable operating pressure. The third, modeling and diagnostic, such as we can use multi-phase simulation, are essential to predict wax build-up to identify blockage location and status. Okay, for the methodology in this study, we combine several methods. Like I told before, we collecting historical operating data and inspection results, performing hydraulic modeling with dynamic multi-phase software. We profiling the pipeline to detect restriction. We analyze the thermal behavior along the subsea line and identify potential plugging point. All these steps were integrated to determine the root cause of the failure. Yeah. For the flow assurance indicator before the failure, several indicators already show for high plugging risk. First, the fluid temperature dropped close the pour point. The pigging was infrequent. The shutdown lasts beyond the golden time, and the large pipeline diameter caused low velocity. The combined with a high wax crude and deteriorate insulation, the system was very prone to wax deposit. Okay. In this slide, we focus on how temperature behavior contribute to the plugging event. First, we found the fluid temperature dropped significantly as it traveled through the section. By the time it reached the platform P, the temperature was already around 100 Fahrenheit, which is very close to the crude pour point, meaning wax could easy behind solidify. The simulation result show an even clearer picture. The temperature rapidly declined below the WAT appearance temperature, which range between 1.5 degree Fahrenheit to 134 degree Fahrenheit for this crude. Operating below the threshold strongly accelerate wax precipitation. The cooling effect was made worse by aging insulation and direct seabed exposure, both of which caused excessive heat loss along the pipeline. As the result, wax did not precipitate during normal flow, but especially during shutdown. When the fluid cool even faster, over a period 6 months, wax deposition increased dramatically. Confirm that low temperature below WAT were a major driver of the blockage. Overall, the thermal analysis clearly show that inadequate heat retention play a central role in trigger rapid wax build up inside in the pipeline. We studied too about the hydraulic and multiphase behavior. So our hydraulic modeling showed that the effective internal diameter of the pipeline has decreased to about 10 inches due to several wax build-up, even with pressure above 100 psg at platform B. The force was not enough to mobilize the fluid because several pipeline segment was already in the zero flow condition, indicating complete plugging. The shutdown analysis also revealed that the fluid temperature dropped from operating condition to below pour point in just 2.3 hours, far shorter than the time needed to safely restart. The result confirmed that under this condition, mechanical restart was not possible and the pipeline was already fully immobilized. And then this is the diagnosis result about the plugging zone. So the pipeline profile with the simulation identifies 6 separate plugging zones spread along the 30-kilometer pipeline, located at the interval between 2 kilometer and almost 26 kilometer. This showed that the blockage was not single localized issue, but the multi-point. And the severe obstruction caused by extensive wax build-up. Because the plugging occur at many distant locations, any mechanical intervention such as hot tapping or anything. So the hot tapping cannot be used in this event because about the technical issue and economical unjustifiable. With the one more or more pipeline wax condition. Okay, So what's the root cause for this event? So the plugging event was caused by a combination of interacting factors. First, poor thermal management allowed the fluid to cool below WAT, trigger the wax deposition. The second, the 20-inch pipeline was oversized for the actual flow rate, causes very low velocity and long-term wax accumulation, made worse by inadequate pigging. The extended shutdown period is also allowed to wax to fully solidify. Additionally, the pipeline has degraded the integrity. It will fulfill the corrosion and insulation breakdown, increase the heat loss. Finally, the crude itself had high wax content and thermal properties that the system could not support. Together, this factor create the perfect condition for the complete plugging. And why unplugging is fail? First, the unplugged attempt failed for the reason the blockage occur at multiple distant location, not just one, and making any intervention like clamp or hot tapping extremely costly and impractical in offshore environment. Second, the chemical solvent or diesel or anything could not penetrate the hardened wax cluster. The third, the pipeline structural integrity was already degraded, so it could not withstand for the high pressure required to push the blockade. And finally, the crude properties inside the line is high porpoise and high wax apparent temperature, made the wax even more solid and resistant. Together, this factor means to restoring flow was technical unsafe and economically unfeasible. Okay, this is my last slide about the conclusion and recommendation. So in the conclusion, the pipeline plugging was caused by combined thermal, hydraulic operation, and integrity failure. Diagnosis confirm multi-point wax deposition, making restart and unplugging unsafe and technically impossible. The only feasible long-term solution is installing a new main oil pipeline to ensure reliability, production, and prevent future failure. So that's all for me. Thank you for your attention. That concludes my presentation. Welcome any question and clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammad Riziki sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for this lovely presentation. I must
Thank
say your PPT was very beautifully prepared and with authentic data. I appreciate it, and really it's a very informative presentation. Now I'm opening the house for discussion. If anyone has any query, then please you can ask any question from Mohammad Rizaki sir. Anyone? Okay, thank you so much. So we are moving ahead for our fourth presentation, and the presenters are Abdul Mukhlis, Vivek Mardvivaha, and Zendra Bichitrala. Anyone is present? Anyone is present?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, welcome, sir. And your topic is electrification. Is it the future of Indonesia's automotive industry? A financial performance analysis for PT Astra International 2020 to 2024. Now floor is totally yours, sir. Please start your presentation. All the very best.
Thank you, Prof. Just a moment, I will share the screen. Just a moment.
As everyone can see the screen.
Yes, your screen is
Okay.
properly visible.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, distinguished professor, fellow researchers, and panelists, and all the participants of the CO Congress. My name is Abdul Mukhlis from the IPMI Institute, Jakarta, together with my colleague Ibnu Zandra Bakhtiar. It is an honor for us to present our research titled Electrifications, is it the future of Indonesia automotive industry? A financial performance analysis of PT Astra International Tbk period of 2020 until 2024. Here is today's agenda. So we're going to start it from the introductions, following by the literature review. We will discuss about the financial ratio and the global electrifications and government regulations in Indonesia, and following by the methodology that we are using to analyze the PT Astra International Tbk, and then findings and discussion, and then the last one will be the conclusion and recommendation. In global automotive sector, currently is experiencing a significant transitions toward the electric vehicle in many countries. The transition was fueled basically by the improvement in battery technology, government support, and the increasing consumer consciousness regarding the environmental sustainability. Indonesia currently is the biggest automotive market in Southeast Asia, and it has shifted from internal combustion engine. So this is the conventional car, to the battery electric vehicle in the last 5 years. So can Astra International, as a leading seller as a conventional combustion engine vehicle in Indonesia, maintain a strong financial performance despite the rising of competition from the electric vehicles? As you can see from the chart, this is no longer a trend, but this is we call it a structural shift. This is the wholesale of electric vehicle in Indonesia from 2020 to 2024. As you can see that Indonesia EV wholesale number from 2020 to 2024 increased merely from 125 units sold in 2020 to 687 in 2021, then skyrocketing to 40,188 sold units in 2024. This significant shift is a demonstrate how the adoptions of electric vehicles in Indonesia has transitioned from niche market to a swift expanding mainstream sector in Indonesia. To answer the previous questions, I began with 2 pillars. So the first one will be, we are going to analyze through the financial ratio analysis. So this is help us to understand the 4 dimensions of Astra financial health, from the liquidity, how the company meet the short-term obligations, and is it the profitability, is it the company generating sustainability return, and the efficiency, how well the asset and inventory managed in the Astra, and the last one will be the long-term financial stability. Is it healthy or not healthy? This ratio is basically to evaluate the resilience during the disruptions from the electric vehicle in Indonesia. The next pillar will be the global electrification and Indonesia government regulations. Globally, the EV sales in 2023 reached about 14 million sold. This is equivalent to 18% of total vehicles sold worldwide. And this transition is supported by stricter emission rules, technology improvement, and government incentives. And Indonesia, especially, are pushing clean mobility, and Indonesia joins this movement through major regulations. There are 3 major regulations in Indonesia. And the first one is President Decree number 55, 2019. This is promoting the development of battery electric vehicle or BEV in Indonesia by offering incentive and infrastructure development regulatory. And the second one is from the Industrial Ministry, in order to the BEV to eligible for subsidize. So the government set the decree for manufacturing requiring 40% of local component manufactured in 2023 and hopefully rising in 80% in 2026. The last decree will be from the Finance Ministry Decree number 26, 2022. The regulation is reduce the import duty for EV and its component. These regulations basically create pressures on traditional ICE or internal combustion engine focused company like Astra. This will increase the competition from EV brand in Indonesia. This study utilized descriptive financial ratio methodology to measure and analyze the financial performance of PT Astra International Tbk during the period of 2020 until 2024. That results from Astra published annual report in Indonesia Stock Exchange website. And the first ratio is liquidity. There are two ratios in liquidity that we are going to measure the company performance. The first one is the current ratio, and the second one will be the quick ratio. And this is how the company can fulfill the short-term obligations using its current asset. And the formula of the current ratio is the current asset divided by the current liabilities. The second ratio is the quick ratio. Is the ratio deducting inventories from the current asset, and the formula is current asset minus inventories divided by the current liabilities. There are three ratio in profitability ratio that we're going to use. The first one is ROA, return on asset. This is very important profitability. This is how to measure effective company use its asset to produce the net revenue. And the formula is net income divided by total asset. The second ratio is return on equity or ROE. This is how to measure the ability of the company to generate net income from investor capital. And the formula is net income divided by shareholder equity. The last ratio in profitability ratio is net profit margin. This is one of the very important profitability as well. And this is basically to calculate the percentage of net income generated from total sales after deducted from all operational costs. And the formula is net income divided by net sales. Moving forward to the third ratio, is efficiency ratio. There are two components in efficiency ratio. The first one is total asset turnover. This is show how company use all its asset to generate sales. The formula will be the net sales divided by the total asset. And the last ratio in efficiency is inventory turnover. The formula is cost of goods sold divided by the inventories. The last ratio is solvency. We only use one ratio in solvency ratio. It is a debt to asset ratio. This is to indicate the company long-term sustainability and ability to grow without facing financial difficulties. And the formula is total liability divided by total asset. What is our finding? Let's go through its financial dimensions. So the figure 2, the current ratio of PT Astra International Tbk was gradually decreased from 1.54 in 2020 to 1.33 in 2024, while the cash ratio declined moderately from 1.36 to 1.06 in the same period. Even though both ratios show gradual decline, it is still indicating that both ratio still above 1. It is implies that the company has effective liquidity control, as the current liability still can be covered by company asset. And the Astra still strong in short-term financial stability. Moving to the profitability ratio from ROA and ROE. So the consistent of rise recorded in 2023 when both ratio turned the highest level with 9.99 of ROA and 17.77 of ROE, indicated that Astra ability to maintain profitability and effective management even in the automotive market transforming and shifting to electrifications. So the minor decline was in 2024. This is reflecting that Astra has preparing the new strategic to adapt the new technology and to facing the market changes for the EV expansion. And the net profit margin as well, as you can see from the figure 4, that the consistent improvement from 2020 until 2023 with gradual increment from 10 to 61% to 14.06 in 2023. It is the same pattern with the ROA. It was gradual decline in 2024 as Astra getting ready to reinvestment for the electrifications in the future. Moving to the next one, this is the findings in efficiency ratio. There are two ratio. The figure 5 show that the operational excellence and financial viability have been proven by the steady performance of both total asset turnover and inventory turnover from 2020 to 2024. The total asset turnover gradually rose from 0.52 gradually to 0.70 in 2024. This one is indicating that Astra sustained efficiency and prudent asset management, while a slight decline in inventory turnover post 2021 indicate that adaptive inventory management. And Astra keep the operation steady during the market transition into electric vehicles in Indonesia. The last ratio will be the solvency ratio. We are analyzing the debt to asset ratio, and we found out that Astra solvency ratio confirmed that Astra International exceptionally strong financially position not only in short-term period but also in the long run, with stable ratio between 41 to 44 solvency ratio. Here's the conclusion and recommendations. To sum up these findings, that Astra not only maintained financial stability throughout the EV expansion, but also exhibited an exceptional level of adaptive resilience. Astra also stayed financially strong during the rapid EV growth in Indonesia in the last 5 years. And then liquidity, profitability, efficiency, and solvency remain solid during the expansion of EV market in Indonesia. As a result, that Astra financial has not weakened its competitive positions in Indonesia automotive landscape. Astra seems well positioned to develop alongside Indonesia expanding EV ecosystem such as hybrid lineup model, and which is consistent with earlier studies on incumbents navigating new disruptions. And here's our recommendations to Astra. There are 3 recommendations to facing the challenges in the future. The first one is Astra need to prepare the electrification strategy using strong financial status to start to invest in the EV technology and battery associated value chains, and even making a partnership with the current existing company in Indonesia. And the second recommendation will be Astra need to enhance the dealer and after sales preparation, which is need to prepare the technicians, certifications, availability of the spare part, and partnership with the charging infrastructures to adopt the EV nationwide. The last one, Astra financial divisions. There are two divisions under Astra, TAF and SEC. They are financing company for the new car. So TAF and SEC can strategically develop adoption of EV by offering competitive financing program for electric vehicles in Indonesia. That's the end of our presentations. Thank you very much. If there are any questions.
Thank you, sir, for this lovely
Ketemu
presentation.
habis
I must say, you have prepared PPT very beautifully, and main thing is that you have put lots of efforts for preparing this PPT. So highly appreciated, and many congratulations. So our next paper
Dear
presenter
Vasudeva,
is Risnu.
dear Saila.
Yeah, Zuhair Fani and Viveki and Najwa
Dear
Alima.
Vasudeva,
Yeah. Yes, please.
do you, Vasudeva, I want to say something about Abdul Muhli's paper. A few
Okay,
sentences,
extremely
if you
sorry,
give me
Karim sir.
permission.
I forgot to open the house for discussion. Extremely sorry. Yes,
No problem.
I'm opening
No
the
problem.
house
Thank you very
for
much for your
discussion.
great moderation. Mr. Abdul Muhlis,
Yes,
first of all,
yes.
thank you very much for your presentation. It was well designed and you presented well. And automotive production centers, actually, I mean, countries are rapidly shifting locations nowadays. For past a few years, the main reason for this shift is the change in profitability, actually.
Yeah.
And China has become a serious player in the automotive production, especially when it comes to electric cars. They are selling electric cars like computer or like a phone. I have a few friends who have been in China for the last year, and they are telling this. And I am living in Turkey, and Turkey is also producing its own electric car, which is called like TOG. Many residents in Turkey, in the country, are very happy and hopeful about this for the future. And your article is very important because it covers this period of change in the car production. Actually, I wanted to add this opinion about your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In order, on that note, I think in Indonesia currently in 2025 only, there are very, I think the new dealership in Jakarta especially, they are open more than 20 dealership, and most of them are from China manufacturer. So currently in 2025, it's about, based on the data, it's more than 50,000 units sold until the November, but we still have December. Let's see until end of year. But thank you very much for the insight.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Vasudeva.
Thank you, sir. And I announce the name of Risnu, Zohar Fani, and Nazwa Almahad and team. Their paper is, the paper title is The Portfolio Drug Paradox When Volume-Led Growth Become Value Destructive in a Transition Energy Market. Yes.
Okay.
Floor is totally yours. All the best.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. So
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So we are honored to present our study title, The Portfolio Drug Paradox when volume-led growth becomes a value destructive in the transitioning energy market. So the case is of Perusahaan Gas Negara or PGN. Perusahaan Gas Negara or PGN is Indonesia's state-owned natural gas company responsible for developing and operating the country gas infrastructure and trading activity. So this research is conducted by Mr. Wisnu, Prof. Vivek, and also me, Najwa, from IPMI International Business School. In these presentations, we will explore how PGN's growth strategy, although successful in expanding volume and scale, has not translated into real value creations and how the company can restore value through strategic capital reallocations. So the next one is agenda. The agenda that we will explain deeply. So the next one is introduction. So global energy demand will continue to rise, particularly in developing countries, based on ExxonMobil's global outlook. Total energy use is projected to increase by around 50% by 2050, driven by economic growth and improving living standard, especially in emerging markets where energy demand could rise more than 25%. So renewable like solar and wind will grow rapidly, increasing from less than 3% today about 12% in 2050. But despite that accelerations, oil and natural gas will still play a major role in the energy mix because they remain essential for reliability and heavy industry. So now that positive part is global CO2 emissions are projected to start declining for the first time by 2030 and fall up to 25% by 2050. This is supported by greater energy efficiency, more renewable and lower emissions technology. So including natural gas, which can reduce emissions up to 60% in power generations when replacing coal. So in the next one is the company introduction. So Perusahaan Gas Negara or PGN is the pioneer of natural gas infrastructure in Indonesia with more than 60% years of experiencing focusing on unlocking value in midstream and downstream operations while supporting the nation with clean and reliable energy. PGN operate as integrated value chains covering upstream, midstream, and also the downstream. The downstream business, it holds over 91% market share in gas trading and operates approximately 96% of the national pipeline networking. So connecting key industrial regions from Sumatra to Java, from a financial perspective, consolidated revenue has grown year on year, mainly driven by gas trading, regasification service, and oil transportations. So, however, net profit decreased, largely due to higher LNG sourcing costs and foreign exchange losses from the appreciations of the Japanese yen against the US dollar. So this reflects that PGN's growth is still predominantly volume-led and highly sensitive to supply cost dynamic, which is a crucial foundation for our analysis of portfolio drug in this study. So the next one is literature review. So in this study, we applied 3 theoretical lessons to understand the portfolio drug issue in Perusahaan Gas Negara. So the first one is RBV and FREO from Bernie, and then the second one is BCG portfolio theory, and then the third one is economic profit and ROIC versus WACC frameworks. So the next slide is methodology. So in this study, we analyze Perusahaan Gas Negara using segment level financial data from 2020 to 2025. Our methodology includes 3 main steps. The first one is resources and business segmentations, and then the second one is portfolio profitability and mix analysis, and then the last one is a value creations assessment. So in the findings and discussions, the first one is resources and business segmentations. So transmissions and distributions are perusahaan gas negara or PGN stronger assets. They provide stable infrastructure and direct customer access with strong pricing power. However, most of perusahaan gas negara capital is deployed in trading and upstream, which are low margin and capital incentive business. These segments deliver return below WACC, meaning they destroy value. This misallocations is the root cause of PGN portfolio drag strong asset access, but capital is trapped in underperforming segment. So, in the next one is overview of key financial findings. So, although the revenue continues to grow, profitability is eroding. So, the consolidated EBITDA margins fell from 43% in 2020 to 37 in 2025. So meaning is PGN earning less profit per unit sold. More than 70% of revenue still come from gas trading, which is a low margins business. Meanwhile, the transmissions and the distributions, the value creating segments, remain only a small portions of revenue. So this match leads to negative value creations, ROIC of 7.24% is below WACC of 10.35%, indicating that growth today is actually destroying economic value. So the next one is EBITDA margin trend indicates a structural pressure. So in here even though revenue continues to increase, EBITDA margin has dropped by around 6 percentage points over the observed period. This shows that value growth is not translating into earning growth. Essentially, the company is selling more gas but capturing less profit per unit sold. This declining monetization efficiency indicates that low margin segments are expanding faster than high margins infrastructure asset, confirming the early signs on portfolio drag and the start economy value erosions. So in the next slide is revenue remains highly constructed in the gas trading. So even though perusahaan gas negara or PGN operates in an integrated value chains, more than 70% revenue still comes from gas trading, which is a low margins commodity segment. So revenue growth is still very much value driven, no value driven. So while we see a plus 0.7 percentage point increase in transmissions and distributions revenue share, it still insufficient to shift PGN earning profile because trading contributes to dominate. So at the same time, upstream contributions remain stagnant, meaning PGN is not fully capturing vertical value in the ecosystem. So overall, the business model is still imbalanced toward low margins operations, which support the portfolio drag conditions that is weakening profitability. So in the next one is declining upstream profit contributions. So in here that we focus on how the shift in the EBITDA contribution further weakness PGN's value creations. So what we see is a significant decline in upstream EBITDA share, which used to be one of the strongest value drivers due to higher margins as upstream contribution shrinks. The overall value chain strengths the deteriorated. And meanwhile, even though the transmissions and distribution show some improvement, margin erosion still persists. So meaning the returns from this asset are weakening year by year. So at the same time, gas trading continues to dominate the revenue mix, but the margins in the trending revenue low. So the profit contribution is not aligned with its large share in the operations. So this shift clearly show that the current EBITDA mix does not support long-term value creations, and it becomes a major driver or the portfolio drag issue we highlight in this study. So in the next one, so ROIC versus WICC portfolio drag and value distractions. So looking at the chart, PGN's ROIC is a 7.24%, which is below the WACC of 10.35%. This means every dollar invested today is actually destroying economic value, as returns do not exceed that company cost of capital. So why is that happening? Because a large portion of PGN capital is locked in a low return and capital incentive segments. So this creates a portfolio drag where a low margins business dominate and dilate that overall performance. So even though revenue continues to grow, revenue growth, value creations at least not yet. So the diagram below the summarize the root cause is misallocations. Therefore, the issue is not lack of growth, but misaligns capital allocations. So PGN must rebalance its portfolio to leave ROIC above WACC and restore economic value creations for shareholder. So in the next slide is a sensitivity simulation strategy. So in this slide, we test how sensitive PGN's value creations to the executions of 5 strategic levers. So we have 5 levers. The first one is the lever 1 is portfolio rebalancing and divestment from low return capital incentive or non-core asset. And then the lever 2 is restructures the upstream into more capital light models such as GVS or partial monetizations. And then the lever 3, the third lever is monetizes core infrastructure by improving traffic and utilizations of the transmissions and distributions network. And the fourth lever is raises cost and the capital efficiency, lowering O&M and COGS or cost of goods sold, realizing capex from low return to higher return project. So the lever 5 is pursue selective in high margins growth, for example, small scale LNG logistic. And in the best case, none of these levers are applied. ROIC stays at 7.24%, well below WACC, and the company destroy value with about $172 million of economic loss. So with operational push activity lever 2, 3, and 4, ROIC improves to 8.54%, but is still insufficient because economic losses remain. And then the next one is the transformation scenario at level 1. So lifting ROIC to 9.48% and bringing PGN close to break even. Finally, the unlock potential scenario applies all 5 levers, including high margins growth from level 4. The ROIC reaches 9.78% and economic loss shrinks to around $32 million, building a foundations to future value creation. So the key message is the more completely PGN as execute 3-5 levers, the closer it moves from a value distractions toward again new value creations. So, and the next slide is a conclusions and a recommendation. So, and the conclusion is perusahaan gas negara growth is not perusahaan gas negara growth is not value assertive. ROIC 7.24% is below WACC 10.35%. So capital is stuck in capital incentive, low returns segments, and value creating asset are underused. PGN need portfolio rebalancing and margin uplift to stop value distractions. So we have we have a 5 strategy we propose that we 5 levers. So the first one is restructure upstream, so into more capital light models such as GVS or partial monetizations to cut invested capital but keep earning. And then the second one is monetize and optimize core infrastructure by improving traffic margins, efficiency, and reallocating
capex from low return to higher returns projects. And then the third one is raise cost and capital efficiency. So across the portfolio. So the fourth one is pursue selective high margins growth. So for example, small scale LNG logistic to push ROIC above WACC. And then the fifth one is diverse low return segments, divestment exist or reduce exposure in low returns capital heavy segments. So redirect capital toward T&D and high margin growth to lift ROIC above WACC. So that's all for us. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a lovely presentation. One thing I must say, you have shown all related data in your presentation, and it's highly appreciated. Now, house is open for discussion. If anyone has any query, then they can ask question. Anyone? So there is no question. Next one is, now we are moving ahead for our sixth presentation. And I hope Dr. Dio and Divilpa, Jessica, Sarah, and Reena, ma'am, all are present. Who will give the presentation? Anyone is present from sixth presentation? Anyone?
Dio Erlanga is here. Dio, will you present?
Okay. Welcome, Dio, sir. And your topic is accounting practitioners' perspective on the feasibility, challenges, and benefits of sustainability reporting in Indonesian MSMEC, a qualitative analysis using the GRI framework. All the best, sir.
Mr. Dio, we do not hear your voice, actually. Your voice is opened. Mr. Dio, we do not hear your voice.
You can use the headphone if you are facing any issue. You are not audible. Dio, sir, you are not audible. No, you are not audible. If you need some time, for settle this issue, then we can introduce the seventh presenters. Okay, you can take your time. We will wait. Yes, our seventh presentation paper presenters list is Batahan Iran and Ranasat, Dr. Ranasat and Professor Dr. Sividit.
I'm here.
Okay.
Present.
All the very best, and your topic is comparative analysis of designing gastronomic experiences with artificial intelligence. All the very best.
Thank you so much. Greetings from Turkey. I am Batuhan Eren Şerimetli. Today, I'm really excited about presenting our study titled A Comparative Analysis of Designing Gastronomic Experiences with Artificial Intelligence.
Our presentation will be presented in 5 sections. First of all, I would like to start with introduction. AI technologies are rapidly evolving and becoming more common in daily life. These systems naturally are now used across many fields, including tourism. These systems are able to think and act in ways similar to humans. With this way, they can offer fast and efficient responses, enhancing user interaction and decision support. The tourists in these days remain continuously connected with others, including with social media, by digital tours, etc. And they access and process large volumes of data. They use digital technologies to compare their options quickly and able to make faster and more informed travel decisions. And AI in tour planning, these technologies play an important role in helping tourists to plan their tour routes. This includes collecting relevant information, generating destination alternatives, evaluating options, and creating final plan. And these powered chatbots are rapidly process this travel data to guide to tourists. With this way, they can offer personalized suggestions based on tourist preferences, length of stay, and budget provided during interaction. As a result, these tools can help tourists design more efficient and informed travel routes. And our purpose of the study is to examine how different AI-powered chatbots design gastronomy-focused tour routes, particularly using geographically indicated products and local flavors in the southeastern Anatolia region of Turkey. For literature review, as I mentioned before in introduction, this planning consists of collecting information, considering destination options, and evaluating them by forming a final travel plan. These technologies provide users with efficient and user-friendly support at every stage of their travel by enhancing their overall experience. Although the existing literature includes various studies examining AI-powered chatbots within the tourism field, but research, especially addressing the intersection of AI and tour route planning, remains limited. And when we check these studies, most of the studies have been found to focus primarily on ChatGPT. And in addition to that, other chatbots are identified in the literature include Google Gemini, Monica, Bing, ChatSonic, UChat, and Character AI. In our research, our methodology is qualitative research approach was adopted. We have choose 6 accessible chatbots called ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, Grok, Meta AI, and Perplexity. We used a single prompt grounded in prior studies on AI-supported tour planning, and we submitted them a question. Our question was, design a comprehensive 3-day gastronomy tour route centered on experiencing geographically integrated products and local flavors in southeastern Anatolia region of Turkey. For each day, include the routes and destinations, key activities, features, geographically indicated products, and notable local flavors. And at findings, responses were analyzed comparatively under 4 categories. These categories are route and destinations, key activities, GI products, and local flavors. In our first table, we made a comparison about daily route and destination. And we see that across all models, Gaziantep and Şanlıurfa are emerged as the core destinations for day 1 and 2, indicating a shared recognition of the cities as primarily hubs for gastronomic and GI-based tourism in southeastern Anatolia. However, the details and the geographic range varied considerably among these chatbots. Our findings indicate that these chatbots have the ability to construct coherent routes. Their interpretive frameworks, geographical coverage, and cultural depth differ substantially. In our second table, we compared daily key activities. At day 1, we saw that all models are highlights, baklava workshop, festival production visits, pazarvolts, and traditional dinners. And these differences stem from the level of cultural deep, experiential focus, or concise gastronomic approach. At the second day, we see a strong consensus on ISOT workshops, bazaar exploration, and different tasting and visits. And we see that variation appear in cultural activities like cooking classes or sıra gecesi emphasized. And day 3, we see highest divergence across models. Some emphasize historical sites, others culinary production or regional diversity. And we see that ChatGPT on day 3 offers a 2 different route design. This reflects each AI different data sources and presentation styles. At table 3, we comprise GI products, and we see that AI chatbots demonstrate strong agreement on prominent, widely recognized GI products, but diverge substantially while proposing lesser known or regionally variable GI items, especially on day 3. In our last table, we compared local foods, and we see that they show strong consistency for well-known regional spices, while recommendations diversity significantly in culturally complex regions. And this suggests that the chatbot output fits for becoming more or less standardized when local cuisine is globally codified or evolves multiple ethnic food traditions. As conclusion and recommendation, we see that the comparative analysis showed that AI-powered chatbots provide consistent recommendation about gastronomic elements, especially well-known GI products and iconic destinations such as Gaziantep, Şanlıurfa, and Mardin. But the itineraries began to diverge significantly, especially on day 3 routes, lesser-known GI products, and local flowers. These variations reflect the difference in each chatbot training data, cultural knowledge depth, and contextual reasoning capability. Overall, the AI chatbots have strong potential to support gastronomy-focused travel planning, but their outputs are not fully standardized and require human oversight for accuracy, cultural nuance, and destination authenticity. As recommendation for future research, expanding comparative studies to be included additional AI models and multimodal AI systems. The researchers should investigate how AI's reasoning changing when prompts are included, budget constraints, seasonality, or travel profiles, and moreover, they can examine tourist perceptions and trust toward AI-generated gastronomy routes in real-world applications. For practitioners, AI chatbots can be a supplementary tool, but not a standalone planner. Combine AI-generated itineraries with expert local knowledge, and they should verify chatbots' outputs, especially concerning lesser-known dishes, rural destinations, and GI products which geographically specified. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for this lovely presentation. And I must say, you have attached your topic with artificial intelligence, and really, it's a very nice concept. Now, I want to ask from Dr. Dio, your problem with mic is settled or not yet?
Yes, I have ready.
Okay, please start your presentation. All the very best. Anyone have any query from previous presentation? Then they can ask question. Okay, no query.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Dio, you can continue with your presentation. All the very best.
Okay, previously, I will say extremely sorry for my constraints, and I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dio Erlangga Bilopa. I will be presenting my our paper. The title is Accounting Practitioners' Perspective on the Feasibility Challenges and Benefits of Sustainability Reporting in Indonesia MSMEs. Quantitative analysis using the GRI framework. We are from Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia, at accounting major. Let's begin. I will introduce the paper about perspective accounting. Sustainability reporting in Indonesia has developed through various national regulation, yet these frameworks have not fully addressed the needs of MSMEs despite their major economic role. MSMEs still require simplified guidelines and technical support to effectively implement sustainability reporting. Accounting practitioners, who often serve as key advisor for MSMEs, face challenges related to cost, resources, and technical capacity. Therefore, understanding practitioners' perspective is essential to identify the environmental information MSMEs should disclose and the expected benefits and barriers associated with adopting sustainability reporting. Like prior study, Pradana and Sumiana in 2023 said micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, are one of the key factors for the sustainable development of a country's economy. The study has two theories, stakeholder theory and legitimacy theory. Stakeholder theory said organizations are accountable not only the internal actors, but also to external stakeholders affected by their activities. Sustainability reporting acts as a communication tool to provide transparency on environmental and social impacts for MSMEs, meeting stakeholder expectation, enhance legitimacy, trust, and long-term value. And legitimacy theory, a firm's survival is linked to society's perception of whether its activities align with social norms and expectation. Sustainability reporting enables organizations, including MSMEs, to demonstrate responsible behavior. Accountants serve as trust advisor who help SMEs integrate environmental information into reporting practice despite resource constraints. The literature review, this have three main accounting practitioners play a central advisory role in helping SMEs understand and implement environmental sustainability reporting. The study highlights benefits such as improved transparency and competitiveness, but also identifies cost and capability constraints. Then, Ortiz et al. In 2023 said SMEs face technical, financial, and knowledge-based barriers when applying sustainability reporting standard, but can improve credibility through structure framework like GRI. And then Arina and Azon in 2012 said SMEs adopting sustainability reporting get operational efficiencies and better resource management. Tough implementation challenge remain. The methodology of this study, we use population in this study consists of accounting practitioners in Indonesia. A total of 76 responders were obtained. And this study employs a quantitative method, and the instrument used is a questionnaire based on a sustainability reporting framework tailored for MSMEs. And this study used EViews 12 to conduct descriptive analysis of the questionnaire-based survey. The hypotheses have 1 and 2. The one is feasibility of sustainability reporting X1 has a significant positive effect on perceived sustainability reporting benefits, and hypothesis 2, challenges of sustainability reporting implementation have a significant positive effect on perceived sustainability reporting benefits. This result, we can see the result, the normality and classical assumption data are normally distributed. The result of the Kolmogorov-Smirnov and normality test indicate a probability value, confirming that the data is normal, distributed, and the value indicating the absence of multicollinearity and no heteroscedasticity. And the model significant F statistic model is statistically significant and R square, meaning both of variable explain 50.6% of the variation in perceived benefits. So the findings, the study, the research data are empirically stable, unbiased, and statistically valid, thereby ensuring that the interpretation of the model is legitimate. When sustainability reporting is perceived as feasible or not burdensome for MSMEs, its benefits become tangible through enhanced reputations, improve operational efficiency, and strengthen public legitimacy, although financial constraint and technical capacity challenges persist. This limitation do not diminish practitioners' confidence in the strategic value of sustainability reporting. Statistically, both facilitation and constraint awareness shape the perception of benefits. A model capable of explaining 50% of the variance in perceived benefits demonstrate that from both of technical and conceptual standpoint. MSMEs are prepared to transition toward regular sustainability disclosure provided that guidance, simplify GRI-based frameworks, and supportive incentive mechanisms are made available. So the conclusion and recommendation, the study showed that accounting practitioners view sustainability reporting as beneficial for MSMEs, particularly in enhancing reputation, competitiveness, and operational efficiency. Visibility factors such as financial capacity, technical skills, and data availability positively influence these perceived benefits, while cost and resource limitation remain key barriers. The regression results indicate that visibility and challenges together explain about half of the variation in perceived benefits of sustainability reporting. These findings highlight the need for stronger regulatory support, simplified guidelines, training, and incentives to enable MSMEs and accounting practitioners to adopt sustainability reporting more effectively. This is end for my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dio. And after some technical glitches, finally we have heard your presentation. It was really a very lovely and informative presentation. So congratulations. Participants, do you want to ask any question? I think there is no question. So thank you so much. And now we are moving ahead to the last presentation, and I'm sharing my screen.
The last presentation means that it's the same session.
Let me announce you.
Yeah, please.
Dear
Thank
Prof,
you.
I will have you. The last presentation title is Culinary Diplomacy Positioning Turkish Cuisine as a Tool of Cultural Foreign Policy. The authors of this paper title is science expert Rana Shad and Associate Prof. Dr. Sahaja Vasudeva. Floor is yours, Vasudeva.
I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay,
Maybe you
thank
can
you.
enlarge it.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Et je prends les... Parce que c'est le Caroline qui bloque le... Là, c'est
So, our topic is culinary diplomacy, positioning Turkish cuisines as a tool of cultural foreign policy. And we are two presenters, Dr. Rana Sat and me, Dr. Shelja Vasudeva from India. Yes, this is our agenda, introduction, then literature review, methodology, and finding and discussion and conclusion. So, introduction. Globalization has given rise to a new understanding of diplomacy in which international relations are shaped not only by political and economic tools, but also by cultural elements. In this context, gastronomy stands out as a powerful source of soft power that makes countries' cultural values, lifestyles, and national identities visible on the international stage. Culinary diplomacy, which has gained increasing importance in recent years, is a cultural foreign policy approach that aims to strengthen the image of states by sharing their traditional food cultures with international community, establishing positive relation with foreign peoples, and increasing cultural interaction. So, I'm visible, I'm audible.
Yes, it's audible and your presentation is visible. It's great.
Okay. Okay. I'm facing some glitches. I don't know what is going on. Yes, with its rich culture, heritage, regional diversities, and historical roots, Turkish cuisines hold strategies, Turkey's international promotion, the wide range extending from the Ottoman place cuisine to the multicultural gastronomic heritage of Anatolia has the potential to increase Turkey's cultural diplomacy capacity. In recent years, the Republic of Turkey has undertaken various initiatives to include gastronomy in its cultural diplomacy toolkit. It has begun to strengthen culinary diplomacy through activities such as its cultural diplomacy. And the main objective of this paper is to outline the conceptual framework of culinary diplomacy and to assess the potential of positioning Turkish cuisine as a cultural foreign policy tool. The study aims to offer strategic approach suggestions to strengthen the place of Turkish cuisines in cultural foreign policies and to reveal gaps in literature. Yes, literature review. The concept of culinary diplomacy was first addressed at the beginning of the 21st century as subfield of public diplomacy, referring to countries' use of gastronomic elements as mean of international communication. The use of gastronomy within the scope of public diplomacy creates higher engagement compared to other cultural diplomacy tools because it allows for the constant transmission of national identity. In the international literature, the culinary diplomacy program of countries such as Thailand, South Korea, Japan, Mexico, and Peru are among the successful examples. Thailand's Global Thai project has increased the worldwide recognition of Thai cuisines through state-supported restaurant chains. South Korea's kimchi diplomacy initiates has strengthened global perception through gastronomy strategies integrated with popular culture. So, although studies on Turkish cuisines have increased in recent years, they are not yet as institutionalized as other countries. Systematic culinary diplomacy projects, the main themes examined in Turkey include the international promotion of geographically indicates products, the positioning of Turkish cuisines as a cultural identity elements, and the potential to create soft power effects through gastronomic tourism. The literature emphasizes that Turkey needs to approach its culinary diplomacy with a more strategic and holistic approach. The study systematically examined national and international sources related to public diplomacy, gastronomy, culinary culture, national brand management, geographical indications, and cultural diplomacy literature. The analyzed document include academic article, official report, state policies, international model programs, and sectoral studies. So, there are some findings and discussions. The key findings from the analysis of the study are grouped under four main themes. Turkish cuisines has high potential as a soft power element. Turkey's official culinary diplomacy initiatives have increased in recent years. International success stories can serve as models for Turkey. There is a lack of systematic institutional structure in the promotion of Turkish cuisines. Turkish cuisines has high potential as a soft power element. Turkey's historical heritage, geographical richness, and cultural diversity make Turkish cuisines a powerful national brand element. The findings support the literature suggesting that gastronomy is a source of soft power that positively influences a country's image. And the second one is Turkey's official culinary diplomacy initiative have increased in recent years. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Turkish Cuisine Week, TGA's international promotional campaigning, gastronomy events held at overseas representations and promotions of geographically indicates products demonstrate an increase in institutional awareness of culinary diplomacy. However, it has been observed that the practices have not yet been fully integrated into a strategic overreaching framework. International success stories can serve as a model for Turkey. I have read all this in previous slide, so I will skip this slide. There is a lack of systematic institutional structure in the promotion of Turkish cuisines. A literature review shows that while academic studies on Turkish cuisines are increasing, studies addressing gastronomy within the context of foreign policy as a part of a comprehensive strategy are limited. It is assessed that the integration of gastronomy into cultural diplomacy has not yet been fully institutionalized in state policies. So, research findings reveal that using Turkish cuisines as a cultural foreign policy tool can yield both economic and cultural benefits. Gastronomy is not merely the presentation of food. It is a tangible representation of national identity, cultural diversity, and historical heritage. Therefore, culinary diplomacy is an effective tool that can enhance Turkey's visibility on the international stage. When compared to international examples, it is understood that Turkey has a strong gastronomic heritage, but is not a strategic in integrating this heritage into a foreign policy as countries such as Japan, Thailand, and Korea. This situation leads to the loss of important opportunities in terms of both brand value and tourism revenue. In this context, it is recommended that an international gastronomy strategy be developed to increase the effectiveness of culinary diplomacy, branding efforts be strengthened, and diplomacy-focused content be included in gastronomy education. So in conclusion and recommendation, this study examined the potential of Turkish cuisines as a cultural foreign policy tool within the framework of culinary diplomacy and demonstrated that Turkey could use gastronomy more strategically in international relations. The findings shows that Turkish cuisines is an important soft power element due to its historical and cultural depth. However, institutional, planned, and holistic approaches are needed to activate this power internationally. Strengthening culinary diplomacy will positively enhance Turkey's image and contribute to a wide range of areas from tourism to brand value, cultural influence, and economic input. For future studies, it is recommended to measure the international perception of Turkish cuisines, compare, concentrate policy examples, and conduct impact analysis of culinary diplomacy program. So thank you so much. And this research is based to Dr. Rana sir. I am presenting here his research, her research. So it's a privilege for me. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would like to say a big thank you to Professor Karim for sharing this wonderful opportunity with me. So thank you so much, sir.
Welcome. Thank you very much for your great presentation. Is there any question from floor to Prof. Vasudeva? I think there is no question. 7 of 8 presentations have been done in this session as I follow. I think the first one hasn't been presented. Am I right?
Yes, yes, sir. Absolutely right.
Yes. Thank you for all presenters. The session has been successfully finished under the moderation of Prof. Vasudeva. Thank you. And the next session is third session of Channel 1, Meeting Room 1. Professor Dr. Sahaida Sajat will be moderator of the session. Dear Sajat, are you here? You are not audible, Professor Sajat. We do not hear your voice. You are not audible. I think you are audible now. Sajat, can you talk? Let's try.
Hello.
You are audible, I think. No, your voice is coming very low, very, very low. Maybe you can increase your device's voice. It's coming very low.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible now. It's good.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening from Pakistan. The session that I'm going to start. The session that I'm going to start consists of 12 presenters, and to manage our time and to finish the presentation within the given time frame, I'll request each and every presenter to complete their presentation within 8 to 9 minutes so that we can take if there is any question and answer also. So to start with, I'll invite Dr. Samina Salim, who is giving her presentation on the topic Assessing Barriers in Implementing STEM Education in Secondary Schools, Effects on Teachers' Performance. Dr. Samina Salim, please.
Auzubillahiminashaitanirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Everyone, can you hear me clear?
You are audible and your presentation is visible. Can you please enlarge it?
Yes.
It's great now.
My study focuses on barriers to implementing STEM education in secondary schools and its impact on teachers. I chose this research because I'm from Quetta, Balochistan, Pakistan. where there is significant gap in STEM education among teachers. Through research, I am to highlight the challenges faced by teachers in implementing STEM education, which is enable me to advocate for support and promote STEM education in our region. This study aims also to inform stakeholders and promote STEM education. As we go through the slides presentation, my agenda: introduction, literature review, methodology, findings and discussions, and number 5, conclusions and recommendations. Introduction. STEM education is a method using both new, innovative, experimental learning and traditional classroom instructions. STEM education plays a crucial role in building critical thinking, creativity, innovation, and problem-solving skills. Secondary schools in Quetta face challenges in adapting STEM approaches. This study investigates barriers to STEM implementation and how they impact teachers' performance. Research objectives to identify the barriers that hinder the effective implementation education in the secondary schools in Quetta, to evaluate teachers' performance in STEM education in secondary schools in Quetta, to explore the barriers to STEM implementation that influence teachers' performance, to determine the gender disparity in the barriers to implementing STEM education and teachers' performance, and to explore the impact of rural and urban areas on the barriers that hinder the effective implementation of STEM education in the secondary schools in Quetta. The literature review, so socioeconomic constraints, impact of poverty on STEM poverty, limits students' access to resources, reducing motivation and participation in STEM education. Financial limitations. Budget constraints prevent schools from acquiring modern STEM equipments and digital tools essentials for effective learning. So budget constraints prevent schools from acquiring modern STEM equipments and digital tools essentials for effective learning. Teachers' qualification issues. This is a big issue. Shortage of qualified teachers. There is a significant shortage of teachers with specialized STEM training, limiting effective education, lack of professional development. Many educators do not have access to programs that improve STEM instructional skills. So technology barriers, limited technology access, schools lack sufficient computers and digital devices necessary for STEM education, poor internet, poor internet connectivity and limited technology access. These are the barriers. So curriculum and assessment issues. There are many issues like traditional teaching methods and assessment gaps, impact of innovations. So these curriculum and assessments issues hinder STEM initiative, effectiveness, and discourage innovative teaching. So engagement challenges for the students, low motivation in STEM, and many students show low motivation in STEM due to few role models and lack of inspirations. In effective traditional methods Traditional teaching and assessments often fail to spark curiosity or show real-world relevance. Research methodology. The study utilized quantitative, descriptive, and correlational research methods to analyze data systematically. And the data sample 300 science teachers. Data collection used structured, close-ended questionnaire, and statistical analysis used. Analysis included percentages, means, standards, deviation, regression, ANOVA, and Mann-Whitney test to explore relationships. Findings, research, key finding, barriers to STEM implementation, additional challenges is job satisfaction, insight. So to identify the barriers that hinder the effective implementation of STEM education in the secondary schools in Quetta. Research objective 2, to evaluate teachers' performance in STEM education in secondary schools in Quetta. Highest mean score, STEM education has increased. The teachers give the answers, and STEM education has increased my job satisfaction mean 2.88 and ESRI 1.200. Lower mean score, STEM education has improved my ability to engage students in learning, strongly disagree 1.0. And STEM education has enhanced my teaching strategies and skills, SD 1.138. Research objective 3 in this to explore the barriers to STEM implementation, the teacher's performance. Research hypothesis, the barrier to STEM implementation significantly influenced teacher performance and students' learning outcomes. This hypothesis is accepted. So result is multiple regression reveals that a strong positive 9.46 correlation exists between predictors and students' learning outcomes. So research objective 4, to determine the gender disparity in the barriers to implementing STEM education and teachers' performance. This is the second hypothesis which is rejected, where there is a significant gender disparity in the barriers to implementing STEM education and teacher performance. So the result was one-way analysis of variance for gender disparity shows no gender disparity. This is rejected. So research objective 5, to explore the impact of rural and urban areas on the barriers that hinder the effective implementation of STEM education in the secondary schools in Quetta. And this is a third hypothesis, the research hypothesis. There is a significant impact of rural and urban area on the barriers that hinder the effective implementation of STEM, and this also it rejected. So this hypothesis rejected. Independent sample Mann-Whitney test shows no significant difference between urban and rural schools, suggesting that the perceived barriers to implementing STEM education are similar across both areas. Thank you for your kind attention, and feel free to ask anything about my presentation. I have also left my mail. Thank you. These are the references, please. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Samina. Is there any question from the listeners and the audience? Yeah. They would like to raise from Samina. Hello.
Gigi, hello.
If we have no questions, shall we move to the next presentation? What do you suggest? Testing तुम आओ line पे. Shall we move to the next presentation? Okay, thank you very much, Samina. Let's invite the second speaker. The second speaker, Dr. Elnur Bashwe, is going to talk about empowering teachers to take active part in curriculum development. So, Dr. Elnur, you are invited to give your presentation.
Merci, Ada, Sajat. I think Elnur Pashayev is not here right now. Let's move on to next speaker. I will contact with him via phone.
Okay, let me check, Miss. The third one, if we go by sequence, low urban attractiveness of area in Cameroon and appraisal of local constraint. The PhD student, Nivonki, is she here? And Professor Dr. Kola. May I request the presenters in the sequence number 3. Dr. Kola and Dr.
They are here.
Good morning. Hello, are you hearing me?
Okay. Okay, so I invite the presenters on number 3 to please give their presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Marie Simon Yonkwin Gondjem, PhD student at the Regional Center on Sustainable Cities in Africa at the University of Lomé in Togo. My thesis is entitled Urban Planning in Edea, Cameroon, Between Metropolitan Challenges and Attractiveness. This article is based on one of the findings of my thesis, Low Urban Attractiveness of Edea in Cameroon, an appraisal of local constraints. My presentation has 5 points: an introduction, literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, and conclusion and recommendation. A complex system that evolution is driven by internal and external factors that gradually shape their structure, organization, and dynamic regeneration. Sustainable Development Goal 8 at the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development of UN Assembly recommends promoting sustainable, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. This article aims at putting forward the different barriers to the attractiveness of the town of Edea at the crossroads of major metropolis, amongst which the political and economic capital, a port city of Harbour Town. What are leading factors of the low attractiveness of Edea amongst its metropolis? Literature review. The profile determined by statistical characteristics of entry, movement, or visit over a specific period. Various attractions in the town draw visitors in different ways. Sites such as university, hospital, attract many visitors coming from all over the town. In February, the Journal of Young Economic in Africa just published the criteria of various attractiveness of the city, and they classify most of the African cities. Cape Town has the first one because it's exceptional quality of life and good governance. We have cities like Johannesburg, which despite its problem of low distinguishes itself by its attractiveness for foreign. Despite of those cities, we have the town of Yaoundé and Douala in Cameroon, where their position was 24th because of the lack of the governance. The literature generally considers three blocks: the economy, employment, diversification, settlement, quality of service, and living environment. Attractiveness is defined as the measurement of the strength of action of a given place in general, considering the sum of attracted flow to that location. Considering the quantitative aspect of the attractiveness of a given locality embodies three complement notions: attraction, attractor, and attractiveness. And definition seems to better inform the concept. According to them, attraction is defined as force that tend to bring together entities. From perspective, this notion express or qualify location balance of power, influence, or hierarchy balance of power, no matter the form, the concentration, diffusion, or flow from gravity around a central point. Comprehensive appraisal of how local constraints shape urban attractiveness in intermediate African. This research provides the first systematic evidence of how multiple local constraints, infrastructure, services, employment, and governance interact to limit urban attractiveness in sub-Saharan intermediate cities, offering actionable insights for context-specific policy intervention. Concerning our methodology, we use mixed methods. First of all, this is the study area. Edea is a secondary city in Cameroon located between the crossroad political city Yaoundé and economic capital Douala. It has a population of 125 inhabitants, an area of 180 kilometers square. Our methodology was around 4 points, including literature review, data collection, consisting of field work with field observation, and interviews with city stakeholders. A sample using the Schwartz formula. These are the main results of our paper. The main attractiveness are high temperature of around 28 degrees and with heavy rainfall. This figure that house survey have also revealed that 91% of residents find the city hot. This result is to that the rainy season disrupt economic activity and expose infrastructure to flood and landslides, especially near the Sanaga River. Humidity promotes vector-borne diseases such as malaria, limiting living or residential comfort and placing pressure on the health system. The recent episode of unusual increase in temperature increase the climatic vulnerability of those. As the second factor, percent of waste is this photo clearly illustrates this chaotic waste of all
Nyonke, we do not hear your voice. And your presentation also is not visible now.
Sorry, it's the network.
Yes, it's better right now. You are audible and your presentation is visible.
Yeah, I feel there is an interruption.
Is poor management waste. Is poor management waste. As shown in this figure, 3% of waste is dumped on the ground. This photo clearly illustrates this chaotic waste management system. In addition, in terms of educational infrastructure, the city only has 2 universities. Both of them are private. What from those neighbor city near Edea? And in terms of the economy of the city has many more informal sector. The most activities are including shops, bars, and now the activity of small store, cafeteria, open air restaurant, bakery, food shop, which when poorly organized, hinder the city's economic development. The most commonly used means of transportation are motorcycle taxi. Edea has an important informal sector in its economic activity, whereby most of the informal actors are small traders and bars, drinking parlors. It is in this vein that it was believed that some with highly dominant informal sector have the tendency of remaining less productive and attractive. Exhaustive at the end of this analysis is that most residents would like to move to another city which is around them. 70% of them want to move, and the reason is the lack of job. And the cities they choose are the Douala 50% and Yaoundé 37%, those metropolitans around Edea, which show that the influence of this metropolis on the urban attractiveness of Edea. This study successfully presents different contents of the attractiveness of Edea near the metropolis. It is important to highlight the fact that metropolis attractiveness because they are leading hub, employment, investment, and infrastructure, despite the existence of problems, whereas secondary town like Edea, more peaceful with quietude outcomes are face of infrastructure and governance which render the less linked to their less attractive. The attractiveness of this town still addressed with urban planning, the development of decentralization, strategy that will truly enable towns to be visible, attractive to their metropolis. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Okay, so it's finished. Thank you, Ms. Nawanki. I'm sorry if I could not pronounce your name properly. And she was highlighting the constraints about the low urban attractiveness of areas in Cameroon. Is there any question related to her presentation? I invite the audience to raise any question. if they are interested in. Since no more question, you may write the question later on, maybe at the end of the session, if you would like to, if we have time, we can invite some questions at the closing of the session. So again, to keep the time management, may I invite the fourth presenter, Dr. Iffat Sultana Rind, to highlight the findings of a qualitative study for examining the role of SEL, social emotional learning, in student well-being in the primary school in Sindh. Dr. Iffat Sultana.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are
hear me,
audible
everyone?
and your
Yeah.
presentation is visible.
Okay.
Yes.
So greetings, everyone. I'm Dr. Iffat Sultana Rind. I'm honored to present my research title, A Qualitative Study for Examining the Role of Social Emotional Learning in Students' Well-being in the Primary Schools in Sindh, Pakistan. Sorry. Let me check. Yes. Okay. This agenda shows how my presentation is chapterized. And these fieldwork photographs are included to provide a real visual representation of the actual school environment in which SEL is expected to be delivered. Social emotional learning is globally recognized. It is recognized as the heart of 21st century education. It empowers children to understand their emotions, building positive relationship and make responsible decisions and manage stress effectively. Across the world, SEL has improved classroom climate, boost academic outcomes, and strengthen students' engagement. However, in Sindh, SEL remains underdeveloped. Many schools struggle with teaching, teacher training gaps, absence of conceptual learning, fear-based discipline, and limited learning resources. Through this research, I aim to document the current situation and state or practice of SEL and understand how they shape students' well-being across our government primary schools. In these pictures, you can see that it is one teacher tent school where there is no other elements of social emotional learning, but it is seen that despite all challenges, a strong teacher enthusiasm and active peer learning and students' genuine eagerness to learn highlights that potential for meaningful SEL integration when motivation and classroom culture are present. And I have seen that learning was there in one teacher and 114 students were there. And it was a very large group, and from ECE to grade 5. And there was a strategy of the teacher of making, utilize students like active learning plus peer learning. So all this worked very well. So there were four main objectives in my mind when I was thinking about that social emotional learning is not there in our province. So the number one, I wanted to explore the current status and SEL practice within primary schools And then other thing what I wanted to examine the relation between social emotional learning and student mental well-being, and especially through education. Then number 3, I wanted to understand the teacher's perceptions, the teacher's views, capacities, challenges, barriers in implementing SEL. And then I again wanted to identify the environmental factors like classroom size, like in that picture we have seen, school environment, parental involvement, social and cultural norms, everything. So ultimately, the study aimed to provide practical, cultural, and context-specific recommendation for strengthening SEL across Sindh. Literature review. Here you can see the children of Sindh, they are willing, they are enthusiasm to explore new things, and they are so eager and enthusiasm to for learning and getting education that at winter, many of the students you can see without any cardigan and sweater. So social emotional is widely recognized, and DARC confirms that SEL improve classroom behavior, reduce emotional distress, and it improve students' engagement and enhance academic performance. And in literature review, the model CASTLE is a structural framework for SEL. It has 5 basic competencies. Number 1 is self-awareness. Self-awareness means a child or children must know about their emotions. And then second one is self-management, where a child knows now his emotions and then he knows how to manage it. Then social awareness, which means the child is now able to interact in society and get social skills. Then number 4 is relationship skills. That helps a student or children to build positive relationship, and then they are able to make responsible decisions. And CASTLE and SEL is strongly grounded in theories, like from Maslow's psychological safety to Bandura's modeling, from Vygotsky's social interaction, socio-cultural thinking and approach, to Bronfenbrenner's ecological system, interconnection of schools, home, and all this. And then in Pakistan, in our Sindh especially, SEL is like still, we will say, remains underdeveloped, and it needs to work on that, especially in recommendation. I would say that they need to put cultural and local norms in their mind, and to bring consistency in implementation. They need to work in school environment and other things. And then methodology, you can see the different areas. So I picked schools from rural and urban areas. So for data collection of my qualitative study, I did FGD's focus group discussion with parents, students, and teachers. And key informative tool I have interviews I have taken from head teachers and educational officials. And I had one observation checklist to observe the environment. And I used NVIDIA for qualitative data coding, which helped me to get trends, themes, barriers of self-practice. And my study was conducted in 12 districts, 2 schools from each district, 1 urban and 1 rural. So total, I had 24 schools, and I picked from each school 3 parents, 3 teachers, 5 students, and 1 head teacher from each school, and 1 district education official from 1 district. So it was like 300 plus participants who participated. Now, findings and discuss. I will definitely share this, my experience with you guys in this. You can see this left-handed 2 pictures, top and bottom. They both are from the same school. And while during in the lesson, a mother came with 6-month-old child and handed over to that one of the student who is 8 to 10 years old to look after their sibling, their young baby sister. That was make me more, think about how can we bring self when parents, they don't realize that how education is important for their children. This is their learning time, but this is like culture, and that was okay. I was definitely surprised with that, but learned a lot. So my finding says that SEL is valued, that parents, teachers, when we talk about that, and school leaders, they know its importance, but they lack of tools, routines, and trainings, and teacher capacity gaps limit SEL development and restrict effective SEL delivery. And fear-based discipline is still very common, very common. And definitely then it hinders psychological safety. And in other words, that it will restrict social emotional learning's delivery. And parental engagement, especially for SEL, is very weak. Most of the parents still focus on their children's academic achievement and performance, not on their well-being and attitudes. And a school environment, especially the overloaded and crowded classrooms. You have seen there are 114 students and ratio of 1 teacher. It's really huge. And plus poor infrastructure, insufficient resources, but limited supportive classroom activities. But yet, despite of all these challenges, students were like very enthusiasm and very eager to learn. That was amazing. And SEL Castle is very strongly rooted with theories. So Maslow reinforced that psychological safety is very essential for SEL. Like this, Bandura says that children learn from observing their environment, their adults' behavior. So teachers' modeling is very important. Then Vygotsky said that social interaction is very important, and which is a part and very important part of social emotional learning. And Bronfenbrenner says that school, community, home, their alignment is very important to strengthen the mesosystem, especially. Now, those 5 competencies of Castle model is very important, and because the teachers are not trained, especially structured SEL training, so it was not there. we didn't find there, and they need to work on that. Overall, CEL significantly support students' well-being, but it's still, we need to work on that, our classroom is not meeting that benchmark, we can say. And conclusion and recommendation, you can see I found some children very confident, very social, and some were very, introvert. So these two pictures are those two different type of students. And for conclusion, I would say that social emotional learning and CASEL, these have really potential to transform this learning system, learning style through active learning and through student-centered learning, to provide them proper facilities and remove this punitive discipline system. We can get them proper learning environment. We can then go on a holistic education and holistic development. Recommendation is again same, that through awareness campaign and self-focused workshop, parental engagement and involvement can be strengthened, and through CPD, continuous professional development, especially structured self-professional development and child-centered pedagogy, we can build teachers' capacity. And government should see that overstaffing and understaffing problem in schools, and they have to work on through needs-based recruitment and improve their deployment for teaching staff. And through partnering with public-private entities, government can work on their infrastructure and school environment, especially wash facilities was not fine there. They need to work there. And fear-based discipline should now replace with CEL-aligned behavior management to reduce school dropout and improve students' well-being, and integrate CEL into national and provisional policies. Not only integration of CEL, but implementation guidance and plan. They have to work on this very seriously, and at last, that they now think about with the dimension of holistic approach, because we need now to work on child's holistic development in an holistic education system. And these are references. Thank you so very much to give me this opportunity. Thank you. And the questions are welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Fat. Is there any question? Let me raise one question. Dr. Fat, what differences could you find in the rural and urban schools regarding the role of social emotional learning of primary schools students?
Okay. So differences were there. I will start with positive, that there were in urban, the buildings were, good. The people, the children had, mobiles and other facilities, what were not provided in rural areas. Rural areas, students had, had other social skills, that mingling up, understanding. So both places, one similarity was there, that children were eager to learn, but the differences were there, that the opportunities were not equal there. But they all are willing, and even teachers, they want to learn, So that's why I'm emphasizing on government that they need to now work. So both sides, teachers are ready to learn, and but parents, yes, parental involvement and awareness is very important, and it is not there. It is not there, especially in rural area where children are using as a child labor, and they have, working in drugs places, and they are working in for agriculture.
Thank you very
So
much, Dr. Ifat, for a very
thank you.
comprehensive presentation.
Thank you so much.
And let me invite the next presenter. I repeat, if there are any questions related to any presentation, the audience may raise their questions at the closing of the session. So the next presenter is Ms. Tessin Zehra, and the topic of our presentation is Journal versus Special Schools. Does organizational health really shape teachers' performance? So I invite Ms. Tessin Zehra.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. I'm Tessin Zehra here. Can I am visible? Can I am visible? My voice is clear? Can my voice is clear?
Yes, you are visible and audible.
Thank you. Today my topic is journal versus special schools. Does organizational health really shape teacher performance? Tessin Zehra here, and my supervisor is Dr. Shahida Sajjad, Department of Education, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Metropolitan University, Karachi, Pakistan. Next. Introduction. This study investigates the extent to which organizational health serves as a determinant of teacher job performance within general and special secondary schools. The inquiry is motivated by presented concern regarding teacher workload, dimension, morale, and systematic inferences continue to challenge an educational outcome in Pakistan. By comparing both schools types, the study aims to clarify whether structural, administrative, and cultural variations contribute to differences in teacher performance. Research objectives: measure performance. To measure and compare teacher job performance across general and special secondary schools. Assess health. To assess organizational health level within the two educational settings. Evaluate predictors. To evaluate the predictive capacity of organizational health on teacher job performance with school type examined as a potential moderating variables. Theoretical framework. Theoretical foundation. The research draws upon two complementary theoretical frameworks, structured lens for evaluating instructional conditions and performance outcomes, organizational health inventory, and social exchange theory. Conceptualize school health through multiple dimensions: leadership effectiveness, collaborative culture, academic acceptance, resource adequacy, community relations. Social exchange theory posits that the quality of organization support influences individual outcomes, employee motivations, organization commitment, performance excellence. Methodology overview. Research design. A quantitative cross-sectional research design was employed to examine relationship between organizational health and teacher performance. Sample composition. 446 teachers selected through stratified sampling and the 446 students systematic sampling approach. Findings: organizational health 15.9%, overall health no significant difference, p-value is 0.159, and the 4.7% principal leadership. Marginally significant p-value is 0.047. Key findings: the analysis revealed to statistically significant difference in overall organizational health between general and special secondary schools. These results indicate that despite contextual variations, both school types operate under structurally comparable organizational conditions. And the findings: teacher job performance. In construct to organizational health, teacher job performance exhibited highly significant differences between the two school types. Instructional effectiveness, classroom management, student management. Instructional effectiveness, superior performance in special schools. Classroom management, enhanced control and organization. Students' engagement, stronger support mechanism. Significance level 0.001, highly significant difference. Teachers in special secondary school demonstrated superior performance across all assessed dimensions. Findings: predictive analysis. Primary findings: organizational health does not significantly predict teacher job performance. P-value is 0.216. Moderation effectiveness, school type did not moderate the relationship interaction. P-value is 0.430. Variance explained. Model accounted for only 8.2% of variance. R value is 0.082. Interpretation: the low variance explained indicate that additional individual, contextual, and institutional variable exert stronger influence than organizational health alone. This suggests the need for more comprehensive models of teacher performance. And the discussions. Key implications: the lack of predictive influence suggestions that organizational health, while conceptually important, does not operate as an isolated determinant of teachers' performance. Contextual factors: the superior performance of teachers in special school point to the effect of specialized training programs, differentiate pedagogical approaches, closer student-teachers interaction, targeted support mechanism.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tessin. Is there any question, please? I have a request from one of the group of presenters at number 8, and Mr. Taha, Namri, Mohammad, Soyo, Idris, Basi, if they can give their presentation next, that means after the current presentation. So I would seek the permission of Dr. Heather Anderson and also Ms. Devanti, if they allowed. Is there no objection?
Good morning.
Dr. Heather
Do you hear
and
me?
Ms. Navansky, can we allow this Mr. Taha at sequence number 8 to give his presentation, or would you prefer first yours? You would prefer yours?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm sorry. We're number
Yeah.
7.
Okay.
We can present now or we can present next.
Okay. So My next presenter is Miss Dr. Kola Adman. Is she there?
Student Nivanka is here. Student Nionke.
Local governance and citizen participation in the development of the city of Jeddah in the context of decentralization. The PhD student, Niwanki, and Professor Dr. Kola, Professor Dr. Maupo, and Professor Dr. Kofi.
Prof.
Can
Sajat,
I invite this group to give
dear Prof.
presentation on local governance and citizen participation?
Okay. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Since I could not find any response, so I would like to invite Dr. Heather Henderson and Dr. Truman Spring for their presentation on the topic goals
Dear Sajat,
in the machine has trust issues.
Dear Sajat, do you hear us? Dear Sajat, Nionke shared her presentation and she is ready to present. Dear Sajat, she is ready. Nionke is ready. Nionke, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the floor. My second article, also part of my thesis, is local governance and citizen participation in the development of the city of Jeddah in the context of decentralization. We have 5 points. In the presentation, we have introduction, literature review, methodology, funding and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. Seeing the independence, governance in sub-Saharan Africa has remained marked by strong state centralization, which hides the empowerment and development of local communities. To remedy this, participatory governance and decentralization have been promoted for several years as major level for more inclusive local development. Decentralization thus aims to bring power closer to citizens, improve resource allocation, and strengthen local accountability. This study aims to analyze local governance mechanism and citizen participation dynamic in the city of Jeddah. The objective is to assess their impact on urban development, evaluate capacity of local authorities to manage resources effectively, and identify the factors that influence the engagement of population in local public management. Literature review. The concept of governance has become established in the social science as an alternative to centralized and bureaucratic management of public action, especially in the context of state reform in Africa. According to the United Nations Commission, governance refers to the set of different processes and methods through which individuals and institutions, both public and private, manage their common affairs. Decentralization is a process of transferring powers, responsibilities, and resources from the central government to local authorities. It aims to bring power closer to citizens, improve their effectiveness of public policies, and promote local governance. It takes several forms: political, local election, administrative, management autonomy, and fiscal budgetary autonomy. In Cameroon, this process was institutionalized by the law of 2004, then reinforced by the General Code of Decentralized Territorial Communities of 2019, which enshrined the free administration of local community and encouraged citizen participation in the management of public affairs. Citizen participation is considered as a fundamental pillar of local governance. It refers to the active involvement of citizens in the decision-making, planning, monitoring, and evaluation process of local public action. This participation can be direct, public consultation, neighbor meeting, or indirect local election representation. In this study, local governance is approached as a system of interaction between different actors, public, private, and citizens, oriented toward the management of urban affairs. Main gap and contribution. Context. This context is linked to intermediate cities when they are neglected. The intermediate cities are neglected concerning local governance. The tools used in Africa are not adept, and the evidence implementation poorly documented. In a Igdea case, deep contextual analysis, mixed method integration, and action research policy relevant funding. We use this study use mixed methods. This is the map, the location of the study area, Idea in Cameroon between Crossword City, Yaoundé, and Douala in the littoral region. We also use our analysis focus much more on neighborhood association in order to assess their level of involvement in the development of their city. And we use data collection, sampling, and data processing, but most focus in the neighborhood association. Finding and discussion. Concerning the finding, we discovered that 47% of the population expressed themselves through public meeting and 29% through letters and petition, as shown in this figure. And we note low representation of population during meeting over the last 5 recorded meetings, with a participation rate of 50% were noted. This figure illustrates a petition made by neighbor leaders in Idea. This low participation can be explained by the fact that most of their needs are never taken in consideration. This figure shows a petition from neighborhood leaders who wanted industries to recruit more local people, but their requests were never taken into consideration. And we notice in the next figure that most of the decisions are often imposed with a level of 51%, and only 28% of their point of view of the population is taken into account. And here, if the population does not participate in all aspects of the project cycle, decentralization is meaningless. This type of presentation is a key element of empowerment, which is defined as giving marginalized groups a meaningful voice in public policy decisions that affect their livelihood. Amongst the power that must be transferred to local authority under the decentralization law, we notice that the current challenges related to planning and non-execution of development projects are the lack of technical and logistical resources and the lack of financial resources. And we note the insufficient skill and unqualified human resources. Here, decentralization faces major challenges in terms of transferring technical and logistical skill, as well as financial and human resources to local authorities, which could have knock-on effects on the optimal management and governance of territories at the microspatial level, according to Sang-Woo. The main reason of the non-implementation of project despite the decentralization law is bad governance. Yes, I have passed, sorry. And here, this table summarizes the the indicator of compliance with applicable rules effective decentralization in Cameroon. And according to the different power that the decentralization has to transfer, consideration of skill transfer to the local community is just 20%. The collaboration between all the state institutions, 30%, and exchange and communication on projects, 75%. And according to that, the local resident perception of the transfer management of local resources by the authority responsible for urban management in the city of Edea is insufficient, and 72% of the population think that it's insufficient, and just 9% think that the transparent is good, 9%. And according to people perception behind the failure to implement and delay implementing local development projects, the most important reason was bad governance, 46%, and political will, 22%. Here, according to Kemensi, the transfer of power remains very limited, and the involvement of local population in public affairs is still very insignificant, which not only compromise socio-institutional relations, but also limit the development of Edea. Politicians and civil servants are motivated by the pursuit of personal interests, which is the basis of neoclassical analysis. They seek to maximize their personal utility rather than pursue the collective interest. The result of this paper reveals a chronic deficit in participatory governance in Edea. Despite a legislative framework that favors decentralization, the lack of effective collaboration, conflict of interest, institutional weakness, and public disinterest are all obstacles to building inclusive and sustainable development. However, in light of this funding, certain suggestions can be made, such as providing the city of Edea with transparent governance and genuine involvement of all stakeholders, which will help to revive its economy, restore its attractiveness, and encourage collaboration. This collaboration is manifest in particular by interdependence between stakeholders, pooling of resources, and convergence of interests. Collaboration has the effect of reducing transaction costs, improving transparency, and streamlining objectives. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Ms. Nwanki, for a very nice presentation and your conclusion about the lack of collaboration and participative governance as a cause of your study. Is there any question? Any question? So, shall we move forward? And I could see Mr. Taha there, but I just need to seek permission from Professor Dr. Heather Henderson, if she allows to give your presentation. Professor Dr. Heather Henderson, would you like to allow Mr.
We're
Taha?
ready. If you're asking me if we're ready to present, yes, we are.
Certainly are.
Okay, you're right. So let me invite Mr. Taha Namre, Mohammad Saud, Idris Abasi on the topic Climate Change and Inflation in the MENA region, a panel threshold analysis. Mr. Taha.
Can I see clarity? This is Dr. Heather Henderson. I assume then we're going next. Is that correct?
Good morning. Do you hear us?
Actually,
Can you hear
hang on,
me?
Mr. Taha. Mr. Taha,
Yes.
hang on. Actually, dear Dr. Heather Henderson, Taha Namri asked a permission to present before you because he will catch the train. Professor Sajat asked you for this permission.
Perfect.
If
Thank
you,
you. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
yes, yes. You are welcome. Taha, please
Professor
present.
Heather, Mr. Shah has to take the train. If you kindly allow him.
Okay, so can I start? Hello?
Professor Heather,
Yes, that's fine. We'll just go next, right?
he has to catch
If
the
you
train. If
allow,
you kindly allow him. Is this okay, Professor Heather?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
be here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Heather. Now,
Well,
Mr. Taha, you can carry on.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to present our paper titled Climate Change and Inflation in the MENA Region, a panel threshold analysis. Well, this work was conducted with my colleagues Mohammed Sa'ou and our Professor Idris Al-Abbasi. Well, my outline will be as follows. We'll start by contextualizing how climate change is evolving in the MENA region and how is it affecting the economies. Then we will see some theoretical and empirical background about this relation. We will move on a stylus fact about MENA region, and then we will present our methodology and our findings, and of course, our recommendations. Well, since the Industrial Revolution, humans' activities have increased greenhouse gas emissions, raising global temperatures by about 1.1 degrees Celsius. And the MENA region is considered as one of the most climate vulnerable regions in the world. And by the end of this century, we expect that extreme temperatures could reach 56 degrees, and precipitation will become more irregular with more floods and droughts. And all these environmental shocks will strongly affect the economic performance and then also the inflation and prices. Well, our question is to see how climate change impacts inflation in the MENA region. And we want to focus on two main characteristics or aspects that are the heterogeneous and nonlinear effects of the climate variability, and also the moderating role of institutional and economic factors. Well, the existing studies show mixed evidence on how climate can affect inflation. Well, several authors find that adverse weather conditions affect agricultural production and disrupt supply chains and pushing the prices upward. However, some papers find a negative impact of rainfall on inflation, while others show a positive impact of temperatures and extreme events. And so for precipitations, there is a mixed evidences. And intrinsically, some studies report no significant effects, while others find a negative relation between temperatures and precipitation. So overall, the literature suggests that there is a heterogeneous and non-linear effects which justifies our methodology. So there is a new studies that highlight this heterogeneity and non-linearity between climate and inflation. Well, to analyze the monthly climatology of the MENA region, we see that we have a really hot summers and cool winters in the region, and with extreme temperatures that can average 40 degrees Celsius between June and August. However, despite the low precipitations level, we find that there is a peak in August. And this peak is due to the proximity of the North African side of the region to tropical zones. So there is a monsoon phenomena that makes some rainy days in August, but these precipitation are mainly downpours, so they have a negative effect on agriculture and infrastructures. If we want to see the evolution of temperatures and precipitation in the region, we will find that there is an upward trend of temperatures since 1950, and with more pronounced, this trend is more pronounced since 1980. And the temperature rise is more marked in the North African region and the Arabian Peninsula, while precipitation trending is slightly downward across the MENA region with strong short-term fluctuations. So the climate change in the MENA is existing and is becoming more and more serious. So the downward trend in precipitation is most pronounced in North Africa, while the Levant region has the highest average of precipitation levels with the greatest volatility. If you want to see how the climate and inflation interact, we find that there is a U-shaped relation between temperature and precipitation with inflation and food inflation. Well, we can say that the low temperatures can reduce inflation by improving agricultural outputs. However, above threshold, these effects become negative and more pressing on prices. So we can find this for temperature and also precipitation, but in the model we will see this with more precision. Well, for our methodology, we use the annual data of 16 MENA countries from 2000 to 2023, with climate variables including average temperatures and precipitations, and using our other controls that determine the CPI, which is our dependent variable, consumer prices and food consumer prices index, and we will employ a panel threshold approach to capture the nonlinear climate inflation relationships, where our studies, our results show that the impact of average temperature on overall inflation differs markedly between the Middle East and North Africa. For the Middle Eastern countries, the coefficient is not statistically significant, as indicated by the large standard errors and the absence of and the p-values above 5%. And this suggests that this sub-region, in these sub-regions, variation in average temperatures do not exert a robust linear effect on general price level. However, in North Africa, the coefficients are both significant and relatively large. We have 2.5 or 3.2. So each 1% of temperature rise is affecting inflation or food, is affecting the CPI with 3% effects. That is very important comparing to the Middle East. In other words, an increase in average temperature will directly contribute to higher overall inflation in the sub-region, and this might reflect the stronger dependence on climate-exposed sectors, mainly agriculture, and the exposure of droughts and heat wave. When we see the nonlinear relation, we will find that in the MENA region, inflation decreased as at low, how we said before, but once temperatures exceed a minimum threshold of 17.56, the effects become strongly inflationary. This confirms that the extreme heat amplifies price pressures, especially through food prices and supply disrupts. But for North Africa, we also find a concave relation between precipitation and inflation, it's mainly an inverted U shape, if you can say it. So below the threshold of 127 millimeters, precipitation has a significant inflationary effect. But once we exceed the threshold, the effect becomes much weaker and deflatory, if you can say it. And this, of course, is due to the supporting production and easing the supply constraints due to rainfall. Well, regarding food inflation, we find similar heterogeneity across the MENA. Well, we find that the effects in the Middle East are positive but not significant. However, in North Africa, the coefficients are highly significant, saying that heat increases price inflations, food prices in North Africa. Well, this is climate sensitive agriculture of the region and its exposure to drought, and for the average temperature precipitation, the effect is not significant at all for food prices. We find also the same patterns for the nonlinear effects. So there is a U-shaped relation between temperatures and food price index, and inverted U-shaped relation between precipitation and the food price index. Well, now we try to differentiate the impact of temperatures and precipitation by the country's institutional and trade context. And we found that countries with low government effectiveness and those with low trade levels are significantly more vulnerable to temperature shocks. Registration the largest positive coefficients up to 3.2 for the trade and 1.7 for the government effectiveness regarding food prices, and similar and the effect on overall inflation still highest in these countries, but comparing to food inflation is much weaker. Well, to conclude briefly, our primary climate threats to price stability comes from average temperatures. However, the inflationary impact of rising temperature is not uniform. We find that there is a heterogeneity between the regions and also according to the government effectiveness and trade level. We found also that changes in average precipitation consistently show no statistically significant effect on food inflation across most countries and subgroups. This suggests that current mitigation mechanisms such as irrigation and food reserves effectively might neutralize the immediate price impact of rainfall variability. Well, we can add also that the high government effectiveness help to cushion the inflationary impact and also the trade openness. So our recommendation of policies, we prioritize enhancing government effectiveness to build robust and regulatory and infrastructural environment that can better manage and respond to climate-induced agricultural shocks through smart agriculture and so on. And also we wanted to recognize the deepened trade integration as it can pursue policies that increase trade openness and diversify food imports to reduce the dependence on local climate-sensitive production. So it is also important to expand the investment in climate-resilient agriculture, advanced water management systems, and protect the long-term food supply against the accelerating trend of rising temperatures and worsening precipitation volatility. And thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Taha. While the climate change and inflation is affecting the whole world, Mr. Taha was highlighting the issues related to MENA region. Is there any question? May I ask the audience for any question? No more question? Okay, thank you once again, Mr. Taha.
Thank you.
Let me invite Professor Dr. Heather Henderson and Professor Dr. Truman Spring, with my apology and thanks to allow the presenter to come before your presentation. So the topic of the presentation that Professor Dr. Heather Henderson and Professor Dr. Truman Spring are going to share is A Ghost in the Machine Has Issues, a Survival Guide. Welcome to
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm assuming you can hear me and you can see the screen, correct? Okay, confirmation, but I assume that all is good. So I'd like to thank you very much for having us. Good morning. Actually, I guess it's good evening to you. It's good morning here in Canada. Both my colleague, Dr. Truman Spring, and myself are in Canada. We work for City University of Seattle, which of course is based out of the US. However, we are both in Canada. So just to give you that as a brief overview. The research that we did is a little bit different than some of the presentations in that we've done, our most recent research is in the area of AI with the idea of writing the book, which in fact is The Ghost in the Machine Has Trust Issues, a survival guide. So based on our research, that's where we're going with it in terms of hoping to get this book published on Amazon very soon. Through this presentation, then, again, it's a little bit different that we are looking at the 6 pieces you see here in the screen in terms of the 3-Ball Juggling Act, communication crisis, workplace revolution, digital divide and sovereignty, the human advantage, and paradoxes. So those are the pieces that we are looking at, followed by conclusions. And let me start by saying the 3-Ball Juggling Act, through our research, we found that this was really important to look at this. And in fact, the 3 balls, the AI trinity, for want of a better term, would be search engines like Google, the gateway to information as we all use Google on a regular basis, shaping our understanding of the world, followed by large language models. And I think everyone now is using or well aware of ChatGPT and other platforms like that. So large language models, and then the data management piece that collects all of the information. So it's really collecting and storing it, and all 3 balls then working together. One should not drop. Moving on then to the communication crisis. And what we're looking at here is cognitive atrophy and the hallucination paradox. So cognitive atrophy, really this piece around we rely on AI for answers, and we're certainly seeing that with our students. They rely on AI for the answers. It then erodes our critical thinking muscles, which is a slight bit of a problem. And then we look at the hallucination paradox, where AI is sometimes giving false information. It's not 100% correct. And so we need to detect the errors. At this point, it's about 60% accuracy. In the healthcare industry, for instance, that could and would be a real problem. So what we need to be aware of is that we're not necessarily the creators of information as much anymore. A lot of that we're getting from AI, but we are the curators of the information. Moving on to the workplace revolution, and I'm going to get Truman Spring, Dr. Spring, to take on this piece. Moving forward.
Thanks, Dr. Henderson. One of the things that we're looking at is how is AI affecting the workplace and creating a revolution in its as it moves forward. 75% of the workers that are out there currently are using AI in some ways, and they're knowledgeable about it. 90% of them suggest that it is a time-saving device. A lot of the trivial stuff, a lot of the clerical stuff that needs to be done, they're having AI do it for them. This allows them, 85% said the use of AI within the workplace is allowing them to focus on more important work. And 84% said they experienced enhanced creativity because the mundane tasks of a workaday world are put aside. AI is doing it, and they have more time to think about how to improve and innovate ideas with the business that they're doing. Next slide. The human advantage. Part of the problem that we have at this juncture is that, especially when we're looking at LLMs and people that are using that in the mental health field and other sensitive areas like human resources and the likes, unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily understand double nuances, subtext, and the negotiations with leadership can also be compromised through the way that AI is at the moment. The cultural nuances is really a critical piece because most of the data that the big LLMs, the large language models, are based on are data from North America. And so what we do find is that there is a cultural bias with answers and with the process that happens. One of the things with the drive and the innovation is that we have that opportunity to take a look at and use information to be more strategic in our thinking and more decisive in our creativity and where we want to go. So we can move the machine. This is not what we're talking about. And I think the one thing that we're trying to point out is this isn't necessarily a dystopian future. We are hoping that AI will be a companion throughout the whole process as it develops. And what we need to be able to do is to look at how to incorporate it, how to work at it with it as a partner. So one of the some of the key things that are still very problematic with AI is, number one, 1 in 3 Americans lack adequate internet for video calls. Not everyone has the opportunity or the ability to connect with the internet or have the equipment to connect with the internet. 63% of Africans have zero internet access. Now, we're looking at that. So all of a sudden we have, not everyone's included. That is problematic. And some of the questions are, as we move forward, are going to be how do we accomplish a process that allows most of the people to be involved with AI. But the other piece too is with this digital divide, how do we look at the ecology of all of it, the electrical power plants, platforms, and things of that nature, which are being stretched tremendously as AI moves across the surface of the world. Spending in 2024 was $550 billion. OpenAI just indicated that they will be spending $2.26 trillion next year in the development of AI programs. So not only is it expanding across the world, but the investment is significantly higher as we move forward. There will be no end to this. Whether it means increase in programming, it's hard to say. The other piece to that is the sovereignty piece. Canada is a good example of that right now. They've just started a new Ministry of Digital AI and Digital Innovation. They want Canada to have their own sovereignty in terms of AI. States are doing the same thing. Many other countries are doing that as well and have achieved it. So that is a movement in the background, AI sovereignty, but it's in its early stages still. Paradoxes in Y2Q. One of the problems that we've got happening here as well is that there's three things going on, really. The privacy issues, we claim the value of privacy, but readily trade it for convenience. So people go on to Google or they go on to the internet and they share much of their personal information there, not realizing, of course, is that that information is there permanently and there is a database that's collecting it. So one of the things that we need to be able to do is to make people become better digital citizens, good digital citizens. Again, the creativity paradox, who owns what? We've had that at universities, of course, in the last couple of years. I'm sorry. We've had that at universities, wondering, where, who owns what? Do students, are they being creative? Are they writing their own papers? Are they being original, or are they relying on AI? And of course, algorithmic manipulations. We don't know who's coding. We don't know who controls many of the codes. There is that potential for a large scale weaponization and what have you. And that's always a fear. We'll go into the last one. Go ahead, Heather. Solutions and pathways. I think there's two specific places that we're looking at: individual level and organizational level. Right now, AI is developing so quickly that getting a handle on ethics and methodology and what have you has been very, very difficult. And I think people are realizing that it has to, all the ethical pieces and moral pieces and privacy issues that are coming up need to be addressed. We're just not sure, where it's going to end in the next little bit. The book, that when we wrote it, what we've been looking at is how you as an individual can answer some of these issues. And we do have a comprehensive list and action items for individuals to be able to start taking on their own sovereignty of sorts. With organizational levels, one of the things that we want to make sure, and I think we said this earlier, it's not necessarily a dystopian future, and it's not them being AI or us being human, but rather how do we carve out places and things in the work environment to support human endeavors and thought. And that's the digital campfire is one of those terms that is starting to get some traction in research. And certainly people are looking at how do we work with our new companions. Heather, next slide. And I guess that comes down to the choice is ours. How do we determine if A is going to be a liberating partner or a constricting cage? And that simply is going to be us being very active and, again, being aware of our humanity and that there is a difference and that we do have a new partner that will be working with us and we can work together and complement one another, or it could overtake us and create that dystopian future that we're hoping to avoid. So that pretty much is concludes our presentation tonight.
For sure. Thank you, Dr. Spring. So we would leave it open to any questions. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity. And you can see we have done a whole lot of research in this regard, but a different kind of research presentation than many of the others. So I will stop sharing, although certainly open for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Truman Spring and Dr. Arthur Henderson, for a very interesting presentation, a very interesting topic that is very sensitive as well. AI is going to replace human being, or shall we use a hybrid model? It's a debatable topic, but definitely you have highlighted very important issues like the ethical issues, and if AI is redirecting and not replacing us, we have to remind it. Any question related to the presentation of Dr. Arthur Henderson and Dr. Truman Spring, please? Okay, thank you once again. Maybe if I find any question at the end of the session, if you are available, we can raise the question at that. Thank you once again.
If you have questions, I'd rather they come by email. It's early morning here. Well, actually, it's not so early now because we've been online, but I think I'm going to go and take a rest. And I know that Truman and I both have meetings coming up as well.
Oh, that's a very special thanks for sacrificing your rest and be a part of this conference and accepting our invitation. And we look forward your participation and cooperation in the next year as well. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So if I could see the agenda, the next presenter on number 9 is Associate Professor Olga Katsiani, Professor George Philippides, and Professor El-Kitraini. The topic of their study is social work for sustainable futures, empowering communities in times of crisis. So welcome to the presenter.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Good afternoon, sir.
Our presentation is social work for sustainable futures, empowering communities in time of crisis. Here is our agenda. The need for social work approaches that transcend individual, group, and community problems has become evident, especially in times of social crisis. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges facing our planet today, with significant social and environmental impacts. The connection between the science of social work and the climate change is important, as the climate crisis has significant social impacts and requires actions from various sectors of society, including social work. Climate change creates crises and inequalities and affects vulnerable groups, social workers, through the application of social justice principles, can contribute to the creation of sustainable communities. Social work education programs integrate the climate dimension, ensuring that future social workers are familiar with the challenges and opportunities arising from the climate crisis. Our literature review: climate change does not affect all populations and social groups in the same way. According to COFINA, exposure to environmental risks is not random, but is a socially determined phenomenon. Low-wage workers, the unemployed, the elderly, immigrants, single-parent families, and more generally, all those social groups with limited economic and social capital have an increased chance of residing in areas of high environmental risk, such as near industrial facilities, etc. International guidelines oblige social workers to take the natural environment into account in their actions, while professionals' principle for social justice and equality oblige social workers to organize interventions for the crisis facing our natural environment. According to studies, lower socioeconomic strata experience higher mortality rates from diseases related to exposure to air pollution. Environmental justice has been defined as a set of actions that aim to fairly distribute environmental burdens and benefits across the population. These actions are not only individual but also political, as they emphasize the political and legislative framework that protects the environment and the right of individuals to live in a geographical, physical, and social context that is beneficial to them. Environmental justice is also linked to issues of housing rights, access to clean water, energy poverty, and food security. Poorer communities are more often and more severely affected, both in terms of loss of property and access to support structures. Migrant groups, for example, often face linguistic, institutional, and social barriers that limit their access to information and emergency services. Accordingly, children are one of the most vulnerable groups. They are more exposed to the effects of pollution and don't have the ability to claim their rights to a safe and healthy environment. Social vulnerability is not only about exposure to a natural phenomenon, but also about the limited degree of self-protection and rights assertion. The interaction between social inequalities and environmental borders creates a system of multiple risks that traps already disadvantaged groups in vicious cycle of vulnerability. Now, the goals of green social work, improving disaster prevention and management, promoting community capacity building to address environmental challenges and human and natural disasters, e.g. floods, earthquakes, water quality, degradation, food insecurity, promoting models in education and practice that facilitate sustainable social development outcomes. Support for development initiatives that are sustainable and that integrate the human dimensions and involve local communities. Support for initiatives aimed at protecting the natural environment. The idea that the well-being of individuals, communities, and societies is clearly linked to the wider environment in which they find themselves is already fundamental to most approaches to social work theory and practice. The goals of green social work, as developed previously, closely link the social and ecological context, recognizing that the environmental crisis is simultaneously a crisis of social justice, equality, and collective well-being. However, for this connection to become meaningful, it is necessary to explore how the principles of green social work translate into practical interventions in real social settings. In micro-level intervention, at the individual level, social workers examine not only the social, but also the environmental factors that affect the daily lives of citizens. The needs assessment includes assessment of environmental risks, e.g. pollution, inadequate housing, investigation of energy poverty phenomena, support in access to resources and services, health, welfare, civil protection, advice on issues of prevention and adaptation to environmental changes. At the community medium-level intervention, green social work recognizes the importance of collective memory, support networks, and the capacity of communities to organize themselves in the face of risks. Key areas of intervention include strengthening social capital, organizing neighborhood groups for environmental and safety issues, participatory decision-making processes, education, and awareness raising on environmental issues. The micro level includes advocacy, institutional change, and policy planning. At this level, social workers participate in shaping policies for environmental justice, advocate for equal access to clean water, energy, safe housing, and green spaces. They promote cross-sectoral collaborations between social and environmental services. They intervene in issues related to environmental inequality and the protection of vulnerable groups. Advocacy is a central element of green social work as it connects the micro level of individual needs with structural social inequalities. Conclusions: social work practice that addresses both human rights and environmental concerns, addresses structural issues that are considered politically sensitive and therefore potentially conflictual. It is essential that social workers stand alongside the users of their services as partners in development and address issues of injustice and inequality with courage and respect for the principles and values of social work. The Sustainable Development Goals provide social workers with the opportunity to redefine their role in terms of people's empowerment, socio-economic development, human rights, and the environment. Environmental social workers should seek to create a society in which ecological and social justice are valued and people live in a harmony with ecosystems. Adopting the characteristics of environmental social work will create this vision and also increase professional integrity. It will help fulfill the goals of social justice, anti-oppression and equality, ensuring human well-being and survival. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, three great professors from Greece who were highlighting the importance of social work for the sustainable future. And the things that I've noticed were the environmental justice and the environmental racism they have to be addressed to achieve green social work. Any question that we would like to ask from us? Yeah, why disconnect? Hello. Hello.
We hear you, Professor
Yeah.
Sajat.
I thought I was disconnected. So if no question is there, shall we invite our next presenters? At serial number 10, the topic is short and long-term changes in the practice of COVID-19 related complementary and alternative medicine among adults in Hijaz region, Saudi Arabia. Professor Ilham Al-Jalili, the registered dietitian, Ms. Aisha Hussain, Associate Professor Dr. Nehla Khalifa, and Teaching Assistant, Ms. Dua Al-Yubi. So please, I invite you all for your presentation.
Thank you very much. This is Ilham Al-Jali. I will present and share with you our work on behalf of my colleagues, Aisha and Dr. Nahla Khalifa and Ms. Dua. Our work is about, as you said, about the short and long-term changes in practice of COVID-19 related to the complementary and alternative medicine among adults in Hijazi region, Saudi Arabia. This is the agenda of our work. And I have just I want to say that I disclose that I have any conflict of interest for this work to present in this great conference. We'll go through some introduction background about the alarming about the during the COVID and background. The alarming number of health problems and death caused by COVID-19 pandemic resulted in a critical care of treatment and prevention. So the absence of treatment in that period, and when we have the lockdown options for COVID-19, left many uncertainties among populations worldwide, which lead to an increase in the practice of complementary and alternative medicine, or as we can abbreviate it as CAM in Middle East region, as an approach to prevent disease from spreading. CAM during the epidemic were reported by international studies, which respondents confirming their beneficial use, and only some reporting harmful effect of the CAM practice or use. Talking about the dietary supplements as part of the CAM, as the CAM is including the dietary supplements, herbal medicine, and prophetic medicine. They're all included in the CAM. So we're talking about the dietary supplements, herbal medicine, were the most frequently reported products consumed to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Individuals with COVID-19 infections practice at least one form of CAM to relieve or treat symptoms. This what was published in between the 2021 and 2022. So dietary supplements are described as dietary components. We might all be aware of it, taken to supplement the nutrition content of a diet, as including vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and there's other substances with dietary or physiological impact. Other studies starting from 2022 to 2021 also talked about the use of nutrition or the recommendation for nutrition experts and consumption of dietary supplements during the COVID. That's included vitamin D, C, E, and as well as zinc, copper, and selenium, and was recommended by nutrition experts to strengthen the immune system against viral infection. So the pandemic led to a global increase in the consumption of dietary supplements by people seeking to improve their overall health and wellness, to prevent diseases and address dietary deficiencies. This was tailored to their individual needs based on either their age, their sex, their physical activities, and general health. Talking about herbs as part of the CAM have also been used to prevent and treat diseases, and clinical trials have shown promising results from the use of as self-reliant treatments on or complementary or alternative medicine in managing COVID-19. So the pandemic increased the use of CAM for symptoms relief and self-care. Also, Zayadi and his colleagues in 2022 talked about it or reported in his study about the Saudi Arabia that has a long tradition of combining CAM with mainstream healthcare. He also reported in his study that prophetic medicine emphasizes herbs, cures, spiritual practices, and healthy lifestyle. Again, he reported that herbal remedies and dietary supplements and traditional healings are common among Saudis. So 45% of Saudi citizens with chronic diseases use CAM. An education level was a predictor or was a risk factor for that use. So studies in Saudi also examined CAM practices in Saudi Arabia and COVID-19, and they studied its impact on Hajj and Umrah. So the Saudi Ministry of Health Education, in collaboration with the WHO, conducted a health risk assessment for Hajj that was in 2022. So moving now to the methodology. Actually, this study is two parts. The first part, we used both of them, they were cross-sectional. The first part of the study it was conducted in 2021 and used self-administered validated electronic questionnaire. And the details of this was published by Al-Jali in 2022. Participants for this part of the study was the total of 772 adults who aged 18 years and above, and they were from Hijaz region in Saudi Arabia, which include Makkah Mukarramah, Medina Munawwara, Tabuk, Al-Baha, and Jizan cities. So our population are from these areas. So the survey was conducted between December 2021 and June 2022. So we used 31 survey was used to assess the impact of COVID-19 on camp practices, including the consumption of dietary supplements and the use of prophetic medicine. So we used SPSS version 26 to analyze the data, which included chi-square and multivariable binary logistic regression. So the design was the second part of the study included 30 adults who participated in 2021. We re-invited them because we did have their addresses, either their email or phone number. They were it was registered. So we went back to them and we retested them in 2025. These participants were categorized into two groups: those who increased their practice in relation to the use of certain vitamins or multivitamins or prophetic medicine and herbal medicine, and those who didn't use or practice. So the data analysis again is use the SPSS, and we use two tests, square test or Fisher's exact, and however we tried to do the logistic regression analysis, but was not applicable because due to the small number of participants and multivariable stratification and the demographic variables. So now we'll move on to the results and discussion of part one. So our participants, they were aging between 18 and 29. And the second largest group was 30 to 39. Women, they were more, about 80% of the participants. 90% of the participants were Saudi nationals. Most of the participants were single, and the rest, they were married. Half of the participants were students, and were about 28% they were employed. So the most frequently reported level of education was university. Findings, we can look at this table 1 and table 2. It shows the use of prophetic medicine before and during the pandemic. So we found that vitamin C was significantly the most increased one. Vitamin B complex, vitamin A, iron, omega, and calcium, they were significantly decreased. Multivitamins, vitamin D, zinc, and the others, they were no significant change. So 53 of participants reported changes in prophetic medicine and plant herbs use. Significant increase was in hijama or cubing therapy, dates, olives, and the rest, as you can see, lemon leaves and peppermint and coffee seeds. So overall, most items decreased or remained unchanged. Looking at the also the others, the talbina and honey, figs and vinegar, all these significantly increased. No significant change was for senna or garlic or ginger and the rest. So looking at the logistic regression, we found that showed that women were 3.2 times more likely to consume supplements before the pandemic, and 2.5 times too likely to consume them during the pandemic than men. So concerning educational level, compared with participants who had university level, individuals with a diploma were 2.6 times more likely to consume dietary supplements before the pandemic, and those with school education were more likely to consuming during the pandemic. During the pandemic, only participants with diploma were more likely to increase their consumption of dietary supplements. So there were no significant association between age, marital status, or work status and dietary supplements consumption before the pandemic. The use of most plants, herbs, and prophetic medicine listed in here decreased or remained unchanged in the short term. Statistically significant decreases were observed for hijama, honey, dates, figs. Women were more likely to practice before the pandemic and increase their practice during the pandemic. So in this regression, no variables other than female sex was associated with the use of prophetic or herbal medicine. So the present study investigated the short and term changes in CAM practices among the representative sample from Hijaz region and the influence of demographic characteristics between 2001 and 2025. In general, 1/3 of the population in Saudi reported having a prior infection of COVID-19 and 2/3 a prior infection of family. 50% of the population reported that they consumed dietary supplements, and the most common supplements was vitamin C and D. So compared with the whole population of Saudi Arabia, consumption of vitamin C significantly increased among the Hijazi study and this study, and in contrast, consumption of vitamin D did not change. Pandemic influence shifts in CAM practices and decreases may reflect reduced access, life changes, or shifting health priorities. So the increase in honey, talbina, vinegar suggests reliance on items, specific items perceived as immune, boosting, or proactive. And this finding, the dynamic finding highlights the dynamic role of cultural and religious practices in shaping health behavior during the crisis. So in comparison to another study that included the population from all Saudi Arabia, women consumed more supplements and used more prophetic medicine in this study. So educational level also influenced dietary supplement consumption, with lower education being associated with greater use. This study found no significant association between education and practice of prophetic medicine. And some studies have reported age as a factor of CAM use during illness. National studies have reported a link between age and prevalence of CAM use. This study found no significant association with education practice of prophetic medicine. Some studies have reported age as a factor of CAM use, and this study found no significant association between age or CAM and Hijaz region. The second study is short. I will go through it quickly. So the 30 individuals from the first survey, as I told you, that we invited them again and we retested them in 2025, and we find that 50% of them were under 30, and 20% were Saudi national, and 15 were single. So 13 were married and the rest were divorced. 2/3 were employed. So 90% had a bachelor or postgraduate degree, and 40% has an income between 11 and 20,000 Saudi riyal. 19 individuals reported having had COVID infection, and two of them reported having the infection in the family members. So the participants reported no significant long-term change in their general practice, and significant changes noted in the reasons participants reported, and 53 reported increasing their use of prophetic medicine was found to be significant associated with their intention to control symptoms or to enhance their immunity. So the long-term change in participants' consumption of dietary supplements determined by the need to meet nutritional requirements for vitamins and minerals and to further enhance immunity. Many participants practiced prophetic medicine and used herbs, as you can see listed here, while in comparison with larger population, consumption of some of these was not applicable. Vitamin C and D were the most common pre-pandemic supplements with increased consumption observed during the COVID. And the pattern of increased vitamin C use during the pandemic contrast with the more significant population trend of stable vitamin D consumption in Saudi Arabia. The present study revealed a significant long-term change in CAM practices and these participants, and the practice of prophetic medicine was significantly increased to control symptoms and to boost immunity. The increased consumption of dietary supplement was attributed to meet the nutritional needs, and demographic features showed no significant association with the changing pattern of prophetic medicine. Education only influenced CAM practices in the form of dietary supplements. 6 significantly influenced dietary supplements. And during the pandemic, women and participants with lower education level consumed more supplements and used more prophetic medicine. Women consistently consumed more dietary supplements. Participants with lower education consumed more dietary supplements. So we hope further research is needed to explore the motivations. To conclude, public education campaigns addressing the risk and beneficial of self-administered CAM modalities are recommended. There was a significant long-term increase in the use of CAM to control COVID symptoms and to boost immunity and to meet nutrition requirements for vitamins and minerals. So additional studies are needed to investigate the safety and effectiveness of CAM practices. This is the references that we used, and this my contact if you need anything for me or my colleagues. Thank you for your kind attention, and I hope I didn't exceed the time. Any questions?
How it has affected the life of the planet, on the planet. So it was interesting to note that the women are more conscious about their health, and the more use of these dietary supplements by the low education people having lower education, whereas the general concept is that education create more awareness. So that means people having lower level education were more conscious.
That's
so,
right, yes.
Any question from Mr. Professor Ilham Al-Jalali? You may text or you may chat, use the chat box for the questioning as well. So once again, I may extend my sincere thanks to the professor and highlighting a very, very important issues. And what about the use of zinc? Because we used to, these medicines are also very common in Asian countries, not only in Saudi countries. The use of zinc was considered as the zinc for the life. And I'm still using it after the COVID.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, as you're right. But actually, the use of it during the COVID or before the COVID or at the long term, it wasn't significant in our study.
Okay, thank you very much.
Regardless of its importance, yeah.
Okay. So shall we invite the next presenter? Mr. Mr. Abrajita, highlighting the importance of green tech diplomacy, a tool for shared climate resilience in navigating peace for sustainable future. Resilience, it's green tech diplomacy, a tool for shared climate resilience in navigating peace for sustainable future.
Ma'am,
Yes.
hope I'm audible to everyone here.
Rajita?
Ma'am, am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. And hope my video is also visible now. Just a minute, I'm sharing the screen. Give me a moment. There is some technical issue in my I'm not able to share the screen. So shall I move on with the presentation?
Okay, you can proceed. If you want, you can send us. We can open your presentation on behalf of you. On behalf of you.
Sure, sir, I'll do that.
Send us, please. While we are organizing with him, maybe Prof. Sajat, we can announce Tarek. He can present last presenter, and we can turn back to this presenter also.
Thank you. So in the list, we have not the last one because we have left one more. So maybe we'll have that person at number 2. So the person who is in the list at number 12 sequence is talking about carbon tax, energy transition, and carbon dioxide emission, a dynamic panel data approach for Northern Africa and Europe. Tariq, if I'm not wrong, this is Mr. Tariq. And Said,
Yes, you hear me?
to Said.
Yes. You can hear me?
Yes, you are
Okay, Dr.
audible.
Tariq.
Yes. And good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm honored to present our research on carbon tax, energy transition, and CO2 emissions, a dynamic panel data approach for Northern Africa and Europe. This work was conducted with my professor, Dr. Said Tunsi, University Mohammed V, Agdal, Faculty of Economic and Social Legal Sciences, Rabat, Morocco. First, let me outline what we'll cover in the next 10 minutes. We'll begin by examining the urgent climate context that motivates our study. Then we'll transition, or we will move to exploring existing theoretical and empirical literature. After that, I will walk you through our methodology and data sources. Next, we'll dive into the key finding or the key results from our analysis. And finally, I'll conclude with the practical policy implications and the future directions. Let me start with a sober reality check. 2024 marked a critical milestone. It was the hottest year on record. And for the first time ever, we crossed the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming threshold. To put this in perspective, atmospheric CO2 emission or concentration have increased by about 53% since 1990, reaching a level not seen in 14 million years ago. This brings us to the central question of our research. How can policy effectively address this escalating crisis? Particularly, we are interested in carbon pricing and energy transition in two interconnected regions. Europe, with its advanced climate policies, and North Africa, which faces unique weakness and opportunities. Building on this context, our study addresses two specific research questions. First, do carbon taxes actually reduce CO2 emission in practice? And second, how does the energy transition complement or interact with carbon pricing? Additionally, we control for economic factors like GDP growth and industrialization. Now, you might wonder why we choose these particular regions. The reason is twofold. Europe represents a policy leader, while North Africa offers insights into emerging economies facing climate change challenges. Turning now on theoretical foundations, let's go back to 1920, when Arthur Pigou introduced a revolutionary idea. He proposed that we should tax negative externalities like pollution to align private costs with social costs. This concept, known as the Pigouvian tax, formed the theoretical basis for carbon pricing today. However, it's important to note that alternatives exist, like Gauss's negotiation-based approach based on the market approach. We must consider modern debates, including the grain paradox, warning that environmental taxes might actually accelerate short-term extraction, and equity concern about how carbon taxes affect low-income households disproportionality. Now, what does the empirical evidence tell us? Looking at previous studies, we found a complex picture. On the one hand, success stories exist. Sweden reduced transport emission by 11% with carbon taxes, and British Columbia So 5 to 15% reduction in per capita emission. On the other hand, some studies show more modest effects, often due to exemptions or sectoral variations. This brings us to a key gap in the literature. Most research focuses on developed countries with limited attention to regions like North Africa. That's precisely where our study contributes new insights. Moving on to our methodology. First, regarding data. We analyze 35 countries from 2015 to 2022, the post-Paris Agreement period. Our data comes from reliable sources like the World Bank, reliable sources like the World Bank and our work in data. Now let me highlight an important aspect of our sample. Carbon tax adoption varies significantly carbon taxes adoption varies significantly across countries, while Scandinavian nations have implemented implemented taxes for decades. North African countries haven't yet. This variation actually helps us compare policy effects more effectively. Now, let's explain our econometric approach in simple terms. We used a dynamic panel model that accounts for how past emission influence current ones, what we call emission persistence. Crucially, we applied two complementary methods, the Mandlak approach, which handles unobserved country differences, and system GMM, which addresses statistical issue like indigeneity. By using both methods, we ensure our findings are robust and not merely statistical artifacts. So, what did we find? Let me highlight our key results from the Mandlak model. First and foremost, carbon taxes do reduce emission by about 2.2% on average. However, the effect is moderate. What's particularly interesting is that renewable energy shows a much stronger effect, reducing emission by nearly 19%. Meanwhile, we found that GDP growth still increases emissions, supporting what's called the environmental cost curve hypothesis. And importantly, emissions show high persistence, meaning countries with historically high emissions tend to continue emitting more. To confirm this result, we ran a robustness check using system GMM. Here is what we discovered, or we find. The carbon tax effects are statistically and significantly becomes stronger, now reducing emission by 3.6% at the 5% level. Additionally, emission persistence is even higher, 92%. This tells us that once emissions are high, they are very difficult to reduce quickly. Furthermore, our diagnostic tests confirm the model's validity, giving us confidence in this finding. Milne-Sargan test and R2 test. Okay, finding. Carbon tax has a significant negative effect on CO2 emissions. Renewable energy adoption is strong emission reduction level. Economic growth still drives emission need for green growth or transition for renewables. High inertia in emission persistence effect. Policy recommendations, carbon tax design, gradual implementation, revenue recycling or double dividend, social shock absorbers, accelerate energy transition, incentives for renewables, grid modernization, regional cooperation. Europe and North Africa can align policies, avoid carbon leakage, balance growth and sustainability, green industrial policies, innovation in clean technique. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Mr. Tarek.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for a very important discussion and highlighting the importance of carbon tax, energy transmission, and carbon dioxide emission. Thank you, Mr. Tariq. And is there any question that we can ask? So shall we move to the next presentation, which was left? It was Abrajita, and it was about green tech diplomacy. Abrajita?
Yes, ma'am. May I
Yes.
proceed? Yeah. So, may I proceed? Am I audible to all?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, thank you. So, a very good evening to one all. I'm Abrajita RB, a practicing advocate and PG student from the Department of International Law and Organization from Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University. So, my title for presentation is Reimagining Green Tech Diplomacy, a legal institutional framework for cross-border early warning systems and climate resilience in South Asia. Next slide, please. So as I move on to the presentation, this entire research revolves around the following aims, objectives, and scope. Number one is to facilitate for an integrated cross-border early warning system in specific to the region of Southeast Asia as its aim. And two, the objective revolves to analyze the international legal obligations relating to cooperative climate action with special reference to the ICJ's advisory opinion in 2024. Number two, to assess the regional vulnerabilities and political constraints. And number three is to examine comparative international models which serve as living examples for cross-border early warning systems. And the scope of this paper is, it is an interdisciplinary convergence covering international environmental law, disaster management, disaster governance, humanitarian law, and the regional cooperation frameworks. Next slide, please. So as I move on to the introduction of my research paper, the reason for which I chose South Asia in specific reference to climate issue is that the World Bank has predicted South Asia to produce in 2050 about 40 million internal climate migrants. And this figure is set to rise if there is no collaborative adaptive measures. I repeat, collaborative adaptive measures. When it emphasizes on collaborative adaptive measures, the very region which came to my mind is the politically fragmented South Asia, which is known for the Rohingya displacement, Indo-Pak tensions, and Indo-Nepal water dispute, and various other disputes and pressures which form as a barrier to facilitate or to provide for this collaborative adaptive measure. And as the notion of this paper supposes green tech diplomacy, I propose for a workable model which is an integration of a climate change, ensuring climate justice through the technological developments and enhancements at an intersection of the international law and environmental governance. So moving on to the next slide, please. So to emphasize this research, I have adopted a doctrinal legal analysis of the primary sources and a comparative case study method of existing early warning systems, which is in the case of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management, Pacific Tsunami Warning System, EU Protection Mechanism, and the African Union's Continental Early Warning System. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So as we all know that the international legal obligation for cooperative climate action is one of the obligation of the states. The first document or a documentary evidence which proposed that yes, there exists an international obligation for nations as a whole is the 2024-25 advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. Through this opinion, the court established a threefold obligation. One is a duty of due diligence to prevent from transboundary environmental harm. Two is an obligation of cooperation under customary international law between states. Three is the humanitarian rights and the human rights obligation to protect population from the foreseeable climate impacts. So this advisory opinion triggered me to understand how cross-border early warning systems as lens through green tech diplomacy can provide for climate justice. And the UNFCCC, or the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, in parlance with the Paris Agreement, clearly emphasizes that strengthening of resilience, protection of loss and damage, and incorporation of technological development and technology transfer as a means for climate justice. And moving on to the next one, being Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, it is very well clear that there is a need for global and regional cooperation. And as we all know that the right to life under the ICCPR, or International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, under Article 6, the right to health under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, Article 12, and the UDHR, or the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, clearly proposes a right to life inclusive of right to livelihood and right to adequate housing, which can be ensured in specific protection from climate crisis itself. And as we know that South Asia is known for shared vulnerabilities and political complexities, the structure of South Asia itself is a coherence of ecological interdependence between the glaciers to the oceans, to transboundary air pollution and heat waves. And as we understand climate migration, the first important factor is, though there exists only a technical term known as climate migrants, and legally there is no definition called as climate refugees, but when we vis-a-vis see the definition of a refugee under the Refugee Convention of 1961, it is very clear that a refugee is a person who suffers or who moves boundaries because of the fear of persecution of life. So is the case of a climate migrant whom we fail to acknowledge and protect as a refugee because they do fly borders, they are subjected to statelessness, border tensions, humanitarian strains, water sharing conflicts, and various other political barriers. And so they are also subjected to the risk of the fear of persecution of life. And thus, this shared vulnerabilities proposes that there is to be a cooperative and coexistence which serves as the prime factor for climate governance. And as I said earlier, comparatively analyze the existing models of early warning systems. The first one is the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management System, which proposes for joint training and regional cooperation by organizing regional cooperation emergency centers which serve as a resource pooling to understand how a disaster can be or an emergency can be early warned. The second one, same applies to the Pacific Tsunami Warning System, which has warned a multi-country hazard alert through deployment of oceanic sensors and satellite systems. And the European Civil Protection Mechanism is also a cross-border disaster response which legally harmonizes through digital interoperability and proposes for a cooperative funding to early warn disasters. And as we all know that green tech diplomacy, I would like to define it as a concept or a cooperative diplomatic approach which integrates green technologies with the legal and institutional mechanisms to promote environmental security, climate resilience, and peace. So the core principles of green tech diplomacy is there are legal obligations for protection of the environment against the harmful effects of climate change, and there is the need for incorporation of technological tools like satellites, digital sensors, and AI protections, and there is a need for institutional cooperation where there is to be an early warning system which is under the joint cooperation of the nations. And number 4 is all of this is to aim for peace building where there is to be a shared system to reduce the distrust and to promote trust and to avoid conflicts. So as I had said earlier, the proposed early warning system which I would like to propose as a part of my research which would suit diplomacy in the climately vulnerable South Asia is number 1, it should have a satellite based hazard monitoring program where the risks of climate migrations, climate changes, climate crisis, and other environmental disruptions are to be monitored through the satellites, which can also deduct cyclone forecasting, glacial melt, heat wave predictions, etc. And moving on to the AI driven predictive analysis, we all know that artificial intelligence is capable of predicting the difference of weather forecast and the temperature anomalies, rainfall deviation, and soil saturation. This advancement of AI should also be a part of as to how it can monitor the climate crisis. And moving on to the interoperable communication technologies, there is to be a joint cross-border emergency lines, whereas the data which is being pooled as to the climate discrepancies are to be transferred between the nations, and a standardized hazard code is to be set which is aimed and intended under humanitarian basis for protection against climate migrations. And as we all know, there this is the world itself has acknowledged that South Asia is known for climate vulnerabilities. There is to be an establishment of a new international institution known as REWC, or the Regional Early Warning Council, which provides for mandatory data sharing via bilateral or multilateral agreements. Then there is to be periodic stimulation of how climate crisis is affecting the region as such. And number 3, there is to be joint financing mechanisms. And number 4 is there is to be an integrated climate migration policy under the humanitarian basis. So as I would like to sum up or conclude my research, we all know that right to life is the basis and the fundamental feature which provide for evolution of various rights of the human community as a whole. Now, as we propose developments and as we are in the arena of globalization, liberalization, and privatization, the entire human community or the humankind is now facing an issue called as the climate crisis, where the very basic fundamental of climate rights, the very basic fundamental of right to life is being affected. So the entire world nation should come in collaboration, and they should cooperatively work for the protection of the innocent souls who are now facing climate migration. So that is how I would stop my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Abradita, on your presentation. Very important topic, green tech and diplomacy. Is there any question that we can ask? Shall I take any question, please? So no more question. Okay, thank you once again, Ms. Abradita. And my question to the organizer, there was a presentation that was supposed to be given by Dr. Elnoor, empowering teachers to take active part in curriculum development. If it is still lined up, we can invite Dr. Elnoor. Mr. Karam, would you help me? So I don't find any more presentation, and let me come to the conclusion of
Şeyde
the
internette sıkıntı var. Çocuklar.
Mr. Karam, no more presentation.
Hello, I have a problem with my computer. Because of this reason, I joined from my phone. We have finished this session. Thank you very much, Professor Sajat.
Okay.
Thank you very much
So
for
shall
your
I
great
conclude the
presentation
session?
and moderation.
Okay, thank you very much, all the researchers, educationists, and the participants, the listener, the audience of this session. I really enjoyed, and it was a great pleasure for me to chair this session. And it was definitely very helpful to highlight the important issues that the world is facing now to save the human life, to save the life on the planet, and to save the planet itself. So I wish you all the best for the next sessions on the coming days. And I thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you for value added. It was great to be with you in your university. Thank you very much, Professor.
My pleasure.
Let's move on to next session. Mr. Sergio Ricardo, are you here with us?
Okay. So bye-bye from my side.
Good evening,
Yes,
everyone.
thank you very much, Professor. Yes, welcome, Mr. Sergio Ricardo. I have a problem with my computer right now. Because of this reason, I joined from my phone, so I cannot see the program. But you already have the program. Please, you can start your session, sir. You can moderate. While you are doing this, I will fix my computer and join again.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is the session number 4, December 6th. There are 9 presentations. The first presentation is the Dr. Rajanawet Nedwende. My pronunciation is very bad, but is the effects of green industrialization on inclusive grounds in sub-Saharan Africa. Is here the first presenter?
Yes, I am present.
Okay. you can make your presentation.
Okay. It is okay.
Okay. You can start.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the flow, and thank you for this opportunity that we have to present.
Excuse me, we have echo. Could everybody turn off microphones? Because it is very difficult to understand what the professor is saying in this moment. Sorry once again, but this time I do not hear anything. Maybe I have a problem with my computer, but I'm not sure of that. Could you check that?
I also do not hear. Mr. Munib, we do not hear your voice. Can you open it? Dear presenter, we do not hear your voice. You are not audible.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
You
sorry.
can start.
Ben oturum sahibi. Hello, I come back again.
Okay. Thank you. Donc,
Please
we can continue if it is okay.
Yes, yes, please proceed.
I can continue.
Yes, you can continue.
It is possible to continue.
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Hello.
Yes, sir, yes, you can proceed.
Okay, I can start again. Our topic is green industrialization of inclusive growth in sub-Saharan Africa. My name is Abdul Kader Bouda, and my co-author is Professor Didier Zougrana, and I come from Thomas Sankara University in Burkina Faso. We have introduction, literature reviews, methodology, finding and discussion, and we end with conclusion and recommendation. To start, we can say, according to Keynes, 1936, the outstanding defect of economic society in which we live are its failure to guarantee full employment and its arbitrary and inequitable distribution of wealth and incomes. Despite on the biggest growth rate in the world since independence, 4.8%, wealth created has not been shared sufficiently, and last section of the population has not benefited according to all 2018. Arekina and Donnelly 2020 income inequality remains high in developing countries. According to UNDP 2017, African sub-Saharan is home to 10 of 19 most inequal countries in the world. Inclusive growth can be defined as a participation of the population in the wealth creation process and the distribution of dividends of this wealth for the benefit of all, according to Ishawi and Hall 2022. UNIDO 2024 says green industrialization can be effective in accelerating economic growth and helping to reduce the gap between rich and poor. Inclusive growth can be defined as when it significantly reduces its consumption of non-renewable resources, recycle and reintegrate this works as a factor of production, and contribute to reducing environmental pollutants. This definition has come from Lee and al. 2019. Shakemon 2018 showed that African countries, including those in sub-Saharan Africa, are adopting green industrialization to strengthen the industrial sector. The green industrialization index calculated showed that between the 2014 and 2017 ranking, South Africa rose from 52nd to 51st place, Angola from 111 to 91st place. We can say that in this period, sub-Saharan Africa do a progress in green industrialization. The endogenous growth theory supported by Roma 1917 and that technology can boost economic growth and according to income distribution theory. And according to income distribution theory, this increase in growth can be linked to a reduction in inequality. From an empirical point of view, the literature is not very expensive. We have Ken et al. And Syed et al. That show that green industrialization to economic growth in countries. Angelo and al. 2023 social growth. It should be noted that there is little resources available, including carbon capture and harvest in that part of the world, Sub-Saharan Africa. Our research question is, what is the effect of green integration on inclusive growth in Sub-Saharan Africa? Our research aims to analyze the effect of green industrialization to analyze the effect of green industrialization on inclusive growth in Sub-Saharan Africa. This research supports the hypothesis that green industrialization has a positive and significant effect on inclusive growth in Sub-Saharan Africa countries. About of literature reviews, we can say the historical basis of this paper is Romer, 1970, 1990, indigenous growth story. Green industrialization, which requires technology, can boost economic growth. And when economic growth increases, this has an impact on the level of inequality. Methodology. Our theoretic model, Manchu and all, 1992, and we can explain that this by the empirical model we can say the inclusive growth can be explained by green industrialization, human capital index, and another endogenous variable. Our database comes from World Development Indicator and Suite, and we have two preliminary tests. And our estimation methods are fixed effect, IV regression, label instrumental approach to account for fixed internal and external experiments. Finding and discussion. We can say, according to fixed regression, green and there's a positive and significantly effect on inclusive growth. It is the same for double list squares and label approach. We can explain this positive and significant between inclusive growth and green industrialization by McDonough and Brunda 2002. That explains that an increase in GDP can create opportunity for different jobs for the population and resolve inequality between people. This result is in line with Iron Result 2025. Between inclusive growth and institutional quality, we can say good and institutional quality allows for rationalization of production factors and between income distribution. This reduces inequalities according to absolutely norm and assembly and European norm. This result is in line with year 2025. Between inclusive growth and gas rent and min rent, we can say according to we will explain this result using the resource theory. When institutions are not inclusive, the resulting rent is monopolized by to the detriment of the host population. Conclusion. We can say this research analyzed the
Please conclude in a few sentences. You already finished your time.
Sub-Saharan African countries over the period 2002 to 2021. It used the following estimation method: fixed effect regression, double and level instrument approach. This research concludes that green acceleration has a positive influence on inclusive growth in sub-Saharan Africa countries. Our research hypothesis has therefore been verified. They must promote respect for environment in industrial practices by applying tax to polluter breaks and subsidizing for green industry. They can also invest in renewable energy to encourage the transition to clean energy use. Future research can focus on transmission channels and take into account all countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Songrana. Thank you. Are some questions about this presentation? No question? Thank you, Doctor. Very interesting, your presentation.
Professor Sergio, will you present the second
Yes,
article?
thank you.
Will
Thank
you present this?
Yes.
Let me announce you then. I will help you. The second presentation will be done by Mr. Sergio. The title of the paper is Green Voices, Art and Science to Transform the Environmental Issues of the La Ribera Neighborhood. Floor is yours, sir. Just present it in 8-9 minutes.
Thank you,
Floor
Dr.
is
Kering.
yours.
Yes, the Green Voice projects, young people communicating for the environment, was an interdisciplinary educational initiative carried out by students for the secondary school EPA 10 Maestro Escultor Vicente Lucero in Villa Mercedes City, San Luis Province, Argentina. The Green Voice project has been running since May 2025. It's an innovative educational experience that integrates the teaching of environment content with the production and dissemination of messages in various media formats. Its main objective is to foster critical thinking, thought situate environmental education, which goes beyond simple transmitting information, promoting awareness, young empowerment, and transformative action in community context. Green Voice is a concept as an educational intervention with a political and community focus seeking to transcend the institutional boundaries of the classroom in way with critical pedagogy as Freire and Henry Giroux, and promote civic engagement in response to the multiple expressions of the contemporary socio-environment crisis. The initiative adopts a critical pedagogy perspective, understood as an emancipatory tool that links knowledge with transformative practice, fostering the collective construction of ecological citizenship. Well, this is literature review, the reference of this presentation, and we can say that the La Ribera neighborhood is, for its parts, is an urban space with its own identity, emerging in 2003 and currently home to more than 2,000 people. The main objective of this project is to raise awareness and address environmental problems in the Ribera neighborhoods. And the methodology is the initiative arises from the key questions: how we can communicate and address the environmental problems in our community through art, technology, and citizen participation. The working hypothesis is the project posits that arts, by generating the emotional and visual impact that combined information, can increase public awareness. Well, the students and the professors work in three ways. The first is directing of observation and mapping in the neighborhood. Second, they participate in an interview were conducted with key stakeholders. Yes. And then they analyze all the information. The project Green Voice, Young People Communicate for the Environment, developed by students, was an transformative educational experience that successfully integrates school research, citizen participation, and artistic production to critically address environment issues in the La Ribera neighborhood. This is some findings of these projects. The quantitative explorative descriptive survey identified trends, perceptions, and level of citizen engagement regarding environmental problems in the area. The data reveals of three-dimensional nature of the environment conflicts in the neighborhood: structural, educational, and communicative. Structurally deficiencies in urban infrastructure were identified: lack of trash bins, informal dump cities, water pollution, and insufficient tree cover, along with a weak coordination of sustainable public policies at the neighborhood level. And this experience educationally where there is a significant recognition of the importance of the environment. This is the steps in way to develop these projects. This is some findings about our projects of students and teachers of EPA school. And this is the first and preliminary conclusion about this part of this project. This is the end. Thank you very much for the attention. Thank you, Karim.
You're welcome, Mr. Sergio. Is there any question from floor to presenter? I think there is no question. Well understood. Let's move on to next presentation. Again, Mr. Sergio Corava will present this presentation. The title of the presentation is Breaking Boundaries, Weaving Knowledge, Education at the Argentina Argentine Cultural Institute. Floor is yours, sir.
Well, this is my second presentation. It's about experience of a project in the year 2026. The digital era has triggered an unprecedented transformation in education. In this way, digital technology and e-learning are not longer mere supplements, but are central to redefining how knowledge is created, shared, and acquired. These tools offer a spectrum of modalities that enhance educational quality, provide unprecedented flexibility, and democratic access for students and teachers across different regions, breaking down geographical and technological barriers. At the Instituto Cultural Argentino, we recognize this special moment. The demand for innovative, inclusive, and critical education model is clear, as evidenced by surveys within a higher education community in San Luis Province, Argentina. This proposal, breaking boundaries, weaving knowledge, is utilize a concrete pedagogical framework for the next years. It moves beyond reactive measures to proactively designs an educational experience that is integrative, student-centered, and prepared for the demands of a constantly evolving digital world. E-learning as a democratic and collaborative space, e-learning revolution educational by enabling ubiquitous and personalized learning. It fosters interactions and collaboration on digital platforms, a phenomenal terms the platformization of education. This is the interaction and the tensions without traditional education and disruptive education. We embrace the concept of disruptive education, which introduce radical change in teaching practice through learning and knowledge technology. Inspired by the work, for example, of Maria Ocaso and the concept of disruptive technology, the Bowers and Christiansen's 1995. This pedagogy seeks to redefine the role of teachers as facilitator and guide, and students as an active, creative, and critical protagonist. Shift from a culture of knowledge transmission to one of co-creation and experience. We can think in integrate evaluation as a continuous process using rubrics and digital portfolios that capture complex skills like collaboration and critical thinking. This is not about using technology for technology's sake, but around a profound pedagogical innovation that currently integrative epistemological foundation, educational objective, and didactic sequence. The objective of this project is to develop and implement a disruptive pedagogical approach to the Argentina Cultural Instituto, Instituto Cultural Argentino, based on current digital technology that foster transformative teaching practice. to analyze the advantage of and challenge of digital platforms in educational context, and the complexity of this pedagogical innovation requires a methodology that deep understands the educational phenomenon in its context. We will adopt and interpret text, critical paradigm and a qualitative design structure in three phases: critical diagnostic analysis, participatory co-design, pilot implementation, and flexibility assessment. Well, this is the end. Thank you very much for this presentation. For your attention, thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you very much for your great presentation, Mr. Sergio. Is there any question from floor to presenter? I think there is no question. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello.
Let me announce you first. The next presentation title is Artificial Intelligence in Strategic Defense Cooperation, Analyzing the Pakistan-Russia Partnership in a Multipolar World. The presenters are Mr. Munib Aurangzeb and Assistant Professor Dr. Siad Suhauddin. Floor is yours, sirs.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, distinguished guests, respected scholars at Federal University of Science and Technology from Pakistan, presenting our research titled Artificial Intelligence in Strategic Defense Cooperation, Analyzing the Pakistan-Russia Partnership in a Multipolar World. This work has been co-authored by Dr. Syed.
Sorry, Mr. Munib Seb, if you want to send your presentation, I can share for you from my screen. Do you have a presentation?
The presentation already shared by you.
To whom?
On WhatsApp.
Let me share it for you then. Okay, you can proceed. I will share it, Hannah.
Okay. This work has been co-authored with Dr. Syed Ziauddin. Our study examines how emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, are transforming the strategic and defense cooperation between Pakistan and Russia. In this presentation, I will explain how Pakistan and Russia, despite having difficult tasks, are gradually strengthening defense cooperation, especially through AI, and how this partnership fits within the broader global political landscape. This presentation will highlight the necessity of artificial intelligence in Pakistan and Russia defense ties and broader security cooperation. Concerning changes in the global political situation, the study discussed and explained how artificial intelligence is going to change national security dynamic, and AI warfare is the future of national security. This work will analyze the research method will use this work will analyze the potential role of AI and the functions of global security challenges and opportunities. Qualitative research method will use to explain the strategic collaboration in defense, energy sector, cooperation, and regional connectivity. Structure realism defines the analysis concepts such as the balance of power, security dilemma, defensive realism, chain gaining, and bandwagon. In the context of emerging power in the weak unipolar regime and the increased complexities of multiplex world order. Additionally, Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the Eurasian Economic Union also discussed the providing gateway to a new era of relation between both states in international framework. The strategic defense bond between Pakistan and Russia is inevitable and national interest of both states and regional peace and stability. The goal of the research is to find out the opportunity and cooperative that will strengthen the regional power and prepare counter policy of doctrine for AI warfare. I would like to request Dr. Faiz Sajauddin to please continue next. Sir, are you available or I continue?
Yes, you are audible. Is this
Uh,
page or do you want me to proceed?
No, no, my supervisor, Dr. Faiz Sajauddin, is he available or I continue?
Are we on the right page right now?
Yes, he is available on audio. Could you please unmute him?
Mr. Syed, you need to unmute yourself. Let me help you. We will send you an invitation to open your voice.
May I continue, sir? When he joined, he will continue.
I think you can continue. If he opens his
Okay.
voice, he can.
Okay. Kindly display slide number 2. International relations today are shaped by Russia despite a complicated Cold War history. Now find themselves converging of several strategic interests. AI has emerged as a major in modern warfare. Sir Suja, are you available?
Available here. Are you
Hear your
Sir,
voice,
please
but
continue.
I think Mr. Munib, you should continue
On
your presentation.
Mr. Munib, do you hear us?
Structure realism provides the useful theoretical and yes,
Mr. Syed, I think there is internet connection problem with your co-author. Can you proceed? Munib Sir, do you hear us?
yeah.
You can
I am
proceed,
available.
sir.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Thank you. With global politics moving from unipolar to a multiplex or find sir, please shift to slide number 3. Am I loud?
Is this
Sir, am I available?
you are audible? Which one? This one?
Slide number 3, theoretical framework. Okay,
This one?
I'm present my slide number 3, theoretical framework, structure realism. Our lens for study
Ma
is
Ma Manu,
structural
please,
realism, given
is
the
this
anarchic
one?
nature.
You want this page?
No, no, no. Slide number 3, please. Slide number 3.
Slide number 3 is this. This one. Number 3 is this one.
Yes. Okay, okay.
But I think you
Please shift
already
to next slide.
present this page.
Okay, okay. Please shift to next slide.
Next slide. I think you already told this page too.
Okay. Okay. Uh, uh, Equipment such as helicopter and air defense systems are showing growing trust. Geopolitical shifts, especially India-US strategic alignment, have pushed Pakistan and Russia to explore new partnerships. Pakistan and Russia defense relations. History Pakistan and Russia were opposite sides during Cold War, but over the past decades, relations have significantly improved. We now see joint military exercises, high-level defense dialogues, cooperation and counterterrorism, and discussion on advanced weapon systems. Structural realism, especially as described by John Mearsheimer, explains this partnership well. The international system is anarchic, meaning states rely on themselves for security, and states seek balance of power, avoid dependency, and manage security dilemma. In a world shifting from unipolar to multipolarity, countries like Pakistan and Russia attempt to enhance their survival by alignment with new partners. Artificial intelligence become a tool for maintaining a equilibrium against major power, improvement, deterrence, and securing strategic autonomy. The role of AI in defense system. The AI is transforming global security. It is now central point intelligence gathering and predictive analysis, surveillance and border management, autonomous weapon system, cybersecurity, and information warfare. Both countries, Pakistan and Russia, integrating AI into defense, allow them to deter threats, enhance situational awareness, and maintain strategic stability in a rapidly changed region. Artificial intelligence is transforming battlefield and strategic decision making in several ways. AI in national security, predictive analysis to perceive threat, autonomous system, cyber defense, AI in warfare, unmanned aerial, ground, submerged weapon system, faster cyber and electronic warfare, improved command and control system, real-time and threat forecasting, opportunities for collaboration, joint R&D centers, training and programs for personnel, AI integrated joint exercise, counterterrorism and algorithm, global strategic context, multiplex world order. The world is transforming from us to lead unipolar to a multiplex world order, characterized by multiplex independence center of power. This system encourages regionalism, multilateralism, strategic partnership beyond the traditional alliances. Challenges, challenges despite major opportunities, there are some significant challenges, ethical and legal issues. Autonomous weapon system create accountability problems, AI-driven surveillance, patent privacy, dual use of AI technology increase proliferation of risks and threats. Security dilemma, artificial intelligence may trigger arm races, lack of transparency creates mistrust, artificial intelligence systems are vulnerable to hacking and data manipulation. Chain gaining and bandwagon. Alliances may pull states into conflicts due to rapid artificial intelligence decision making. Overdependence or major power may erode sovereignty. Pakistan and Russia must avoid these risks by relying on multilateral frameworks like SCO and EAEU, weak unipolar system and emerging powers. As US dominates weakness, emerging powers such as China, India, and Russia, they are reshaping global dynamics. Pakistan and Russia are capitalizing on the transition by strengthening bilateral defense ties, using multilateral platforms, especially the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, especially their strategic autonomy. AI becomes a critical domain where both countries aim to boost their competitiveness. Conclusion. In conclusion, Pakistan-Russia defense partnership evolving due to changing and geopolitical realities and the rise of AI. The major findings show AI act as force multiplier in surveillance, cyber defense, and autonomous systems. Structural realism explains why both countries seek balanced security and autonomy through cooperation. Multipolarity and the multiplex world order create new opportunities for the global south, especially through SCO, EAUO, and regional connectivity. However, ethical concerns, security dilemma, and arms race dynamic must be careful and managed. AI application in modern warfare. AI has introduced new possibilities in warfare, unmanned aerial ground systems, cyber electronic warfare, AI supported command and control C2 systems, predictive threats, and modeling. Russia already has strong capabilities in autonomous systems while Pakistan is developing indigenous solutions. Their cooperation can significantly transform regional defense systems. Future outlook. Looking ahead, AI will dominate future warfare through autonomous systems, cyber operations, and information warfare. Pakistan and Russia should strengthen AI research and development cooperation, develop ethical AI doctrines, improve counter AI warfare capabilities, invest in artificial intelligence education training, build a multilateral framework to prevent escalation. Opportunities and collaboration. Such cooperation stand in such cooperation strengthen the relation between both countries. Strategic collaboration beyond the defense system. AI is also influencing non-military cooperation, especially through energy sector, smart grid and predictive maintenance, artificial intelligence, assists monitoring of nuclear energy as well as and their facilities. Regional connectivity projects like CPEC and EAEU corridors. The sector reinforced the broader strategic partnership between two nations, challenging the ethical concerns, ethical dilemmas of autonomous weapon systems, accountability of gaps, privacy concern due to AI-driven surveillance, cyber vulnerabilities, and the risk of espionage. Threat of artificial intelligence proliferation to hostile and non-state actors. Both Pakistan and Russia must develop a clear legal and ethical framework for responsible use of artificial intelligence. Security dilemma and AI and arm race. Artificial introduced new security dilemmas. If one state advances rapidly in artificial intelligence enable weapon, other may feel compelled to follow, create a risk of destabilizing arm race. Additional chain gaining and bandwagon become a dangerous both because AI system operate at machine speed, leaving little room for diplomacy de-escalation. Policy recommendation. Based on our study, we propose the following recommendation. Develop a formal Pakistan-Russia AI defense cooperation framework, strengthen multilateral engagement through organizations like SCO, EAUO, and other global south organizations for AI safety and cyber norms. Institutionalism, AI ethics, and legal guidelines governing autonomous systems. Enhance academic, scientific, and military training program focused on artificial intelligence. Create joint mechanism for monitoring AI proliferation and cyber threat. Future outlook. The future battlefield will be shaped by fully autonomous weapon system, sophisticated cyber operation, AI-driven information warfare, high-speed machine-to-machine combat. For Pakistan-Russia cooperation in AI offer pathway to strengthen the regional security, deter threats, and maintain a strategic balance in an increasing multipolar world. Conclusion: to conclude, Pakistan-Russia defense cooperation evolving in response to new geopolitical realities. AI stands at the center of this transformation, reshaping military capabilities and strategic thinking and bilateral coordination. If managed responsibility, AI-driven collaboration can significantly enhance regional stability and open new pathway for innovation, defense preparedness, and economic development. Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. Thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any question from floor to presenter? Thank you very much, Mr. Munib. Artificial intelligence is a trend topic for the last few years, especially not just in the academic field, but also in our lives too. We are using artificial intelligence in everywhere, and also strategic defense industry is very important for last 10 years. A lot of countries fighting each other. I think it will not be end. So your presentation is very important. Maybe you can make more studies on this issue. Thank you very much. It was a good presentation. Ariane de Crazy Kepeutat Kolo. Are you here, Ariane?
Excuse me.
Mr. Hassan Ahmed, do you want to say something?
Yeah. I'm supposed to
Yes,
be
please.
starting at 7 until in a group. So I'm ready if I can be taken in right away. I'm supposed to be in the list. I'm not sure. I'm based in Saudi Arabia, so it's the same time as Turkey, and my time is 7. So if it is not inconvenient, I'm ready to take over right away.
Ariane will make her presentation.
Say again?
We have again agenda Congress program. We are fully stick with this. So the turn is Ariane's presentation.
No, I need to know when is mine. This is
Please look the program, sir.
Is it
Sir,
session 5?
Please look the program. I will write you from WhatsApp personally. Okay, your turn. I will tell you your turn. Ariane, you can start your presentation. Floor is yours. I will help Mr. Hassan personally. Ariane, we do not hear your voice. You can start if you are ready. Ariane, we do not hear your voice. Ariane, do you hear us? Aryan, we do not hear your voice, so I will skip your turn. Dear Jersey Hamuli DRC, are you here? Jersey, resilience of SMET in Goma amidst recurrent regional conflicts. Are you here? Jersey, are you here? We are waiting for you, dear Jersey. We do not hear your voice also. You are here, but your voice is unmuted, but we do not hear your voice. If you not hear your voice, we will skip your turn also. Jersey, we will skip your turn. Okay, Mr. Mohammed, the previous session is your session. I will announce the missing presentations we have announced before. Then we will start your session. Let me announce again to them. Mr. Jersey, do you hear me? Mr. Jersey, we do not hear your voice. Your voice is unmuted, but we do not hear your voice. Maybe you need to join with your phone to this session so we can help you. While Ariane de Crazy Kepeutat Nicolo, your voice is also unmuted, but we didn't hear your voice. So we need to skip your turn. Okay. Mr. Mohammed Safdar before. Jersey, we did not hear your voice still. Karina Gorska-Rozesh, are you here? Civic co-governance as an element of social resilience management. This is the title. The other one, the digital transformation in healthcare as a key driver of effective change management. Professor Joanna Jasinska, are you here? Ariane, finally, we will hear your voice.
Yes, are you getting me? Hello.
Yes, we hear your voice. You have 5 minutes to conclude your presentation, please.
मैसेज करो कि हाँ मैंने अटेंड कर दूँ अपना बंद मत करो या कुछ वो कनेक्ट है
The topic I have you seen my slide?
We see your slide. Can you enlarge it?
Please. is fine?
Yes, let's start. You have 5 minutes. Please complete it up.
Topic
Thank you
I
very much.
have
Floor is yours.
Okay. The topic I have decided to present at this conference is entitled Languages and Currency in Francophone Africa Challenges for Sovereignty, Peace, and Sustainable Development. First, the aim was to explore the question of maintaining the colonial legacy, and in second phase, the reassessment of the economic power of French and CFA friends. This work examined how linguistic and monetary choices in Francophone Africa rooted in colonial legacy, sustained strategic dependency that limits the true sovereignty of states. The research focused on two main areas: the continuation of the colonial legacy and a critical evaluation of the economic role of French and the CFA friends, aiming to propose alternatives for more autonomous and sustainable development, which led to raising the question of whether how does the linguistic and monetary heritage in Francophone Africa influence the dynamic of peace, economic inequality, and the prospect for sustainable future in a globalized context. The literature review focused on three main areas, namely on the potential of African languages in overcoming underdevelopment, the usual need for an exit from the CFA friend zone, and the foreign languages and the Francophonie French has a toll for socio-anthropological cohesion and regional integration. This study builds upon previous research that advocates for the use of African languages in Francophone Africa as tools for development, while also suggesting a real exit from the CFA friend zone perceived as indicator of underdevelopment in Africa. It offers a complementary analysis of languages and currency as levels of development as a source of power central to the concern of Francophone Africa. The aim is to demonstrate that the development remains conditional due to the lack of genuine social structure in Francophone Africa national states. It also emphasizes that linguistic issues should not be dissociated from monetary challenges in determining these states' ability to achieve true freedom. We formulate three hypotheses to learn us to adopt our various theoretical frameworks. In response to research questions, the article suggests that the dominant use of the French language and the CFA friends perpetuate structural dependency in Francophone Africa states, limits geopolitical and economic sovereignty. Promoting African languages and establishing independent currency could strengthen social cohesion, local governance, and foster more inclusive development. Mastering of linguistic and monetary instruments is a key level for achieving lasting peace and genuine sovereignty in Francophone Africa countries. This study uses a qualitative method through a hypothetical deductive reasoning approach, drawing on constructive theory, languages, economy, and the heterodox perspective. In this perspective, state constructivism offers a way to rethink the role of states, not as mere recipients of external norms, but as actors actively participating in the construction of their identity, priority, and symbolic power through their linguistic and monetary choices. Language, like currency, becomes a key component of sovereignty shaping social practices, governance, economic models, and relationship with international institutions. At the same time, the lens of language economic allow us to explore the cost and benefit associated with language policy, the choice of an official languages, the marginalized or promotion of national languages, and the impact of productive education, local governance, and regional exchange. Susan Strand's heterodox approach further situates this issue within global power structures. Her international political economic framework emphasizes four key structures of power: money, security, knowledge, and production. Applied to Francophone Africa, her analysis reveals how linguistic and monetary choices are maintained within a framework of strategic dependency, often at the expense of genuine sovereignty. In this context, peace and development cannot be fully realized without reclaiming control over this instrument of power. For the conclusion and recommendation, we must rethinking African languages and currency as instruments of power and development of Francophone Africa countries, develop linguistic training program in African languages to strengthen the marketing channels of cultural goods through the creation of a system based on Arduino to promote these languages, and by establishing a language conservatory with global reach, create an African international monetary system, strengthen economic governance, establish participatory platform to promote financial education and develop a solid financial system, develop local financial markets through cryptocurrency, promote the regulation of artificial intelligence in monetary policies. Thank you for your kind attention. I'm sorry for this little moment of embarrassing for my
No
microphone.
problem, no problem, no problem. We hear your voice well. We listen your presentation. Thank you very much for it. Is there any question from floor to presenter?
Yes, I have one question.
First of all, what is your name? We see your name as Zoom user here. Please tell about yourself. After that, you can ask your question.
Okay, sorry, I'm not logging from my official. It's me, Professor Dr. Atif Amin, Chancellor, International Atlantic Virtual University, Guinea-Bissau.
Yes, you can ask.
Africa. So I want to ask this my sister that what she highlighted basically, she facing what type of issues. So how with the help of IT and IoT with the smart things, how we can collaborate with that particular issues.
I don't understand very well.
Sister, let me repeat my question. I ask you, you mentioned about Francophone countries and the colonial issues. As you know, if in these current circumstances, the challenge what the facing by youth in your country, if you can discuss that, so we are be able to, after the end of a Zoom meeting, we will be send you the email for that respective solutions, because mostly Francophone countries Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Mali, Burkina, Burundi, or different like the other countries, Benin, Togo. So if you kindly highlight your particular issues, what you are facing, so it is easy for rest of the other people, my respected other members who are listening to you. So they will also at the end they will come with some doable solutions for you. Thank you.
There are so many difficult to propose a direct solution, but how I am proposed is to develop linguistic training program in African languages. Every country in Francophone Africa has a languages is to singular a part of the other country. It's very singularized. We must use the research of Cheikh Anta Diop. We say that we have main languages. If we realize to unify our languages like French, English today, or Mandarin, we can grow up because our languages has our values, our think. Now we cannot develop because we think like colonialization. We cannot move on because we have CFA friends in our system economic. We must create an African international monetary system. We must move on to the system, to the monetary system international.
Can you please highlight what is the name of your country, please?
Cameroon.
Cameroon. So recently you have elections. Yeah, I understand.
Okay,
You
thank
speak
you very
English
much.
and French both. Both your country also speak English and French. I think so.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for adding value. Let's move on to next speaker. Thank you very much, Aryan. It
Thank
was
you.
well designed and good presented title. Thank you very much. George, can you try again to speak? I wonder if you are audible or not. You are unmuted, but we do not hear your voice, sir. George Bakoyer, please try to rejoin again. Maybe it helps. I don't know how can I help you. I will announce two other papers. We announced these papers before. Civic co-governance as an element of social resilience management. PhD Karina Gorska-Rozej from Poland. Are you here? And the other one is the digital transformation in healthcare as a key driver of effective change management. Professor Joanna Jasinska. This paper is also from Poland. Are you here, Professor Joanna Jasinska?
Excuse me, you have forgotten about me. I'm also in the schedule.
Actually, you are not in the schedule.
Yes, I am the 9th presenter.
9th presenter is Professor Joanna Jasinska, the digital transformation
Okay, so
in
but in the
healthcare.
version which I have got, I am in this panel. So my name is Bartłomiej Suchodolski, and I'm also from Poland. And I am in this panel in my version of the schedule. So could you check that? Maybe I'm in the wrong place.
Check it.
Mhm.
I presume this is room 1, right? Room 1?
Yes,
Room
I
1,
should be in
yes,
the room
yes.
1.
This is room 1.
Yeah.
Session 5.
Yes. Session 4.
4.
Mm-hmm.
5 hasn't started yet,
Dear
right?
Sucholsky, I
Yeah.
have a message from Arthur. Do you know Arthur?
Yeah, yes, I know him.
Yes, I have a message from him 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
They asked for, would it be possible to schedule our presentation for Sunday, December 7th? So tomorrow is your presentation. You can talk with Arthur, or after the next session, we can listen your presentation too. But
Okay.
in my program, your presentation will be done tomorrow, and
Okay.
Arthur sent this.
Unfortunately, Arthur didn't inform me about that, so I didn't know about that. So I am here, so can I present that at the end of this session to be easier for me to do that today?
After the next
Yeah.
session,
Yeah.
we will listen your presentation.
Okay.
Normally,
Okay. Thank you.
we took your presentation to tomorrow with the demand of Arthur,
Okay,
but we
sorry,
can
but he
listen
didn't tell me
yours
about that.
today also.
So,
Okay.
okay. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Jorsey, are you here? And I will try again. Last time, Jorsey, you are not audible for us. Let's move on to next session, the last session of the day. Mr. Dr. Mohammed Hassan Ahmed, are you here?
Yes, I'm available. Can I be taken now?
Sir, please share your presentation.
Right.
Mr. Dr. Mohammed Hassan Ahmed will present the mirage of iUtopia, assessing promises and pitfalls for equality in current and future developments. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Since this is a very comprehensive topic, the mirage of AI utopia. Utopia is something that's imagined to be perfectly, immaculately designed thing. And AI happens to promise as if it's going to change the educational landscape perfect in every sense. But unfortunately, it has its own pitfalls. It has its own promises. Some of the promises are being kept, while others, on the other front, it's failing miserably, and we really don't know whether it's going to prove to be a boon or a bane. So I'm going to focus on how it can be made more equitable, more inclusive, also more effective, allowing more agency and more autonomy to our learners in the right sense. So this framing the AI dream, this is already too much into the making, and there's no doubt that there's no going back from this. And it has its impact all over, across disciplines. And there are frontiers where, AI is being harnessed, utilized, deployed, and everyone is using AI bots. Everyone is in charge of designing things, text to images and all that. But still, unfortunately, half the world cannot even have an internet access. So the sorry state of this all-inclusive promises might fail, and especially it may not do justice, fair treatment to those who have not been taken as stakeholders. So there appears to be lots of bias in the machine because it works in the algorithm, it works in the, it's all based on machine learning fed into generative AI and large language models. So the problem with could be access and even the power. Since I told that we're living in a stark world of, contrasting scenario where sometimes some of the, world is really resourced and the others impoverished. Even our classroom conditions, some of them are really traditional, not truly mechanized or digitized or has a particular framework or principles. And we need to really deliberate upon ethical pathways in order to make it more acceptable and everyone can embrace it. And we could achieve realistic horizons that we're aiming for. So it starts from framing the AI dream. The dream is that every individual learner will have an assistant 24 hours tutor on hand. And he will not have to depend on asynchronous mode anyone to pursue his projects or continue learning. So there is, dual narrative. It can be an enabler. It can also be dystopian because God knows we educators and practitioners might be threatened to quit our job because they can be taken. They are quite capable in churning out, spitting out information. Whatever we have been doing over the years, the traditional sense, many of the machines are doing that same way, obviously not with human touch. So we need to have critical examination how this industry shapes and how we can public expectations can be met. Media has lots to influence industries because the tech giants have billions of dollars investment and they're trying to go on a spree of making it free for every educator everywhere. Education institutions, schools and all, they are being wooed and tempted, and Google has been lately onto the scene with Gemini 3, and they want larger chunks, larger shares of their presence in the market, and obviously it fetches money. So this benefits primarily benefits the tech giants, and then finally the piece of the cake may lie in the hands of the users, maybe educators or the. So we need the policy implications, and if we get into the roots of the concept, century-old perfectibility, despite repeated disappointment and persistence, we are not being saved from this archetypal and all pervasive technology.
Mr. Ahmed, thank you for your presentation, but let's move on to conclusion.
Yeah, surely. I'm moving to how it promises equality, how you can, personalized education can be, and can provide us the personalized education because we have, disciplinary areas of medical world, we have hiring, we have, health, other, but as I told that bias is really, it's an issue and it needs to be addressed. by all European nations and UNO, and discrimination has to be removed.
Audrey, tu es où? Je suis dans une présentation, mon micro vient de couper.
Fairness,
J'ai fait
metrics,
comment?
and corporate transparency, accessing bar have to be
Tu peux m'aider, tu ne
really.
prends pas le téléphone. Fais vite, Audrey.
George, Mr. George Hamuli, we hear your voice. Please wait. Everything is well from your side.
Good
We
luck.
are
Good
listening.
luck
We
to
are
all
listening.
the-
Hassan Ahmed. Let's give
So
him time. Okay,
yeah,
George.
we need concentration resources
Okay.
tech giants, and we need to leverage it in the global south, which has left debarred, almost not benefited from, and the language barriers can be overcome. So there are two stark pictures. One, which is it's an animal enabler. The other one is like a whistleblower, or so it might displace some jobs, might risk challenges. We need to have to give voices. We need to come up with ethical pathways, principle leverage, the deployment of these really, far-reaching and far consequential. And it's like, we're on the cusp of a big transitional movement from, traditional to the digital world. So community involvement is important. We need to have a benchmark where all of us are catered to. We need public sector prices to both have to work together. And we need to aim for realistic horizons, not the utopian ones. And we have to have a measurable equality gains. In fact, collective accountability and some certain rights and principles and all those kind of data privacy. And we need to dismantle the myths, and that's all I have to say. Actually, it's a wide, comprehensive area where we can keep on deliberating, and the whole world is agog with this transition of digital platform, and that's how, thank you so much letting me in and considering my presentation. Yeah, I've already wrapped up since I was told to. We don't have time to get into
Dear
the.
Ahmed, thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any question from floor to presenter?
I'm ready now.
Is there any question?
Mr. Jokri.
Yes,
Mr.
I know.
Jokri.
Yes, I
Mr.
know,
Jokri
Jokri.
is ready now.
Yes, Jokri, I know. Let me ask for last time. Is there any question from floor to Mr. Mohammed about his presentation? Mr. Mohammed, thank you very much for your presentation. It was well designed and you presented well. Thank you very much for all of this.
You're welcome.
Mr. Drochi, floor is yours. Let me announce your presentation title. Resilience of SMEs in Goma amid recurrent regional conflicts. Mr. Drochi, floor is yours, sir.
Okay.
Finally, you are audible.
Mon titre, j'ai demandé la permission de parler, d'exposer en français.
So you can proceed.
Hello?
You can proceed, you can present. Go on.
Okay.
He will present in French. I will briefly tell his presentation. You can start, Jotri.
Okay, thank you. Je veux présenter sur le titre en français, la résilience des PME de Goma dans un contexte de conflits régionaux récurrents. Mon agenda est là, il a 5 points: l'introduction, revue de littérature, méthodologie, présentation et recommandations. S'agissant de l'introduction dans la région des Grands Lacs africains et plus particulièrement à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, les conflits armés récurrents ont profondément bouleversé les dynamiques économiques et sociales de la ville de Goma en RDC. Dans la nuit du 26 au 27 janvier 2025, la coalition M23 RDF entre en ville de Goma. Les combats font rage dans les quartiers du nord de la ville et aux abords de l'aéroport. Des milliers d'habitants fuient leur foyer, cherchant refuge dans les zones plus sûres ou traversant les frontières. Cette recherche vise à comprendre les mécanismes de résilience mis en place, les impacts directs et indirects des conflits sur le fonctionnement des PME ainsi que les perspectives d'avenir pour un entrepreneuriat durable en zone de crise. Dans la littérature review, je vais parler de résilience des PME en zone de conflit. Définition de résilience organisationnelle. La résilience organisationnelle désigne la capacité d'une entreprise à anticiper, résister, s'adapter et se réinvestir face à des perturbations majeures. Selon Tchegag et Monclis 2024, elle repose sur les facteurs tels que la flexibilité, l'apprentissage organisationnel et la mobilisation des ressources internes et externes. Dans un environnement complexe, incertain et perpétuelle mutation, la résilience organisationnelle constitue désormais la clé de voûte des organisations face aux situations de crise. Le rôle de leadership dans la résilience. Le leadership joue un rôle central dans la résilience de PME. Mais Oyo souligne que les dirigeants de PME en situation de crise doivent faire preuve de vision stratégique, la capacité à mobiliser les équipes et d'agilité décisionnelle pour maintenir l'activité. DIC ont étudié le PME libanaise confronté aux crises, confronté à des crises multiples et ont identifié les stratégies telles que la diversification des produits et services, l'engagement en responsabilité sociale et le renforcement des partenariats locaux et internationaux. S'agissant du quatrième point, résilience et performance proscrite, Freeman et al. Ont pensé que la résilience ne se limite pas à la survie. Elle peut aussi être un levier de performance post-crise. Les PME qui réussissent à capitaliser sur l'expérience de la crise développent des avantages concurrentiels durables. Les PME des zones comme Goma doivent souvent s'appuyer sur des réseaux informels, des mécanismes communautaires et des stratégies transfrontalières pour contourner les défaillances institutionnelles. Ces dynamiques sont peu documentées, mais cruciales pour comprendre leur résilience. Ça, un peu d'éclairage sur le PME. Les PME sont considérés comme les acteurs économiques qui jouent un rôle central dans la RCE. La prise en compte de leur impact sur la société a intéressé beaucoup de chercheurs ces dernières décennies. Selon Itten et al., la contribution des PME dans la production de déchets s'élève à 60% et leur part de pollution totale représente 80% selon William. Le cadre théorique de la résilience des PME en environnement instable, on a choisi les théories de la résilience organisationnelle, on a parlé de leadership adaptatif, on a parlé de résilience entrepreneuriale, On a parlé de théorie, des ressources et des compétences avec appui des auteurs suivants que vous allez retrouver là-bas. S'agissant de la méthodologie, nous optons pour une approche mixte, c'est-à-dire combiner les entretiens qualitatifs avec des dirigeants des PME et une analyse quantitative, genre questionnaire, indicateurs de performance dont l'objectif est d'analyser les mécanismes adoptés par les PME dans la ville de Goma pour faire face aux impacts du conflit et assurer leur pérennité. Les hypothèses, 4 hypothèses ont été développées. Hypothèse numéro 1, stratégie de résilience. Les PME de Goma mettent en œuvre des stratégies de résilience fondées principalement sur la diversification des activités et l'adaptation au marché transfrontalier et l'utilisation des rôles informels pour compenser les défaillances institutionnelles, surtout pendant cette période de guerre. Les facteurs internes et externes comme hypothèse numéro 2. La capacité de résilience des PME de Goma est influencée par les facteurs internes tels que le leadership entrepreneurial, la flexibilité organisationnelle et la culture de l'entreprise, ainsi que par les facteurs externes comme le soutien communautaire, les partenariats transfrontaliers et l'accès au financement alternatif. Troisième hypothèse que nous avons prouvé aussi, les PME qui adoptent les stratégies de résilience structurée et proactive présentent une meilleure capacité de survie et de développement dans le contexte instable de la ville de Goma que celles qui réagissent de manière ponctuelle ou passive aux crises. La recommandation dans l'hypothèse numéro 4, la mise en place des dispositifs d'accompagnement ciblés, formation, financement adapté, incubateurs mobiles et le renforcement des réseaux locaux peuvent significativement améliorer la résilience des PME en zone et conflits comme la ville de Goma. Quatrième point, présentation. On va parler de la présentation des données, interprétation et analyse. Dans la présentation des données ici,
George, please conclude it up in a few minutes, sir.
Oui. Ok.
We
Dans la
need to finish in
présentation,
2 minutes.
on a pris les secteurs suivants qui ont été développés dans ce tableau ici. On a pris aussi les facteurs de résilience. On a pris la situation des entreprises et on est arrivé sur l'interprétation suivante. Les résultats montrent que la majorité des PME œuvrent dans le secteur du commerce. Cela peut être puisque le commerce est une activité de tout le monde. Par ailleurs, les résultats contenus dans ce tableau montrent que sur 18 PME, 6, soit 33%, ont été créés entre 2017 et 2012. Ces résultats montrent que le leadership entrepreneurial est un facteur interne. Externe influence la capacité. Notre étude révèle que l'accès au financement influence significativement la situation des PME. Comme conclusion, en définitive, cette recherche met en évidence les PME de la ville de Goma font preuve d'une résilience. L'analyse des résultats obtenus dans cette étude sur des stratégies de résilience des PME de Goma face au contexte d'instabilité politique et économique a permis à confirmer que, en grande partie, les hypothèses de départ comme recommandation, dans la conclusion recommandation, ainsi pour renforcer la résilience, il est nécessaire de faciliter l'accès au financement local et transfrontalier, promouvoir les PME de formation continue en gestion. Ici, nous voulons insister sur la recommandation, genre pousser l'État et les organismes humanitaires à trouver une solution par rapport aux PME qui ont contracté des crédits dans les banques et les microfinances entre le mois de novembre et décembre, même avant, qui ont du mal à pouvoir rembourser parce que les banques sont fermées. Merci pour votre attention. Voilà.
Thank you very much for your great presentation, sir. Let's summarize it in English also. In a complex, uncertain, and conflict-ridden environment, small and medium-sized enterprises represent an economic heritage that must be protected. Their collapse would jeopardize the development and growth Goma and entire province. Faced with repeated wars, SMEs in Goma are caught in vicious cycles, with some falling into bankruptcy. The uncertainty is so pervasive that is, if war doesn't erupt today, it may break out tomorrow, next month, or the next year, making sustainability constant challenges. In this context, the chronic insecurity, this study seeks to understand how SMEs adapt to the effect of war and what resilience strategies they implemented to survive and grow. The objective is to analyze the mechanism adopted by SMEs in Goma to cope with the impact of conflict and ensure their sustainability. The literature review explores resilience through four lenses: crisis context, strategies, the role of leaderships, SMEs' resilience in the conflict zone, and post-crisis performance. A mixed method approach combining a qualitative and quantitative technique is favored to gain the comprehensive understanding of the realities faced by local economies actors. This was the English abstract of George's paper. Is there any question from floor to Mr. George Sihamuri? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. George. It was very hard to manage this presentation because you were not audible, but at the end you succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Work a lot. Thank you. Thank you. And with this presentation, let me see. Yes. Mr. Major George Gircu, I saw you here. You are here. Mr. George Gircu from Romania will present microbiota modulation as therapeutic approach in the neuropathic pain in dog with spinal cord injury, impact of polyneuroplasmy. Floor is yours, sir.
Yes, good day, and thank you for the invitation to participate in the 12th International CO Social Sciences Congress from Karachi, Pakistan. My name is Gheorghe Giurgiu, researcher at Deni Plantai de Sante Medical Center Biomedicine, Bucharest, Romania, and with Professor Dr. Cristina Fernoagă at University of Agronomic Sciences and Veterinary Medicine, and Professor Dr. Manole Cojocaru at Titu Maurescu University, present the paper Microbiota Modulation as Therapeutic Approach in the Neuropathic Pain in Dog with Spinal Cord Injury, Impact of Polyneuroplasmy. Moment to share the paper.
Good day. I am Manole Cojocaru, professor of allergology and clinical immunology at Titu Maurescu University, Faculty of Medicine of Bucharest, Romania, member of Romanian Academy of Scientists, senior researcher, degree 1, European specialist, laboratory medicine. I am honored to present you microbiota modulation as therapeutic approach in the neuropathic pain in dog with spinal cord injury, impact of polyneuroplasmy. Intervertebral disc disease is a common cause of spinal cord injury in dogs and significantly impacts quality of life. Training studies have demonstrated that inflammatory mechanisms may play a critical role in caning with spinal cord injury associated with intervertebral disc disease. Studies in dogs have demonstrated the presence of gut dysbiosis, alteration in gut bacterial homeostasis secondary to spinal cord injury. Therefore, targeting gut dysbiosis could have significant therapeutic value in the management of spinal cord injury. Several methods for treating of the contusive injury have been investigated in dogs, but an optional treatment has yet to be determined. The dysbiosis is thought to impair recovery by decreasing the production of short-chain fatty acids, which play a role in suppressing inflammation within the central nervous system. Thus, the dysbiosis contributes to the onset and progression of intraspinal pathology after spinal cord injury. There is increasing interest in our microbiomes and the connection between gut and brain health. The purpose of this study is to determine if gut dysbiosis occurs in dogs with spinal cord injury secondary to intervertebral disc disease compared to healthy dogs. The objective of this study was to characterize the gut microbiota in dogs with spinal cord injury. The results of this study would be of interest since, to our knowledge, microbiome-associated studies targeting spinal cord injury dogs are non-existent, and the results might help explain possible implications of gut microbiome in spinal cord injury. We found that gut microbes that metabolize tryptophan, an essential amino acid secrete, small molecules called indoles, which stimulate the development of new brain cells in adults. We demonstrated that the indole-mediated signals elicit key regulatory factors known to be important for the formation of new adult neurons in the hippocampus, an area of the brain also associated with memory and learning. This finding is exciting because it provides a mechanistic explanation of how gut-brain communication is translated into brain cell renewal through gut microbe produced molecules stimulating the formation of new nerve cells in the adult brain. These findings bring us closer to the possibility of novel treatment options to slow down memory loss, which is a common problem with aging and neurodegenerative diseases, including but not limited to Alzheimer's disease. These include drugs to mimic the action of indoles to stimulate the production of new neurons in the hippocampus, or to replace neurons damaged by stroke and spinal cord injury, as well as designing dietary intervention using food products enriched with indoles as a preventive measure to slow down aging. Gheorghe Giurgiu created the product polenoplasmin under the license of the Deniplen brand owner Gheorghe Giurgiu. Polenoplasmin acts as a modulator of the gut microbiome in animals. After he healed his dog that was paralyzed with the hind legs, he watched over 50 cases of paralyzed dogs, and the healing rate was over 80%. Negative results were recorded in paralyzed dogs for a long time, 4 or 6 months. These studies indicate that gut microbiota modulate inflammatory response. Polenoplasmin for paralysis in dog. Polenoplasmin is a nutraceutical food with a dual role of nutrition and health for nerve regeneration of the neuromotor plaque. Polenoplasmin for veterinary use being a food, it is not medically certified, but its components have scientifically proven healing qualities. It contains freeze-dried pollen from Deniplen plants, carrot seed powder, brewer yeast. An interesting case of a puppy from Cyprus who was hit by a car, was broken in his spine, and was paralyzed with his back legs. You can see the radiography and dog's evolution. For months, the puppy was treated with polenoplasmin in addition to the physical recovery treatments, and the dog was able to walk again. The puppy lives and walks alone too, and today, as can be seen in the following video. After 6 years, the puppy is healthy and can run freely. In conclusion, the work reported in this paper addresses the formation of neurons in the dog brain. We are currently assessing whether indoles can also stimulate early formation of neurons during brain development. Another area of potential intervention interest is in situations of spinal cord injury where there is an urgent need to generate new neurons. The study with polenoplasmin is another intriguing piece of the puzzle, highlighting the importance of lifestyle factors and diet. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear George. Is there any question from floor to presenter? I think there is no question. Thank you very much
Thank you.
You are helping for our health. We need your improved studies, Mr. George. Thank you very much. You are working for humankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next speaker, actually, a friend said, Bartłomiej Sujodolski. Are you here? From
Yes,
Poland?
yes, I am here. Yeah.
Floor is yours, sir. You can present your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I know it's difficult to say my name correctly. It's Bartłomiej Suchodolski. It's very difficult. It's tongue twister probably for foreigners. And together with my colleague, Przemysław Czernicki, I know his name is even more difficult than mine, but don't worry. Polish names and surnames are really, really difficult for foreigners. We have prepared a short presentation, short paper about geopolitical and economic aspects of transit in Central and Eastern Europe. Oh, we are from Poland, from Siedlce University. It's a city in the east of Poland, somewhere between Warsaw and Belarusian border, in this part of Poland. Okay, communication, infrastructure, and functioning of transport and transit corridors, roads, form the basis of all forms of international economic and non-economic relations. Changes in infrastructure and transit cargo flows result, on the one hand, from the independence and individual countries' transport systems. On the other hand, they constitute the existing and functioning system of economic and political independences. They are also strongly influenced by the geographical environment. For centuries, Central and Eastern Europe has been a key space for the flow of people, goods, capital, technology, and ideas between the West and the East. Today, the region is important as a transit corridor has grown even more due to the outgoing international power struggles. The interests of the European Union, the United States, Russia, China, and other countries, including Turkey, intersect here. The geopolitical competition for power and influence is underpinned by the increasing globalization of supply chains and the growth of trade. A crucial aspect of building the strategic position of the countries in Central and Eastern Europe is appropriate utilization of transport infrastructure, roads, rail, energy, and more recently, digital. Central and Eastern Europe's role as a corridor or bridge between the West and the East stems from the location and the intersections of two major civilizations and political shapes. The economically developed and prosperous European Union, and on the one hand, and the post-Soviet space of Eurasia on the other hand. The geographical positions make the countries of the region natural transit corridors for the construction of various supply chains and transport flows. These corridors encompasses both intra-EU trade and exchange between EU member states and Eastern countries, from Russia and Belarus to Ukraine and Caucasians and Central Asia countries such as Kazakhstan. The new geopolitical situations following the collapse of the Soviet Empire in the early 1990s, the ongoing changes in the national borders, the emergence of the new states entities, and the creation of economic, financial, and transport links were all factors driving to the development of new transport corridors in this part of Europe. Economic challenges and the changing geopolitical situations in the region also found their expression in changes in the transit cargo flows. However, changes related to globalization and the growing importance of China as a modern world factory played a crucial role. As a result, the Central and Eastern Europe region currently plays a key transit role as a crucial part of the so-called New Silk Road. In Chinese project aims to achieve modern transport integration of Eurasia on terms largely determined by Beijing. This initiative by the Middle Kingdom involves optimal utilizing railway corridors running through Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Slovakia and Hungary to enable rapid transport of goods between China and Europe. Implementation of this transport strategy significantly strengthened Central and Eastern Europe's positions as an essential area for the creation of global logistic chains. The development of transit has made the region's countries strategic transshipment points for the exchange of goods between China and European Union. Therefore, there are the past decades Poland and the Czech Republic and Hungary have become European logistic hubs, handling both intra-EU and the Eurasia and land bridge flows. A visible effect of this is the creation of development, for example, in Poland's small town Małaszewicze, of a modern and dynamic operating intermodal terminals. The authorities of these countries are aware of their transit generates significant economic benefits, revenues from tools, development of logistic services, job growth, and the potential to attract foreign investment. Therefore, in recent years, they have focused on the growing importance of north-south corridors, such as Via Carpatia, which improve the region's transport accessibility and enable to diversification of trade routes. This initiative involves the fastest construction of the European International North-South Road to expand the Trans-European transport network by creating the shortest route along the north-south axis. This will ultimately connect Klaipėda in Lithuania with Thessaloniki in Greece. Ultimately, the road will run through Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, where will be the longest section of that road, Bulgaria and Greece. Those constructions of a transport road along the European Union's eastern border. The Via Carpatia, leading from Central Europe to Asia, is to intersect with corridors leading from Western Europe to Russia and connect with Black Sea ports with European Caucasian Asia road. It is worth noting that the European Union plays a key role in regulating and supporting transit in Central and Eastern Europe. In addition to the after-mentioned EU Trans-European Transport Network program, the Cohesion Funds connecting European facilities is also funding the development and modernization of transport, energy, and digital infrastructure, integrating it with the European transport market. This makes the region's countries more competitive in terms of civilization and economy, and the infrastructure more modern and innovative than even before. In the area of rising geopolitical tensions with Russia, the rapid movement of troops across Central and Eastern Europe must also be addressed. The development of so-called military corridors in the form of adequately prepared civilian infrastructure, especially road and rail, plays the crucial role in this regard. The goal of such actions, with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, to which most countries in the region belong, is to be able to move military vehicles and equipment quickly enough to accommodate evolving geopolitical and military situation. It is important to be aware, however, that states pursuing policies that support the development of their transit industries is in practice fundamentally consistent with the laws of economics. At the same time, it exemplifies the primary of spatial politics or over economic processes. In the past, transit through Central and Eastern Europe has often been, and may still become, a tool for political pressure. A good example is Russia's energy policy, where the transmission of gas and oil is sometimes used as an instrument to influence transit countries and the users. Conflicts over the Jamal European gas pipeline, Russian-Ukrainian disputes, and the controversy surrounding around Nord Stream 2 demonstrate how energy infrastructure can be an indicator of geopolitical tensions. To maintain Russia's strong political positions, its authorities have undertaken a series of actions over many years, generally aimed at the last limiting of ever eliminating the role of the Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic states. As a result, in complete disagreement of economic calculations, the decision was made to build extremely expensive and, as it turned out, extremely risky, also for the ecological perspective, natural gas pipeline under the Baltic Sea. A crucial factor is ensuring energy security for countries located in Central and Eastern Europe is the continued expansion of transmission and storage infrastructure. This is related to action aimed at building the geopolitical positions of a given countries treated as transport hubs through the transit of energy resources to the European markets. Poland has made significant progress in this regard in recent years, implementing several strategic investments. The most important of these is the construction of LNG terminal in Świnoujście. This has allowed for the diversification of liquefied natural gas supplied to Poland, and has recently led to virtual independence from Russia's supplies of blue fuel. Diversification of natural gas supplies is also being pursued through the strategic infrastructure project Baltic Pipe. The Baltic Pipe project aims to create a new gas supply corridor in European market. This will enable, for the first time in history, gas to be transmitted directly from deposits located in Norway to markets in Denmark and Poland, as well to the customers in neighborhood Central and Eastern European countries, starting in 2022. At the same time, the Baltic Pipe project enables bidirectional transmissions, meaning it can deliver gas from Poland to Denmark. This power line will open a new supply corridor, significantly improving energy security not only for Poland. At the same time, another important objective of the Baltic Pipe project is an expansion of the existing transmission network in Poland, which aims to create a regional natural gas market. This network will lead to the creation of the system connection with Ukraine, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Lithuania, which has built the liquid natural gas transshipment terminal in Klaipėda in Lithuania. It will handle natural gas supplies for the Baltic states and Poland, and is a key element of the energy infrastructure, ensuring the diversification of gas supplies for the Central and Eastern Europe region. The construction of the Baltic Pipe gas pipeline will enable the construction of the North-South corridor. Once completed, the pipeline will connect the LNG terminal in Świnoujście in Poland with the planned Adria LNG terminal in Croatia. In summary, transit through Central and Eastern Europe is a phenomenon of enormous geopolitical economic significance. This region is a key area for trade and energy flows between the East and the West. Moreover, it is highly probable that Central and Eastern Europe's positions in this regard will likely continue to grow. However, various challenges, both political and structural, may arise here. These challenges will require coordinated action by the region states, greater infrastructure integration than before, and the maintenance of political stability. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for the invitation to be here, and thank you for everything. Do you have any questions? So please ask if you have any questions, of course.
Thank you very much, sir. It was great presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kanka.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, I know five Turkish words, so I can also say merhaba Kanka, and that's all. So merhaba Kanka. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
will learn your language also, a few words from Arthur.
But Polish is very difficult, probably.
Yes.
But the same is Turkish. It's also difficult for me. Okay, so dziękuję. In Polish, it means thank you. So dziękuję.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję then. Is there any question from floor to presenter? Any question? I think there is no question. Everyone will understand. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Once again.
You are welcome. And the next speaker, Nurhas Tuti Vardhani. Are you here, Nurhas Tuti? Nurhas?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm here,
Floor
Mr.
is
Karim.
yours.
Thank you so
Floor is
much.
yours. You are
Thank you so
welcome.
much. Warmest greeting from Jakarta, everyone. Apologies if I off cam because the Wi-Fi is not really good. So today I would like to present a paper. Actually, this is my student's paper. She's in Papua, that's why she cannot present. It's about the financial performance analysis at the Department of Transportation of Asmat Regency based on notes to financial statement for 2022 and to 2023. So why this study is very important? Basically because Papua is one of the most isolated province in Indonesia, and financial performance is a very important indicator to evaluate the effectiveness of resource management at the Department of Transportation of Asmat Regency, which plays a strategic role in providing transportation infrastructure and supporting regional development. Therefore, there are some challenges for this department to evaluate the effectiveness of financial performance. So we know that in general, the financial performance of government agency, including the Department of Transportation, is a key indicator of how effectively and efficiently resources are managed. In regional governance, the Department of Transportation holds a vital role in ensuring adequate transportation infrastructure and smooth public mobility, making financial performance analysis essential for assessing how well budget and resources are utilized. Therefore, in this case study, financial accountability follows national regulations such as a Law number 23/2014 and Government Regulation number 12/2019, ensuring reports such as the Budget Realization Report, Balance Sheet, and Operational Report are prepared according to government accounting standard. The 2022-2023 financial data reveal challenges in optimizing limited budget, resulting in surpluses in some areas and deficit in others, particularly in infrastructure maintenance. So this study, of course, is expected to provide significant benefit for multiple stakeholders, such as the Department of Transportation of Asmat Regency and others. So we apply several theories. So we apply agency theory, institutional theory, and also we also apply the concept of notes to financial statement to enhance transparency and completeness. So regarding the data, so this study actually employs a descriptive quantitative approach to analyze the financial performance of the Department of Transportation of Asmat Regency based on the notes of the financial statement for fiscal years 2022 until 2023. The descriptive method is used to systematically present and interpret financial data to evaluate the agency financial effectiveness, efficiency, and independence. So this study purely relies on secondary data consisting of financial report and supporting documentation obtained from the Department of Transportation of Asmat Regency. The main data sources include budget realization report, statement of financial position, operational report, statement of changes in equity, and notes to the financial statement. So these documents actually provide comprehensive financial information, allowing for a detailed assessment of financial performance indicator relevant to regional public sector management. And we apply several techniques: effectiveness ratio, efficiency ratio, independent ratio, liquidity, and solvency ratios. So according to our findings, in terms of total expenditure realizations in 2023 reached 90.33% of the budget, slightly higher than 88.58% in 2022. Despite this improvement in efficiency, both the budget and actual figures were lower in 2023, indicating possible cost saving or organizational restructuring. Goods and service expenditure show better performance, with realization increasing from 85.88% in 2022 to 94.07% in 2023, supported by higher budget allocation. Meanwhile, subsidy expenditure appeared as a new item in 2023, with an allocation of IDR 1.5 billion, which was fully realized 100%, reflecting the introduction of a new policy or initiative. In contrast, grant expenditure was only present in 2022, amount to IDR 90 million 100%, suggesting a one-time non-recurring expense. In terms of capital expenditure, representing investment or fixed asset acquisition, decreased significantly in 2023 with a budget of IDR 13 billion and realization of 13,320 million, which is 0.07%. This was lower than 2022, which had a budget of IDR 18 billion and realization of IDR 17 billion, which is 92.95%. However, the realization rate in 2023, which is 98.07%, was much higher, showing more effective use of capital funds despite the smaller allocations. While in terms of operational revenue reflects the income recognized by the government of Asmat Regency based on accrual accounting principle, comprising local owned source revenue, transfer revenue (LO), and other legitimate revenue. In 2023, the balance reached IDR 1.085 billion, a significant increase of IDR 577 million or more than 13% compared to IDR 507 million in 2022. This substantial growth indicates a strong improvement in accrual-based income recognition, particularly from regional retributions, which rose by IDR 539 million, while other legitimate PADLO also increased by 38 million, which is 42.71%. So in here, we also provide some effectiveness ratio, efficiency ratio, independence ratio, liquidity ratio, and debt to equity ratios. So the conclusions in general, so we have some recommendations here to optimize local revenue sources, strengthen infrastructure budget allocation, enhance transparency and accountability in reporting, and improve long-term financial independence from government budget. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you also, Vardani. Is there any question from floor to presenters? Is there any question, please?
Apologies if the research is very basic, but this research is very important for our students because she is the employee government. Yeah.
Simple is best. Simple is best, I think, Vardani. It was well understood because of this reason. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karim. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And the next speaker is Mikala Corina Bujur from Romania. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Floor is yours. You can present your paper.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I am a professor, a jurist, mediator, and doctor. And thank you for the opportunity to present my work. I have two papers. The first is about the environmental crime in the context of public policies. Environmental policy represents the totality of environmental objectives and priorities, regulatory methods, and implementation instruments designed to ensure the sustainable use of natural resources, prevent, reduce, or mitigate environmental degradation. The basis of the European Union's environmental policy is the environmental action programs, the legal basis being found in Article 192 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. To date, 8 EAPs have been developed, with the 8th adopted on March 29, 2022, forming the basis of environmental policies until 2030. Environmental policy instruments are basic mechanisms available to democratic governments and supranational structures with an impact on the attitude and behavior of the population and economic agents in the direction of achieving established objectives and goals. 3 types of instruments have been developed: legislative, technical, economic, financial, as well as support instruments responding to new trends and strategies for environmental protection. European regulations are constituted by the European Green Deal, aiming to achieve climate neutrality in all relevant European policies and strategies across all sectors of activity, as well as by the new European Union strategy on adaptation to climate change from 2021, with the main objectives being improving knowledge on the impact of climate change, intensific adaptation, planning and climate risk assessment, accelerating adaptation measures, increasing the resilience of the European continent to climate change. About the areas of action of the European Union, we have about the air quality, which has deteriorated considerably due to human activities causing pollution, emissions, activities related in particular to industry, energy production, domestic heating, agriculture and transport. So in the European Union, there are very many premature deaths occur annually due to fine particles, with the European Union target being to reduce these deaths by at least 55% by 2030. Also, the annual economic cost of air pollution is at least 330 billion euros. About circular economy, biodiversity loss is 90% caused by resource extraction and processing. The environmental impact of products is determined by up to 80% in the design phase. About nature and the biodiversity, they make life possible, offer health and social benefits. In the European Union, 81% of habitats are in poor condition. 18% of land is part of the Natura 20,000 protected area. This is the largest coordinated network of protected areas in the world, built by the European Union. Also, environmental noise pollution is a major environmental health problem in Europe. Prolonged exposure to noise can lead to serious diseases, including cardiovascular conditions, reduced cognitive performance in children, severe neurosis caused by stress, sleep disorders, and tinnitus. Plastics. The European Union's policy on combating plastic pollution aims to protect the environment and human health by reducing marine litter, greenhouse gas emissions, our dependence on imported fossil fuels, transforming the way plastic products are designed, produced, used, and recycled in the European Union, accelerating the transition to a sustainable, circular, and resource-efficient plastic economy. Soils and land represent the foundation of our health and wealth. In the European Union, 95% of our food comes from soil, but land and soils are degrading dramatically in Europe and worldwide. Urban environment. In European Union, 1 in 5 people lives in areas with harmful noise levels. Waste and recycle. 5 tons of waste are produced on average by a European each year. Only 38% of waste in the European Union is recycled, and over 60% of household waste ends up in landfills in some European Union countries. And clean water is the driving force of life. So in European Union, only 40% of surface waters achieve good ecological status, and almost 85% of bathing water sites are of very good quality. About the other work, prevention of ecological crime and environmental protection, a solution for the problem. The prevention has become a permanent and priority concern for public authorities, the general public, and specialists in the field, directly aiming at human protection. The general task of environmental protection consists of facilitating the protection and formation of environmental factors, establishing the general legislative framework for discovering and eliminating the causes of pollution, and establishing the modalities and conditions for pollution prevention, reducing and eliminating its effects, and applying these modalities in accordance with the public interests of the entire society. An important mission in environmental protection is education new generations for nature protection. Environmental education is a methodology where people gain information about the environment and provide learning, skills, values, experiences, and passion, all of which will empower them to act separately and collectively to address current and future environmental issues. Environmental education and climate change education are essential instruments for social change, for public awareness, and concrete actions to create a sustainable future. Thus, the mission of the 21st century is to achieve sustainable development using education as a strategy for achieving sustainability. In 2025 in Romania, environmental crimes are defined as illegal acts that harm the environment. This can include the illegal collection and disposal of waste, the pollution of water, air, or soil, and the trafficking of protected species. We have law number 56 from 2025, which closes this legislative gap and provides clear tools for environmental authorities, police, and prosecutors to investigate and sanction offenses that affect the atmosphere. In conclusion, given the dimension of ecocide, as well as the numerous international ecological problems, the adoption and application of energetic legislative provisions and sanctions at national and international levels are necessary, coherently harmonized and coordinated, as well as measures aimed at combating tax havens and an increase in financial support proportionate to the gravity of the threats that ecological crime generates to sustainable development, economic and fiscal advantages, and alternative livelihoods for people at the end of the criminal chain. So it is necessary to increase the level of education and awareness among children and young people regarding sustainable development and environmental responsibility. My time is off. Thank you very much for your attention.
Welcome. Thank you very much for your presentation. You have presented good 2 papers. Is there any question from floor to presenter? Thank you very much, dear Corina.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you too.
You're welcome. Berhanu Abera. Do you hear me, Berhanu Abera? Berhanu, do you hear me?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, Mr.
I don't hear you, Laurent. You are not audible.
Lawrence.
I don't hear your voice.
Lawrence, I am there.
I don't hear your voice, Mister.
Alima Lawrence, I am there.
I couldn't understand, Laurent.
Alima Lawrence, I am there. I present a crisis of Mabet, environmental. After
I couldn't.
After the doctor, Alima, is
Are you Alima Laurent Jonas? Yes, I understand you.
yes.
Floor is yours, sir. Yes, you are right. Floor is yours. Alima Laurent Jonas will present creation of protected areas in the Sahel region of Africa and social tension, the case of Mabet National Park, extreme North Cameroon. Floor is yours, sir. Sorry, I didn't understand. You are Alima Laurent Jonas, and floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, the organizer
You're welcome.
of the International Conference on Human Sciences taking place in Karachi, Pakistan. Thank you very much for this initiative and for our invitation. My name is Alima Laurent